Kedves vendégeink, nagyon örülünk, hogy ennyien itt vannak már, és nagy szeretettel
Dear
köszöntök
guests, it gives us great pleasure to see so many of you here, and we would also like to welcome our online guests at the 7th Judit Polgar Global Chess Festival. My name is Szalai Judit, and it's a great honor to be here with you. The Hungarian National Gallery is hosting our event today, and it holds, we will have a very exciting agenda and program today. We will have speakers here locally, and there will be several programs for the local visitors and also for online guests. And those of you who are here with us, we will enjoy the program on stage, which will begin with the introduction of the Polgar Judit program, and then we will have a roundtable discussion with Hungarian athletes, and then we will have English language presentations about creativity and innovation, and then we will hand out the Chess Ambassador Awards, and the Chess in Education Conference will conclude the day. And together with, so you will be able to meet Polgar Judit beside the Morgan Stanley Cafe twice today. I'm sure many of you are here to listen to her, and there will be some wonderful musical performances. So this is going to be a very colorful day. And those of you who are interested in the art, at noon, at 2 and at 3 o'clock, there will be guided tours for 30 minutes each. And then from 10 to 5, there is going to be an interactive chess channel on channel 2 for those of you who are with us online. So let's begin, because we have a very busy schedule. Our first block will be the presentation of the Polgar Judit method, which is aimed at the principle that creativity and logical thinking can be developed through games, through play, from a very early childhood. And a creative mind and logically thinking individual has better chances in the IT jungle of the 21st century. And this is the key message of the Polgar Judit method. The chess is only a means, but not an aim. And this method is currently used in the development of around 50,000 kids in Hungary alone. Before we present the method, let's listen to Maria Gabriel, European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. And she sent us a video message.
Another program we are running in collaboration with Cook County Sheriff, and while starting the pilot project this year in May, with just 4 countries participating.
It's not yet Maria. There. She will be with us in a couple of minutes.
The answer is chess bell.
Intercontinental camp that will start just.
Ígérem, hogy amint a hölgy lesz, önök azonnal fel fogják ismerni őt. És nem érdemes nagyon messzire menni, mert amint a biztos asszony üzenetét meghallhattuk, rögtön Judit Polgar.
But please don't go far, because after listening to Madam Commissioner, Judit Polgar will join us on stage.
Dear Judith, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot be there with you to enjoy the Global Chess Festival, but I did not want to miss this chance to send a word of encouragement to all of you. As Judith put it at the last European Education Summit, chess has it all: education, culture, youth, sport, and a great deal of innovation. Games are a fundamental part of what makes us human. We learn the rules, we play together, we develop playing cultures and metagames. And we break those metagames, innovating on how we play the game. To see this in action is to understand how so much of our culture ends up thriving through play. In school, in the pitch, in youth organizations, or in the artist's atelier. This should come as no surprise. The Latin ludos, after all, means not just play, but also sport, school, and practice. To fit chess into education is, in my opinion, to fit a glove in our hand. It just makes sense. Our very own school education gateway includes resources on game-based learning. I believe that playing can be hugely influential in young people's learning, especially when it has an impact on pedagogy. And during COVID-19, we saw how useful these pedagogies were, especially helping us adapt to distance learning. If you are going to look at a screen for 8 hours, and if you cannot play outside with your friends, maybe a game is just what you need to stay focused and learn, all while developing critical thinking, an entrepreneurial spirit, and the creativity you need to win. My friends, I can only encourage you to engage with the opportunities of the European education area and the Erasmus Plus program. I certainly hope that our Erasmus Plus teacher academies will engage with your Chess Palace approach. These academies will help teachers develop and engage with new pedagogies, and game-based learning has a big part to play there. I wish I could be there with you to participate in all the exciting discussions you will have. You have my full support and have a wonderful festival.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük. Jött egy kis taps.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Let's give her a round of applause.
Tehát köszönjük szépen Maria Gabriel, az
So,
Európai
thank you,
Bizottság
Maria Gabriel,
innovációért, kultúráért, oktatásért
the
és ifjúságért
Commissioner,
felelős biztosának ezzel
European
a
Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. And now allow me to introduce the developer of the method and the organizer of this event. Judit Polgar created her foundation in 2012, and with the help of experts and teachers, they have developed a new and unique teaching method for preschool and primary school children. The main focus is on motivation, creativity, and knowledge through play based on the rules of chess. Its structure and content are unique at European and international level alike. Please welcome to the stage Judit Polgar, the best female chess player of all time, international grandmaster. Thank you very much. Thank you and welcome to the National Gallery. This is a unique location for us, and I'm glad that we are able to introduce to you the details of the Polgar method here. Just to say a few words about how this method developed. When my kids entered kindergarten, I thought that I should add Czech to their lives as well, because it gave me a lot. And then we began developing the program in 2013. We became part of the curriculum as an optional subject, and then many things have happened since then. And we got to a point in our lives where we can say that the Polgar Judit method has several branches: Chess Palace, Chess Kindergarten for preschool, Chess Palace for primary school children, and Chess PE. For us, and for me personally, the most important part of the method is how we can develop the skills of children. I have friends and colleagues who are teachers, who are experts, and who use creativity and innovation, and we are developing the program together with them so that it can be useful for teachers and it can help children develop even further. So I would like to wish all of you a good time today for the program, and those who are listening to us in English, welcome to you as well, because this is going to be the first time when the method is presented in its entirety, and you will have a very comprehensive view of the method. Those who are already familiar with it and those who are new to the program, what we do and what our objectives are. So enjoy the program and have a nice day. Thank you very much.
Most pedig kérem engedjék meg,
And
hogy
now,
egy kicsit tüzetesebben
allow me
beavassuk Önöket a Polgár Judit módszer
present to you Polgar Judit method in greater detail. I would like to ask Szabolni Dancsi Tünde, the coordinator and promotion leader and methodological developer and trainer of Judit Polgar method, to join me on stage. Please give her a round of applause.
Nagyon szépen köszönöm.
Thank you very
Igazság
much.
szerint Edith és Judit szinte majdnem
In
mindent
fact,
elmondott, amit én is
Edith and
terveztem
Judith
a
have said
bevezetőmben,
everything I
úgyhogy nekem
wanted
akkor
to
alig
say
marad valami.
by way of introduction,
Mindenesetre
so
nagyon sok
there is not
szeretettel
a lot
köszöntök
that I can still
mindenkit
tell you,
ezen a
but
gyönyörű helyen, ezen a
welcome
nem
to all
mindennapi
of
helyen, a
you
nem
at this
mindennapi módszernek a
wonderful, beautiful
bemutatására.
venue
A Polgár Judit módszer
and in this
valóban most
presentation of
kerül
the
először is
Polgar
teljes
method. Polgar
egészében
method, this is
közönséghez.
indeed the
Úgyhogy csak
first
egy
time that
gondolatot
it is
szeretnék
presented to a
rögtön
broader
felolvasni az
audience.
elején.
And I would like to
Gondolkodni, alkotni jó.
read
A
out to you
kreativitás, amit én
that
főként a sakban élek
thinking
meg,
and creating
teljesebbé
is
teheti
good.
az életet.
Creativity, which
Igen,
I
ezt Judit
experienced through
mondta,
Shak, can
és
make
amikor
your
ezt a
life
mondatot
fuller.
megfogalmazta, még
And
nem
this
is
is what Judith
sejtette,
said.
hogy
But when she
néhány
said
év
this, she
múlva egy
didn't
több
realize
lábakon
that in a
álló,
couple of years' time,
hihetetlenül
she
kreatív,
will
hihetetlenül sokrétű
she would build
módszert
up
fog tudni felépíteni.
an exciting and
Mi a
multifaceted
módszer
method using the tools and the rules of the game.
lényege? Ezt valóban a
So, what
kreativitás,
is
a
the essence of the
játékosság,
program? It is
a,
indeed creativity,
az, hogy
playfulness,
élményként éljék meg a gyerekek a
and
mindennapokat.
for the
A
kids to
legkisebbeknek a komplex
experience to have good experiences
képességfejlesztés,
in their day-to-day
tudásalapú
lives at
program
school.
szól, a sakk
For the
játszótér,
youngest,
ami figyelembe
it is
veszi
the
a
chess
gyerekek
playground,
életkori
which develops their
sajátosságait,
skills, taking
becsöppennek a
into
sakkon
account their
utánok a sakk
age
játszótérnek a mesevilágába,
specificities,
és
and
tudunk
they
annyi
find
olyan
themselves in
irányt
a
a
fairy tale world of
pedagógusoknak,
chess
akik fejlesztik a
playground,
gyerekeket
and we can
célzottan,
give
hogy a
some support to
fejlődésüknek az
teachers,
intenzitását
preschool
meg
teachers,
tudják növelni.
to
A
increase, to
következő
enhance the
az
intensity of the
kisiskolásoknak
development of the
szóló
children
komplex
that they are
képességfejlesztő
looking
program, a
after.
sakkpalota
And the
program.
next complex
Ez
skills
a
development
sakk
program
cél
for
és
primary
szabályrendszerét
school children is
alkalmazva a nemzeti alaptanterv
the
tantárgyainak ismeretanyagát helyezi
Chess
összefüggési
Palace,
rendszerbe
and it
első
is
4
part of
évfolyamon,
the national
segítve ezzel a
curriculum, and it
struktúrált,
incorporates
logikus
the topics of the
gondolkodásnak a
national curriculum in the
fejlesztését.
first
Itt
4
is
years of school,
elsődlegesen az a cél, hogy élmény legyen
promoting
a
structured
gyerekeknek a
and logical
tanulás, és
thinking. And
természetesen pedagógusoknak pedig
experience-based
érdeklegyen a
learning
tanítás.
is
A
important here,
harmadik,
and
a
also it
legfiatalabb
is
kis testvér, a
our aim
sakkesi.
is to give a
Itt
good
már
teaching
nincsen
experience
mesevilág,
to
nincsen
teachers. And
palota.
the
Itt a
third
sakk
is
elemeit
chess
visszük be
PE,
magába
where it's
a
no longer a playground or a
mozgástanulásba,
palace,
aminek
it
a
is
saktábla,
part of
az
physical
óriási nagy
education,
saktábla a
and
terepet.
a
És most
huge
engedjék
chessboard
meg,
is the
hogy
terrain
fölhívjak ide
for
magam
that.
mellé a
And
színpadra
allow
egy
me
csupa
to
nagybetűvel írt pedagógust, aki
ask a
kezdetektől
teacher to
fogva
join me
részt
on
vett
stage,
a Polgár
who
Judit
from
módszer
the very beginning
kidolgozásában,
was
akkor még nem
involved
tudtuk,
in
hogy
the
Polgár
development
Judit
of the
módszernek ez a
Polgar
vége,
method. At the time, we didn't
de
realize that this was
végig ott volt,
going
és
to
végig ötleteivel,
we were going to
tanácsaival
end up with the
támogatta a
Polgar method,
program
but
fejlesztését. Ő
she was
pedig
here
nem más,
all
mint
along
Öriné Gombás
the way.
Csilla, a Polgár
And
Judit
she
módszer
supported the development
alkotója,
of the program. So this is
fejlesztője és módszertani
Mrs.
szakértője.
Csilla Ürine Gombás, the creator, developer, and methodological expert of the.
Egy kedvenc eszköz mellé fogok állni.
I'm going to stand beside my one of my favorite tools, a
A
die.
gyerekek is nagyon szeretik, és Csilla is nagyon
Kids
szerette
also
a
like it a lot.
tanítás folyamán. Csilla, hagyd tegyek fel
And
neked
Chilla
néhány
uses it a lot
kérdést,
in
jó?
her teaching. So, Chilla, allow me to ask you a few
Próbáljuk meg.
questions.
Oké. Az első kérdésem az,
My
hogy
first question is,
miért tartod fontosnak, hogy a
why do you
sakk
think
szabály és
it is important to
eszközrendszerét
include
bevigyük az oktatásba?
the rules and the
Nekem
tools of
mindig az
chess
a
in
célom,
education?
hogy a gyerekek szeressenek
Because
iskolába
my
járni. Ha szeretnek
aim has always
iskolába
been for
járni,
kids to
akkor
feel good
kezd
at
le,
school,
én
because if they
segítek,
like
hogy
to be
kudarcmentes legyen a
at school,
tanulásuk, és ami
I
a
will
mai
help them
órában is
to
nagyon
be
fontos,
failure
hogy
free,
akár
to learn
vitatkozik
in a
velük.
failure-free manner,
Ezekhez olyan
and
képességek
throughout,
kellenek,
and it
amit
lasts
én
for a
a
lifetime.
tanítási
But
óráimon
to achieve this goal, it
megadni
is
nekik,
necessary to have the
és
skills that enable
nagyon sok
pupils
eszköz,
to
nagyon
understand the
sok
material in
módszert már
class
kipróbáltam,
and to
és
enjoy
számomra
practicing it.
a sakk
I've
volt az
tried many
egyetlen,
tools and
amit
methods,
úgy
but chess
eszközként, játékként be
became the
tudtam vinni
only
a
one that I
tanítási
could
órákra,
introduce as
és
a
a
teacher into
tananyagot
my
el tudtam
lessons
rajta
as a
tanítani.
tool
És
for
nem is
skill
akárhogyan
development,
úgy, hogy a
to
gyerekek
teach
bent az
children
osztályban a
the
tanórán
topics
tanulják meg,
and
a
in a way
gyakorlás
that
pedig
the
az
kids
eszközök
learn during
segítségével
the lesson,
örömteli
and
legyen, és
practice
valóban
is
nagyon
playful
hosszú
and
ideig
cheerful,
tartson.
and we are using
Mit
several
jelentett
tools
neked Judittal együtt dolgozni?
in
Egy picit a
teaching them.
személyes
So tell us a bit
élményedről
about your personal
is mesélj
experience.
nekünk.
What does working with you means to you?
Visszatekintve úgy gondolom, hogy
Well,
talán még
if I look
időben
back, I think
találkoztam
that
Judittal,
it was
mert
a good time when I
2012-ben
met Judith, because
akkoriban
it was back in
én
2012,
már sakkal
and
tanítottam,
Well, I had been a teacher then for a long time, and she, as a chess player and as a teacher, was looking to include chess in the curriculum, and it was a coincidence that we met. And ever since we've been working together, and it's a challenge for me, but it's also a good experience, and and it's a great game. And the result is the Polgar Judit method, which I believe made school a desired place for kids. They like to go there and they enjoy being there. And whenever they see a chessboard, you can even link grandchildren and grandparents. But we use the chessboard and we use the characteristics and the value of the pieces, the chess pieces, and we try to teach the children in a creative manner and in a way that they enjoy it themselves as well. And I think that Judith is truth that it is possible to do so. So I think we have heard why it's good for the kids and also why it's good for the teachers to use this method.
Well, if you think about it, chess is not just a transitional game. It has had a centuries-old history. Therefore, I thought, and I think it was underlined by Judit Polgar's career, that it is necessary to prepare for the future. So I knew how to play chess when I started to become involved in this, but when I realized that it was such an experience, such a tool for children through which they can learn a lot of mathematics, they can prepare for the learning of reading and writing, and they like it. They like practicing it in groups or alone, and they can turn back to chess whenever they wish to. So when I realized all this, I thought that it was a wonderful tool for teachers, because it is not only a good experience for children, it is also a good experience for the teachers. And children and Judith cooperated for years in developing this method. And if children like it and enjoy it, then we can realize that it is really worthwhile trying this method. Judit Polgar's method is about creativity, and the only limit of this method is the rules of chess. Thank you very much. And now let's see how it works in practice. Let's see a group of kindergarten children. It is a true playground that we're going to see.
Sakkjátszótér, leszállás, dobókocka és kézfogás. Indul a játékos tanulás. A sakszőnyegen változatos a mozgás, huszárugrás, futás és guggolás. De tudd, ez még csak a kezdet, mert a varázsszőnyeg játékról játékra reptet. A futó átlós útja például labdával lekövethető. Így hát gurítunk,
so we can see the magical carpet playing with a ball. We can learn basic rules of chess through adventure. Kindergarten children can start thinking while playing and enjoying themselves. Different pieces, all pieces, can be taken into their hands to play with them. Concentration and memory are all improved. And motoric skills also improve. Teamwork, attention, and praise, self-evaluation. Is it a surprise that every difficult task seems to be very easy after this? It's a piece of cake. Everything is exciting, magical, adventure.
This is
királylány
what
és a
awaits us.
királyfi alagúton közlekedik, de semmi sem
The
marad
princess
helyben,
and the
mert a
prince
megoldásokat mindig közösen
take part in the
keresik.
game,
Halandozás,
and they
mesélés,
always look for
matricás
solutions together.
kiegészítés, mert arra vágyik minden gyerek, hogy
There are
boldogság
also
legyen a
additional
fejlesztés. Mozgás,
tools,
mesék,
including
ritmusok és
stickers
rímek.
that we can
Célba
use,
dobás türelmesen, hogy
uh,
ütesedjenek a kezek.
throwing,
Színez, húzd meg a vonalat, ez igazán.
coloring,
Egyensúlyérzéki
drawing,
dolgok okosodnak a fejben.
balancing,
Élménykönyves feladatok fejlesztik a kezet,
exercise
az agyat.
books
A sok
that
kihívás és a
develop
játék
motoric skills
mind
and the
a
brain.
játszótérre hívogat.
All these games can be played within the chess playground system.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük. Köszönöm szépen Szabóné, Dancsik, Tündének és Őriné
Thank you so
Gomáséknak
much,
a remek gondolatokat,
Csilla
és
and
bemutatták
Tünde,
nekünk a módszer
for your
alapjait.
ideas
Most
and
pedig
for
engedjék meg, hogy felkonferáljam Farkas
introducing the
kollégát,
basis
Szentani
of
Ferenc,
this
a Bújtosi Játszótér program koordinátorát. Egy
methodology.
nagy tapsot kérünk
Now I would
szépen
like to welcome
Jó napot kívánok! Sok
our
szeretettel
next speaker, Andra Farkas, trainer, methodological developer, and coordinator of the chess playground game. Welcome to the chess playground complex skills development program, which is a kindergarten pillar of Judit Polgar's method. It incorporates the rules and tools of chess into all areas of skills development, taking into account the age-specific characteristics of young children. It is the truly experiential program that brings to life the fairy tale world of the chess palace, but which will completely enchant children. It acts as a bridge in the transition between kindergarten and school. But what areas are in focus? This is what's most interesting for educators in a world where there is only one constant, and that is change. Technological advances are super fast, civilians have reached space, and professions are emerging day by day, professions that we haven't even been able to imagine. So what's a teacher to do if he wants to prepare children for this world? Read science fiction? No, there's a better solution. Join the Chess Playground program. We believe that the secret of renewal is in an ancient game. Learning in the 21st century, there is a compass for defining objectives within this program, which combines everything from the latest pedagogical methodologies, creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, flexibility and adaptability, the skill development of digital competencies, the development of language skills, mathematical, logical, and social skills. Cognitive skills can be developed very well through chess, concentration, attention, memory, which will all help children in the world of big data to filter and organize information, to solve problems. Chess is a sort of sign language that can be used to develop algorithmic thinking, which is the basis of coding, which will help children to learn programming. Chess rivals electronic games because it motivates children, it keeps them engaged, and they can make friends through this. In the Chess Playground program, the chess pieces come to life. They have different characters, a life of their own. Children can identify with the pieces and learn that a tiny pawn can become a queen. They also learn that sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and you have to be able to cope with this. This will help later on with their careers, and they will learn to overcome their failures. In the preschool program, children participate in group sessions, they enforce rules, they identify and analyze situations, which will help them, when they become adults, to work in teams and to work in collaboration on a project. In the preschool program, we have placed a strong emphasis on compensating for the sedentary lifestyle of the digital generation. Therefore, the giant chess mat becomes a battlefield where children become live pieces. In addition, we
laid the ground of learning to write and read. The whole life of a nursery school is being transformed. Kindergarten children will be more confident in the world, will solve problems more easily. They will not be afraid to fail. We believe chess playground program, which is a tried and tested method. We can help many educators and parents to prepare their young children for the challenges of the 21st century. Our success is reflected in the program's results at home and abroad. Thanks to the Ministry of Human Resources, there are 4,500 Hungarian kindergartens, and 3,000 of these have the basic kindergarten package. And the Ministry of the State Secretariat of National Policy has been training Hungarian teachers across the borders. What tools are available to help teachers? This program has a special toolbox and activity books for children. I would like to draw your attention to the 3 activity books, especially. Children can learn the basics of chess and can learn a lot about the pieces from these. We have added activity plans for kindergarten teachers and game cards, which help you apply knowledge and develop experiential activities. Those interested in a program can take part in a 10-hour online or contact training course, which you can register at chessjátszótér.hu. You can also visit the playground section of our website, where you can play games at home to get an insight into the program by following a digital trail. Join us and let's chess the world together. Thank you very much, Andrea Farkas, for introducing the program to us. Now, I would like to ask Enikő Fenyő to join me on stage, who is a trainer and methodological developer of the Chess Playground program. And she will be joined by the children of the Művész Street Kindergarten and Daycare Center.
Na, ha így örültök, akkor itt a fehér nagyátló már indulhatunk is.
So if you like the idea of playing together, you can already start to walk through the chess board diagonally. If I play chess regularly, I will have superpowers. And we have all reached our destination. Now I would like you to take place in the square in front of us. Everybody has done very well. Now we will start with an easy activity. We cannot speak. We can only show signs. Show me a like if what I say is true, and show me a dislike if what I'm saying is not true. Now listen, in chess, always the player starts who has the white pieces. Yes, that is true. On the chessboard, there are dark and light squares in one rank. Yes, that's true, because diagonally it wouldn't be true. Now there's the next challenge. Chess is a board game which you have to play with dice. No, that's not true. But I have a dice here. What kind of dice is this? Tell me. This is a chess dice. There are no dots, no little points on it, but there are the fairy tale versions of the pieces in chess that you can see. So we will play a new game. I can see the bishop, the rook. The rook starts with an R, so please tell me other words which start with the same letter. The children listed some words and names. Now let's see the next one. This is the king, so tell me words that begin with K. Like cross, king, queen. Very difficult words. But the pieces do not only live on the dice, they also live in the chess palace. And somebody would like to play with you. This piece, no, a card. Or what is it that was hidden in my pocket? I will only show you a small part of this little object. Please tell me if you find out what's in my hand. Please tell me if you know what piece is this. Oh, all of you know it. Arthur, tell me, who is hiding in my hands? Ah, that's the rook. Which one? Yes. Did you all think about rooks? Yes, you can praise yourselves, pat yourselves on the shoulder. Please, who is... No, first of all, prepare binoculars and have a look at the chess palace, here on the screen or over there. Tell me, which tower does this rook live in? Ah, in the purple. In the purple tower. Would you like to show us? Would you like to show us where the purple tower is? With this rook? There. Which street? What number? It's Dolphin Street 5. And Dolphin is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4th street. Please show me the entire length of the Dolphin Street. Yes, that's it. Very good. And now please step 5 squares. That's 5. That's the 5th one. So you were correct. It's Dolphin Street 5, where the rook lives.
What do you see in the hand of the rook? A book. It's a kid's book. Why is he holding a kid's book? A book of fairy tales. Because he reads tales to the pawns. Do you remember the tale when the pieces went to the playground? Yes. Yes, we all remember. So let's take the pieces again out to the playground. Please stand up and turn towards Panka, leave the mat. Let's go around and you can pick a piece. Okay, just pick up a piece, please. És kezdődhet a móka. Mindenkinek a kezébe került egy báb? Nagyon do you all hold pieces? Great. Thank you. So now please stand on the mat that you are standing on a contrasting square then as the piece that you are holding in your hand and turn to the audience. Okay, so let's see if all of the squares are contrasting to the color of your pieces. Great. So the pieces want to be on top, so please keep them on the top of your head. And then they move to your right shoulder. The pieces move to your right shoulder. And now it's going to be difficult. They want to slide down to your left knee diagonally, but careful with the balance. Well done. And now they want to play hide and seek. Hide them. And now I will test your memory. Please hold up your piece if you have queen piece. Yes, rook, knight and bishop. Yes, there are 2 of those on the chessboard. 2 of each. And please raise your hand if you have a piece whose value is immense, immeasurable. Yes, the two kings. Thank you. And now there is only one last question for you. Which is the piece that moves in a star direction? Yes, queen and the king. Yes, but what's the difference? Is that the king can only move one square, whereas the queen can move any number of squares. And now we are going to play jigsaw. And please pick, choose a partner.
Jó, így. Mérleghintára ráültettétek a bábokat? Mondhatjuk a mondókánkat? Mérleg vagyok, billegek, két karommal súlyt viszek. Most állítsátok be úgy a bábokat, hogy ugye akinek
So please set the pieces now that the one that's heaviest or the heavier. Yes, so for instance, here the queen is worth 9, the pawn is worth 1. So I think that all of you succeeded in striking the balance, and now I would like to ask you to place your pieces on the square that they are standing at the beginning of a game. Careful about dark and white, or black and white. Yes, indeed, the queen stands on her own color. And please stand behind your pieces. Is it full? No. Some pieces are still missing. But I think that you are so clever that you will be able to show the right square for each piece. Rook, knight, bishop, king, queen, bishop, knight, and rook. And the pawns in front of them. Let's say our little poem. Rook, knight, they stand beside the king, the queen stands beside the king, and then come the bishop and the knight. Well done. And now please place your pieces back to where you picked them up, so that the next group will find them easily. Thank you very much. Well done, all of you. Let's turn to Panka. And Panka, you may start walking, and you can wave to the audience goodbye. And they can say a rhyme together with us. If I play chess often, I will have superpowers.
Nagyon-nagyon szépen köszönjük.
Thank you very much, Fenyő Enikő, and the children for the presentation. Well done. Indeed. I hope you enjoyed it too. And now I would like to ask the next speaker to join me here, Szabóni Tancsik Tünde. But now let's take a step and let's see how school children feel in the world of Chess Palace. Let's take a look inside the classroom.
Szünet van, vagy tanóra? A válasz sakkpalota. Gazdag eszköztárral élmény a megoldás. Kreatív a gondolat, jön a dicséret, ez csodás. Hatékony a tanulás, gyere és tarts velünk.
Learning is very efficient with chess. Come with us and learn through the magic of play, thinking together, team building, and putting it together with the curriculum and basic subjects like Hungarian or mathematics. The children really enjoy it. The exercises in exercise books really make children enjoy themselves. They collect pieces, numbers, while developing their skills. With cards, you can create sentences or you can use them as numbers. Within the chess palace, children really become excited. They can be creative, they can learn directions, and they can remember where they have been. Their memory develops, they can learn how to plan. So, skills for everyday life improve. The laminated sheets can be reused. Problem solving and complex development of skills takes place. Their visual skills and tactile skills also can be improved. Chess is one of the most ancient games of history, and Chess Palace is a magical playground for the brain.
Köszönjük szépen. Egy picit beletekinthettünk, hogy milyen is a gyakorlat.
Thank you.
Világa az iskolások körében.
We had a look at what happens in the Chess Palace classroom, but now on the next slide we are showing you the schools that are already using the Chess Palace program successfully. Since the launch of the program, it's been growing and it is now across the border, so to our great pleasure, in 2020 we were able to So, thanks to the Ministry for Innovation and Technology and the Prime Minister's Office, we managed to go across the border and reach out to Hungarian educators living in foreign countries. Unfortunately, we were unable to join them offline, but we provided some training online in Transylvania, in Felvidék, and Voivodeship, and we traveled even a little further afield because Sakpajta has already been translated into Chinese, at least the first book of the Chess Palace method. So, since the launch of the Chess Palace program, more and more teachers and schools have been using the program, and more children become part of this endeavor. In the last 8 years, more than 500 schools have introduced the Chess Palace method in one way or another, and currently almost 2,000 teachers have been trained in using the method, and roughly 40,000 pupils will use the program each year until 2020. A 3-day contact education was available for years 1 and 2 of primary school, and this year we are already offering opportunities for teachers in grades 3 and 4, and this training is online, obviously, but that means that we can support the work of all teachers in the first 4 years of primary school. A method that covers the curriculum and also develops attitude in a playful way. But how can this be integrated in the day-to-day lives of teachers and pupils? It can be used, how can we integrate it into each subject? So on the Chess Palace life map, you will find references to each subject, and you can link to the current curriculum of each subject. For instance, when it comes to Hungarian language and literature, we collect words that start with the same letter that the names of the pieces. And you could see the kindergarten children earlier, and then in maths we will calculate using the value of pieces, or in music we can use also the shape of the pieces in ethics lessons. Many things happen in Chess Palace, and children can understand what's happening in a daily situation. And also when it comes to science, well, for instance, in the Chess Palace, all the animals that are in the primary school curriculum are also used in Chess Palace, so they can talk about, for instance, environment protection or also geographic formations by looking at the Chess Palace images. And this the program itself is very motivating, and children are very keen on working with the Chess Palace exercises, and they stay motivated for a longer time than otherwise. And it also works as a tail therapy, because many kids will be able to deal with their issues, their problems, as they are looking at Chess Palace and the pieces, and the teacher can help them overcome their difficulties. There have been many studies that looked at the various areas of skills that can be developed through chess. And Dr. Gyarmati Eva, who is a psychologist and is working with us, and we conducted a survey in the benchmark institutions, and the cognitive profile test clearly has shown that children that are involved, who studied with the Chess Plus program, scored better than non-chess students on all indicators of the cognitive profile test. The results clearly demonstrate that students in the Chess Plus program has advantage in cognitive development, especially reasoning, but also in maths. And what Andrea also pointed out, that the processing of so in this age of information processing, kids who studied with the Chess Plus programs are really good at processing information. And there are some very pretty and colorful textbooks that are full of content and that are good to look at. In grades 1 and 2, there is a textbook and a teacher's book, and there is a very detailed manual for the teachers where they can find some guidance or support for every lesson. And then in grades 3 and 4, there is an activity booklet and also a textbook, and that is more practical, but it's also broader in terms of its content, and it can be used on a daily basis. And for teachers in grades 3 and 4, we developed a training program. And if you attend that training program, you will get some really a treasure house of ideas that you can use in teaching your pupils in these grades. And another great favorite also for us is the chess sketchbook that can be used for making sketches using a chessboard of different colors. And similarly to the chess playground, in the Chess Palace toolbox is also very broad, and it is a unique feature of these tools that they've been developed together with children. What the colors should be, how large they should be, what the feel should be to touch, that those are all things that were developed together with the children. So all the tools support curricular integration, and we have different approaches to the different tasks.
So that's what I wanted to say very briefly about this Chess Palace program. And now I would like Edith to help me because if I'm not mistaken, children will join us on stage. So I would like you to give a round of applause to Tünde Szabó. Thank you very much for introducing us to the everyday life of Chess Palace. And now I would like to introduce Ágnes Misi, teacher, and the students of the Arany János Primary School of the town of Gyöngyös. Please give them a huge round of applause. Children, I would like to ask you to do the following. Please pass the piece while saying the rhyme and walking in. So the beanbag piece should be in the right hand first, and then move it to the left, and then to the right, and then to the left while saying the nursery rhyme. And I would like to ask the two rooks to come here and to throw the dice. Please say the name of the piece that comes up after rolling the dice and tell the audience what you can see. It's a dark rook, a black rook, and a white pawn. Thank you. And now I come and I roll, and mine is the king. Please go to the chess table where your beanbag piece, the king belonging to your beanbag piece can be found. And then go to the pieces and set the pieces up on the chess table. The whites start and the blacks come next. So I would like to ask you to place the piece on the chessboard in the basic position, and all demonstration pieces should be on the table. The white pawn starts, and then comes the black pawn. Now, pawns, as the pages of the chess palace, please draw us what it means for you to be here present at the global chess, this global chess event. And now I would like to ask the knights, and then the bishops, and then the queens to come. The next task will be for the black group. Please collect 4 objects that belong to the autumn, and please name the squares. Identify the squares in the picture. The children speak without a microphone, but they are indicating For instance, basket of apples on A1. All right, now please come here to the center chessboard and check if everything is on its correct place. No, these two have been mixed up. I would like the queen to join us and to indicate pictures relating to the winter in the picture. Very good, thank you. And now I would also like to ask you here in the center to check if the setup is correct. No, B1 and C1 are mixed up. Thank you. That's great. The next task. We can see the picture of the autumn of the chess palace. Please, whites, collect nouns. Collect nouns of as many parts as bird rook has. And the blacks have to collect verbs according to the same rules. So rook in Hungarian is 2 syllables. What words have you come up with? The children are listing nouns. And now I would like to ask the rook to put them in to put these words into alphabetical order. So knight and rook, please put the words in alphabetical order. Thank you very much. You did great. The next task is going to be the following. Imagine 3-digit numbers and put them in order. The blacks have to put it in incremental order and circle the even numbers and add the largest and the smallest numbers. Whites have to put the numbers in a decreasing order, circle uneven numbers, and add up the largest and the smallest number. 391 is the first. 395 is the second. And fourth is 539. Why didn't you circle any of the numbers? Because none of them were even. Now I would like to ask the dark group to come up with the solution. Please put the numbers into decreasing order. That's correct. And now the white bishop is completing the task by circling the odd number. Now I would like to ask the pawns to join their groups, but before joining their groups, please tell us why you created these paintings, these drawings. And please show your drawings to the audience. Let's start with the white pawn. The children are speaking without a microphone, so the interpreters unfortunately do not hear them. Judit Polgar is a role model for me, so I drew her. And as a last exercise, I would like to ask specifically the two knights, to take the pieces that appeared on the dice in the beginning of the lesson and place them on the chessboard. Knight, Pawn, King. And now let us praise ourselves with a so-called chess applause, which is patting ourselves on the shoulder. You did great. Now I would like you to take the beanbag pieces, and first I would like to ask the white group to line up here in front of me. Then will come the black group, and we will leave the chess palace by reciting our nursery rhyme, which lists the order of pieces on the chessboard. Sokos tojás. You did great, congratulations. I would like to ask for a great round of applause for these children. And now, allow me to ask Tünde Szabóné Dancsik again to the stage, who, after introducing the chess balls and the chess playground, will present the latest element of this complex method, which is which is called chess PE. Yeah, you can hear me. The little girl who drew on the red sheet said that this chess world event is very important for her because Judit Polgar is her role model. Well, I think that every honest opinion from a child is very valuable, so I would like to ask you to applaud them again because, well, I guess you couldn't always hear what they were saying, but doing very well, working very well. So the latest development is chess PE. It was a very exciting challenge for us to put our brain work into practice, movement, and we develop movements which make children use kind of intellectual sport in a physical version. It is a challenging, effective, experiential and creative way to increase their self-worth and self-evaluation. Well, the program can be used in different fields, different areas of physical education. Naturally, we follow the physical education national curriculum, and we focus on preparatory and preventive activities and movements, as well as alternative and leisure activities. But naturally, different walking, running, jumping, hopping, throwing, and balancing exercises and games are also incorporated into this program. And playing is very important. So we created the program. If I want to illustrate the levels on the chessboard, there are 4 levels. They are built on each other, and they are increasingly difficult. There are 8 plus 8 sessions per each level. We have a very serious collection of different games, and we're always using a certain square and certain pieces of the chess game. So our field is a huge chessboard. It can be a carpet, it can be painted on the floor. It depends on the school, on the situation of the school. But what is an unusual tool is a huge chess piece, the huge chess pieces that you will be able to see in our presentation. All the remaining tools can be found in a physical education toolkit of every school. This program is very new, so we have completed the pilot training project, the first pilot training phase, and the colleagues who have been invited were also invited to provide input. These colleagues are experimenting with the new program to see which elements are more successful and how to use them. It is also a very important part of the program to allow the teachers to decide on how they want to incorporate these tools and this methodology into the pre-E classes. And what is a huge delight for us is that from the autumn semester, the University of Physical Education will have an optional subject focusing on our chess PE program. Thank you.
Thank you, and please give her Tunde a round of applause. Thank you for the great ideas. And now let's have a look at how this works in practice. But before that, I would like to congratulate all the participants so far, because we are just on time. And so congrats to both the pupils and the teachers. And now we would like to ask Benei Zsuzsanna Tanító and the Gyöngyös Arany János School to join me on stage. Please give them a round of applause as well.
Saktábla sorakozó.
Okay, please stand in a file based on the chessboard. Mix it up.
Saktábla sorakozó.
And once again, stand in a line.
Az első feladatban a tábla körül
In the first task, we will be walking around the board for 8 steps. Please keep your beanbag in your right hand. Take a right and then pick up the beanbag with your index and thumb of your left hand and place it on your head. And play the mill with your hands ahead and then backwards 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, 6 and 7 and 8.
Hátra arc.
Okay, turn around.
A következő feladatnál szintén a tábla körül fogunk járni.
And we will be walking around the board again. Please pick up the beanbag with the index and the thumb of your right hand and place it on your left shoulder.
A következő feladatnál a karodat behajlítod, majd
Please turn your arm and then extend it again. And bend it and then extend it again for 8 steps. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8.
Nézz a tábla közepére.
Okay, let's look, turn towards the board. Thank you.
Arra kérlek
You've been
benneteket, keressétek meg a csapatkapitányotokat.
very good. And now please find your captain, your team captain, Angyalka and Lina. Today's lesson, Angyalka will be the leader of the Black Army and Lina will be the leader of the White Army.
A következő feladatban át kell jutnod a szemközti
In
oldalra.
the
Úgy,
next task, you will need to cross the board to the other side. Please hold your beanbag with the ring and the finger and the thumb of your left hand and place it on top of your head.
jobb kezeddel megérinted
With
a
your
bal
right hand,
térdedet, bal
touch
kezeddel
your
a
left
jobb
knee,
térdedet.
and then
Vissza,
with your
mezőfutás,
left hand and right, touch your right knee. Here we go.
Nagyon szépen oldottátok meg a feladatot.
Well done, everyone. Now in the next task, we will move on the net of the board. So with the little finger and the thumb of your left hand, please place your beanbag into your right palm. And now you need to cross the board while placing your beanbag from your left hand to the right and back. And then please hop on both legs when you are going backwards.
Nagyon ügyesek vagytok.
Well done. And in the next task, please, you will no longer need the bean bags, so you just lose them.
Most a mező csúcsain fogunk közlekedni.
Now we will be moving on the edge, on the crossings of the squares, and you will be hopping on your left leg when you are crossing it towards me, and then you will need to hop back on your right leg.
Gyönyörűen oldottátok meg a feladatot, nagyon ügyesek
vagytok. Well done,
köszönöm.
Everyone, thank you. And now, in the next task, you will need to cross the board as a piece, moving from square to square. We will be expanding the board. Angyalka, you will be using 5, 1, 3, and 5, and Lina 6, 7, and 8 files. And you will be the piece that I'm saying. So first move as the queen when you're coming towards me, and then move backwards as the knight does.
Nagyon szépen köszönöm. Most arra kérem Kincsőt és Danit.
Thank you. Now I would like to ask Kincső and Danit to extend the board with 3 black and 3 white pawns. The others, please pick up your balls.
A következő feladatnál
for the next task, you will be asked to slalom across the pieces, and then when you reach the board, you will need to hop in sidestep and raise the ball and then lower the ball again. So slalom, and then when you're going back, you will be asked to run.
nagyon ügyesek vagytok, köszönöm.
Well done, thank you. And in the next task, you will be first slaloming, and then the Black Army will stand at the white corner and the White Army at the black corner. Use the diagonals, moving from square to square, cross the board to the other corner while throwing up the ball and then catching it again. So begin with the slalom. And then backwards, when you go back, please hop on both of your feet.
Köszönöm szépen, szép volt a feladat megoldás. Tegyétek
Thank
le a
you.
labdát.
Well done. Please put down the balls now.
A foglalkozás végéhez értünk, és
So this
hoztam nektek egy
brings us to the close of the lesson, and we are going to play a game. It's called Fire, Earth, Water, Cloud. So please stand in line around the board, the chessboard. When I say fire, you can only use the black squares as if embers were burning your feet. If I say water, please raise your hands and walk on step toes on white squares. When I say cloud, you should hold out your arm as if it was a sail blown by the wind, and then when I say earth, then please squat and walk like that. Water, fire, water,
felhő,
cloud,
föld,
earth,
tűz,
fire.
saktábla sorakozó.
Okay, please stand beside the board.
Köszönöm szépen a munkátokat.
Thank you very much for your work.
Aki ezen a foglalkozáson jól érezte
You've been
magát,
doing well. If you enjoyed this lesson, please pick up a piece and place it on its square and stand behind it.
Köszönjük szépen a figyelmet. Egészséget.
Thank you for your attention. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük. Nagyon szuperek voltatok.
Thank you very much for this wonderful demonstration. Let's give them another round of applause because they deserve it. And now we are going to listen to a very exciting part of the program. And we will hand out the awards of the reference institutions. I would like to thank Attila Udvarhelyi, who is president of the board of trustees of the Judit Polgar Chess Foundation. Please welcome him on stage.
Bocsánat, elnézést.
Nem azt, amit nézünk, hanem a látásunkat kell megváltoztatni.
We need to change the way we view something rather than the thing that we are looking at. I believe that the Polgar Judit's method confirms the truth of Martin Luther's quote, and Polgar Judit, with her creativity, demonstrates that chess is not only a sport, it's more than that. It can be used very well in education, and the Polgar Judit method was developed over many years, and its structure and its tools are unique both in Hungary and globally. Because such a complex skills development method, which includes the chess playground, chess palace, movement development, and the structure itself, and training and further education for the teachers as well, and it's measurable, and its toolkit, they all elevates above all other skills development programs. Through the staff and experts of the Polgar Judit Foundation, the methodology is continuously being developed, and we are recommending and offering it to any school. I think that it can work miracles in schools through the playground, the palace, and the PE program. The greatest positive feedback for us is to see more and more schools and kindergartens using and learning this method, so that thousands of children can partake in this miracle. And it gives us great pleasure when we see that there are institutions that use this method in a very motivated and committed way. And we developed a rating system, which is our way of thanking these institutions for their works. And we developed an award, and we take this opportunity of the Global Chess Festival, and we would like to hand out this award to our most successful institutions and thank them for their work. And wishing them all the success for the future.
Thank you very much for the opening remarks, and now the presentation of the prizes. First, Chess Playground Reference Kindergarten Award is given to the Movies Street Kindergarten. Agnes Sebestyén-Cselovszky, director, is going to receive the award. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Now I would like to congratulate Happy Kids International Kindergarten and Nursery Director Petra Kimsku, who unfortunately cannot be here with us today, but they have been awarded the Chess Playground Reference Kindergarten title. Congratulations. And I would like to ask the winner of Chess PE Reference Schools representative, András Juhászné Dafko. Andrea. Congratulations. Congratulations to the primary school in Gyöngyös. Well, everybody is doing great in receiving the prizes. So congratulations once again. And the Czech Palace Reference School Award has also been awarded to Körösi Sándor Primary School in Dunakeszi. Zoltáné Kárpáti, please join us on stage, the director of the school. My colleagues are here with us, and they are the people who have worked very hard for us to achieve this award. And I would like to thank them especially, as well as the parents who opt for our school and for this method. Thank you very much. Thank you, Attila Udvarhelyi, for presenting the prizes. I would also like to congratulate the award winners. If you have any questions regarding Judit Polgar's method, you can join the ladies to my right, who will answer your questions. The ladies who have presented the method to us are available to answer your questions in the hall to my right. Well, I really enjoy having such a huge audience, so I would like to tell you what programs we still have today. Well, after the presentation of the Judit Polgar method, the next program here on this stage will be a conversation with very important Hungarian athletes, Rita Kőbán, for instance. I would like to invite you to listen and watch our very special guests talking about a very special topic. Then, creativity and innovation talks will be in English here on the stage. Our presenters our invited guests will be very special guests. And you can follow the conversations live here or online. Then another prize ceremony, and from 2:15, chess in education, a conference in English. If you walk up the steps, you reach the Morgan Stanley Cafe, and Morgan Stanley is our supporter. It is thanks to their sponsorship that we could organize this event. So if you walk up the stairs and reach the Morgan Stanley Cafe, you can meet Judit Polgar in person. At 2:30, you can meet Judit again opposite the stage in the cafe, and there will be guided tours at 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. and also at noon. So you also have time to join the guided tour at noon. The first and the third will be about colors for children and families, and the guided tour at 2 p.m. will be for adults. They all last half an hour, 30 minutes. And what's going to happen on the second floor? On the second floor, from 10 to 12:30, chess and mathematics, games, and from 2:30, chess PE and arts and crafts programs will be presented. Morgan Stanley Play and Encode Decode program will also start in the afternoon. And on channel 2, which is important for people who are following us online, from 10 to 5, there will be an interactive chess channel on channel 2. So there's a great variety of different programs to choose from, and here on stage, in a few minutes, we will be joined by very famous athletes. And we will have some musical performances as well. So we'll continue in a few minutes.
here, so let's see what awaits us in the next 20 minutes.
What did the Romans give us is the subtitle of our program at the Global Chess Festival. So we will turn back time and go back into the past in terms of innovation. So we will talk from Kevlar through wireless technologies, through wood and plastic to fiberglass. We'll talk about technologies, creative minds, innovation, chess, fencing, and kayaking. So we will talk to Tímea Nagy, Olympic champion in fencing, and Rita Kőbán, Olympic champion in kayaking, as well as Judit Polgar, 5 times world champion in chess. Please, I'm asking our guests to join us on stage, and I'm asking the audience to welcome them with a round of applause. It's a wonderful experience to see all of you together. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Our topic covers a very wide range, but we do not have a lot of time, so let us concentrate on the most important. Innovation. Innovation is a very wide concept. We cannot avoid it. It has basically been the foundation of our lives in the past few years, but innovation in your field, in your sport, what does innovation mean? What are the most important innovative processes in the sport that you're doing? Welcome, everybody. Kayaking, canoeing. My name is Rita Kőbán, and I was an Olympic champion in the past century, but innovation already existed then. Well, what really helped us in kayaking was the appearance of a device called ergometer. It was a great innovation and had a very huge effect on our technique. Well, honestly, I don't feel safe in the new boats because they are so narrow, so unstable, that if it took me 2 years to learn how to maneuver them, for current athletes, it takes 4 years to learn how to use these boats. So hats off to them. I used to use a wooden boat and then a NASA developed boat, which was created by NASA computers. It had a revolutionary form, which is still used as the basis for current boats, but they were much wider than the current canoes. So we call them flower pots, basically canoes, but kayaks are a little bit better. But in my time, we used to row wooden boats, but then now what athletes are using are completely different from what I was used to. Now let's talk about other devices like the oars that we are using. They have been developed a great deal as well, and different meters have been attached to the oars to measure our physiology and to measure whatever we are doing with the oar. Well, Hungarian trainers are a little bit old style, so the new generation will, I guess, be the people who are going to really use these innovative meters and the new types of ores. I've been a trainer for 8 years only, but I'm too old, basically. I'm too old to use these new and very, very innovative kayaks and canoes. Well, training systems have changed a great deal. So the new Olympic champions had physical tests before basically every training session. They had their blood tested and lactate levels tested, everything tested. And our sport has become very scientific, quite surprisingly. So it is necessary to take into account all these aspects, but basically, if at the bottom of all this is the human, is the person. So we have to decide, of course, what to eat, but you have also take into account the physiology of the person.
Timmy, fencing. Yes, innovation is very useful indeed, and it's very good, but the heart still matters 10 or 20 years ago or now, or what it will be in 20 years time, because without the heart nothing works. It's obviously the weapons, the blades, and the clothing changes, but without hard work innovation won't help. So your attitude, humility, those are matters. Well, no matter what technologies NASA develops, the attitude is not something that can be substituted. And if there is one or more innovation that I asked you about your own sport, what would you highlight? Well, for us, honing your reflexes and your attention is what matters. So I was poking originally a tennis ball, but now they are poking at a machine where different colored lights will light up and then disappear again. So the youngsters now are not as fast when poking at the tennis ball as I used to be. And then the other is security, because now there is this fiberglass materials that are used to avoid damage, and also the blades are not breakable, but well, sometimes they still break. So Judith, what would you highlight from chess? Well, maybe there are three things. When suspended games were abolished, so because formerly we used to play for 5 hours and then stopped for 1 hour to analyze the situation, and then we continued. But then at the beginning of the 2000s, there was a fixed time. You have 10 minutes or 30 minutes or 60 minutes for the whole game, and then you can use it as you wish. But then very often players just lost their time and they had to forfeit. But then there is the Fisher clock that gives you bonus time. So whenever you take a move, you will get some extra seconds, so that you can avoid the pressure, the time pressure. And then the greatest change was when the analyst programs and artificial intelligence came into the picture. For me, it was very difficult to accept the recommendations of an analysis program, because it was like saying that I am smarter than you are. And it was not a good feeling, but it was difficult for me. But now the analysis programs are helping players, because in a way that the best players are using them all the time, and they will give directions to the artificial intelligence, to the analysis program. I have many questions that I would like to ask you, but can you define why innovation is taking
vagy itt
place.
igazából minden innováció egy
For
teljesen
all the
egyéni cél volt. Tehát
innovation
például az egyik, hogy
is for
gyorsabb
a
legyen a
unique
kajak.
objective. For
A
instance,
másik, hogy
to make
pontosabb
the
legyen a
kayak
funkció.
faster,
Tehát lehet ezt
or to make
összegezni? Ti
the
megláttátok
blade
a saját
more accurate.
sportágaitokon belül,
So
hogy
can you
ezek az innovációk
summarize
mit szolgáltak?
what the innovation serves in your
Igazából
own
azért,
sport?
mert most már századok,
Well,
tizedek és
it's
centik döntenek.
it's tens of seconds or hundreds of seconds is what matters. So you need to look for what else you can add beyond the human component. And this is not something that I realize, but maybe a machine will realize or will find or will detect something that I cannot. And there was a very interesting survey. In order for someone to become an Olympic gold medalist, 200 meters freestyle swimming, they need to be faster by 300ths. So a swimmer must learn how to be faster by 300ths of a second than the others. So in every 50 meters you need to find 300ths of a second. And this is something that cannot be measured by the swimmer, him or herself. But this is what will decide a 200-meter competition. And that's how you win a gold medal at the Olympics, which is roughly 5 centimeters difference. And also for kayaking, the starting machines, and how you start the race, or how you launch your kayak. And there are no such reserves in the old training methods. So the tens and the hundredths can only be measured by machines. Even the human eye is not good enough to see that. So I tend to say that many people can kayak very quickly in the world, and there are Spanish, and there are Australian and South African Olympic champions. It used to be dominated by the Hungarians, but now not any longer, because many other nations realize that it's a good sport, and a lot of innovation goes into that. So, for instance, in the winter, we need to travel to a warmer climate. In other countries, it's easier. So what we do is, obviously in the World Championships, both the juniors and the adults are doing really well, but all trainers are using technology as well. Yes, so let's have a look at the poking at the tennis ball example, because you told me that the youngsters are not as fast as you used to be. Yes, when I was training with the tennis ball, the objective was to decide to know where exactly my blade ends and where I poke the tennis ball, and from whichever angle. And at the time it was different, because not everything was so interconnected, and it wasn't like the trainers are focusing on the unique features of each athlete. It was more of a gut feeling. But now innovation is linked. And some people can use a certain part of innovation, and others can use other parts. For instance, for swimmers, milliseconds cannot really be measured by anyone but machines. But as a fencer, I don't really believe in that so much. So as I said at the beginning, I think the heart is what matters most. That's what I want to believe too. And yes, so the human factor, humanity, cannot be removed from the formula. And in chess, what was the reason for innovation in chess? For the spectators to give a better experience, or for making easier, more difficult. Well, when it comes to time control, the rule makers thought that better games will be played because people will not be pressed for time at the end of the game. or in the end game. So this served giving some additional time to the players. Because then they, as I mentioned, there's a couple of seconds will be added after each move. Now the help of computers, well, the motivation of the developers was to help chess players prepare better, more accurately, and more and deeply. But all new technologies, all new developments have their upsides, but also the downsides. And first you don't believe it, and then you tend to like it too much, and you overuse it, and then it takes some time, or it takes a learning curve to learn or to realize to what extent you want to use it, or to what extent you don't want to use it. Then that applies to everything else, whether it's email or surfing on the internet. And that was one of the toughest things when it comes to technology, to strike a balance. Yes, it's very interesting, as you are saying this, that I've never heard from any older athletes that, well, this is all great, I'm really enjoying it, let's do this, let's embrace technology. In my experience, whenever I talk to no longer active athletes, is that they prefer the old ways. Is that because it was more puritanistic or more humane or simpler, or it was their own, or because it's no longer, they don't feel it that it's their own, or people don't, that many people dislike change as a whole. Well, I do like change because that's where the future lies, really, how to find those centimeters or those millimeters. So I would use it no matter what, but prices do matter as well, or the price matters as well. But it is you who sits in the kayak, it is you who is rowing, and who is pulling the oar, and as what you're saying is this, that we shouldn't we shouldn't pour out the kid with the the baby with the bathwater. So I think it's the trainers are still following their eyes or their instinct, but in kayak, technology can be used to a large extent, but not by all. So yes, you are right that it is always the humans and the person around whom technology should be built. Yes, and yes, so the human element is always the most important. But I understand that there is something that is called a 3D museum. So please tell us about the 3D museum. Well, it's not only a 3D museum, it's there is an association of immortal Hungarian athletes, and we all three of us are members of that. And during the COVID, our mission was halted to some extent. Our mission is to promote sports among children and to give them some guidance based on our own example. And we've been talking a lot with Judit. I remember that at a meeting of the Presidium, she explained to us what she thought about this. That was still an online meeting, and she suggested that we should reach out to the young people online, and then we came up with the idea of a 3D virtual museum of top athletes, and this is what we've been working on for some time. We do have some sponsors, some supporters, 20+1 members will be presented, and also some posthumous members, and the building is already there. The first floor is available. It can be accessed already, and I believe that we can show ourselves to the whole world, and the immortal athletes, all of the immortal athletes are no longer active, beginning from Keleti Ági. And I'm really proud of this team, and I think that this is a very good cause. Yes, I'm absolutely certain of that. So does any of you wish to add something to this? Yes, I think that coming back to what we said earlier, that we need to strike a balance between using and not using technology. But I think technology will create the possibilities for promoting things both in Hungary and abroad that may be of interest to others as well. I think this is a wonderful initiative and there's a lot of value behind it. So thank you on all of our behalf. So since the 3D museum will be presented here on this the stage and on the screen, Kőben Rita Nagyfiú and Polgar Judit, thank you for joining us today, and Judit will be back later on, and thank you for this conversation. So let's now start the video.
Kérhetek-e még egy tapsot? A kedves sportoló hölgyeknek, akik itt voltak velünk a színpadon, köszönjük szépen még egyszer. Nagyon értékes perceket tölthettünk együtt. Judit Kereszt nevű látogatónk elhagyta a védettségi igazolványát, és gyanítom, hogy a következő hetekben, hónapokban igen nagy szüksége lesz rá. Úgyhogy ha esetleg Judit felismerné a nevét, vagy észrevette, hogy elvesztette, akkor itt a színpad mögött vissza tudjuk neki adni. És akkor, kedves vendégeink, eljött a mai sakkfesztiválnak az a pillanata, amikor átváltunk angolra, és a következő csodálatos művésznőt már angolul fogjuk szólítani a színpadra. Huga is an artist from Chile. She has a deep passion for chess. For the past 3 years, she's been creating outstanding chess-themed songs and music videos. Her first release, O Capablanca, considered by many as the best chess song ever written. She performed live at major events and venues as well as previous editions of this festival. Her latest project, Chess Divas, is a musical tribute to female chess legends and aims to bring visibility to these champions from all over the world. This first song, Ha én rózsa volnék, is a tribute to the Polgar sisters, and it's being released exclusively for the Global Chess Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Huga.
Hello. Ha én rózsa volnék. Ha én rózsa volnék, nem csak egyszer nyílnék, minden évben egyszer virágba borulnék, nyílnék a fiúnak, nyílnék én a lánynak, az igaz szerelemnek és az elmúlásnak. Ha én kapu volnék, mindig nyitva állnék, akárhonnan jönne, bárkit beengednék. És ha engem egyszer lánckerek taposna, alattam a föld és sírva beomolna. ott lennék, hogy az egész világ láthatóvá váljék. Megértő szemekkel átnéznének rajtam, alattam a föld és mindent megmutatom. Ha én utca volnék, mindig tiszta lennék, minden áldott este fényben megfürödnék, és ha engem egyszer lánckerek taposna, alattam a föld és sírva beomolna. Ha én játék volnék, halhatatlan volnék, kereke világon, esélyeket adnék, esélyek adnék nőnek, anyjának, fiúnak, bárhonnan is jött el, összehoz a ság.
Köszönöm szépen. Thank you very much. Humbly, I don't speak Hungarian, but I really love the message that this song transmits, and I adapted it to chess to share it with you as a tribute to the Polgar sisters. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Uga. It was lovely, and your Hungarian is almost perfect in the song. Thank you very much. It was really, really nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few, like 10 seconds, we will start with the creativity and innovation talks. Perfect. Okay, so once again, I am so happy to welcome the chess grandmaster and the main person of the event, Judit Polgar. Big applause for her. I can imagine when you were planning this really big event, it probably took some time to define the main focus or focuses. How did the innovation and creativity come to your mind?
I think the reason is because it was very much in my chess life. And I see also that whatever I do, whether I organize a global chess festival or I do other activities, I always use my creativity. And I like innovative things. I'm always looking for them. It makes me happy, and I also believe that simply it's a lifestyle for me.
I can absolutely see that. How much emphasis does creativity have in chess? How important is creativity in chess?
Actually, it's interesting because when I was a little kid, I was very creative, and for example, I was creating my own chess studies or chess puzzles. And also in my chess, it was very much when I just wanted to create original moves which nobody played before, in situations when making moves when it was completely unexpected, those kind of ideas. And so in chess, this is creativity, but also a lot of other things. But when the computers came into the chess life and for chess professionals, it made it much more difficult. So this is why I was very much opposing to computers, because it limited my creativity. So I had to find other channels in chess and later in other things to live my creativity.
And let's see the other part of today, the innovation. How important is it to be innovative while playing chess?
Well, absolutely, especially because there are a lot of data and there are more and more data. It means not only in chess, but in everything else, we have to be innovative how to use those data, how to make statistics, how to make yourself use of all those elements. And I think in some ways it's also much more difficult to be innovative in a sense, because you have to be very focused which direction you go, and to filter all the information, and then with all those information to make yourself understand as much as possible, and then with a fresh mind to make innovative things.
I just so much enjoy hearing you talk about all these things. We've talked a few minutes earlier, but in Hungarian, with your lovely sports women colleagues about how innovation is or changed chess. How could you summarize that? What kind of innovation does chess have?
Well, actually, chess had a lot of innovations, starting out from adjourned games back in the 90s, I think, which means that we were playing games which stopped at some point, and an hour later we were continuing that. But those were completely demolished. It doesn't have it anymore, and it's obviously you cannot have it, because if you have a computer help in the break, then it would just lead the game completely different direction, and it wouldn't be fair. And then later on, another big change was the time control. When before we had the analog chess clocks, you had a certain amount of time for the whole game, which meant that sometimes for the people who couldn't make good time management, they were in time trouble. So because of this, they invented the Fischer chess clock, which is giving additional time after every move you make on the board. And of course, the biggest change and the biggest revolution which caused in chess is the analyzing engines and artificial intelligence, AlphaZero, which is very interesting that it gives such an interesting ideas and strategies that even the world champion is looking those games, and he's implementing the ideas of the artificial intelligence himself.
I have to ask this because I'm really curious. So how does this change affect the players? I guess for some it's easier, but for some it's harder, right?
I believe that many of the older generation players, they fell out because they were not able to adjust their mindset to the engines, to the everyday new concepts. It's just very difficult. So this is why in chess it's becoming a younger and younger sport. Because in one hand, as a chess player, you can play chess when you're 50 or 60 or 70, right?
Sure.
It's not a matter of age, it's not a physical sport.
Sure.
At the same time, you have to have your mindset very much open to all the technological ideas and helps, and those are sometimes difficult for the older generations.
Well, I can imagine. Your method and everything you do is full of creativity, and you already said that it is a big part of your life. Why is it important to you?
I think that's how I grew up. My father was always very creative and innovative, and he always wanted to go on his own route with his own ideas, and he had this belief, this perseverance, and I think that infected me somehow in my life, and I just like it. It gives me joy when I discover something, and to go into the details and to refine it, and all the smallest new discovery. It just makes me happy.
Okay, last question. You have 2 teenage sons. How creative are they? How creative is their generation? What do you see?
I think they can be very creative, but I think what is most important to be resilient for this generation, because you just have to be ready all the time for the unexpected.
Sure.
And so that's how your mindset has to be.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for this short but very fruitful conversation. See you back in the stage a little bit later, but until then, enjoy everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge applause, Judit Polgar. Thank you so much for helping me open the creativity and innovation talks that is coming up right now. We have a lot of really great presenters coming here on stage. We have videos, very colorful program for you. Our first presenter is a chess, creativity and digital mindset author and researcher. He was a creative director in several international advertising agencies. In the last years, among his interests, he researches the influence of computers and chess thinking and patterns. How exciting. His presentation is going to be named The Creative Code. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like a huge applause for Noah Manella.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Noah Manella, and as she mentioned, I used to be a creative director in a lot of creative advertising agencies, and I saw that creative people, they think that they possess a kind of divine spark, that God touched them. But I noticed that actually they operate quite a few patterns and techniques of creativity. About this, all these conclusions appear in my book, The Creative Code, that you see the image cover here of the book. So I want to divide my talk to a few chapters, and every chapter I call it a playground because I think creativity is a game, is an amusement park. And the first part is going on with our association. Association has a tight connection with creativity. And to understand this association, let's see this picture. What common people sees in this picture? They see Queen Elizabeth and they see the churchman beside her. But what we see in this picture, we see Queen on D8 and a bishop on G7. So our association is completely different. And we can play, we can manipulate this association for creative sake. Let's see how we can play with our association. Steve Jobs said, everything has started with a little mouse. Everybody understands what mouse is talking about, right? But I have a surprise for you. This sentence wasn't told by Steve Jobs. He was told by Walt Disney. And now it's completely different mouse in your head, in your brain, right? So we can play with this thing. Of course, now the mouse is Mickey Mouse, right? So let's see how can we manipulate such association in a, I would say, in a creative way. This is snails. Let's see the videos of these snails, and we will talk about it. Let's see the video. All we see here, it's two snails come to each other. It looks like a National Geographic movie about snails, about crocodile, about snakes, right? We saw thousands like this. But the artist, Nadav Bagim, he took this snail, and what he did, he just put music to this snail. And suddenly, we are not in a National Geographic, we are in Netflix, in quite in a sensual movie. Let's see it. A story of love. Oh, sorry, let's take it. Let's see this video. With sound, please. So it's very easy to play with our association. Kirby Ferguson is a filmmaker and remixer. That's how he defines himself. He has a very interesting TED Talk about creativity. And he said, in creativity, there is nothing under the sun. Always, all the thing has been there for many years. Even the greatest artists, like Bob Dylan, they don't invent almost anything. Everything is something that you saw already, you copy it, and then you make a manipulation on it, like you make a transformation, and then you combine it in such a new environment, and then you get a new thing. And this is the issue. One is the thing that I would say characterize our era is the memes culture. And the memes working exactly like this. Let's see this guy. Bernie Sanders in Joe Biden's ceremony. He sits alone. Everybody see him like this. And the people on the social networks become starting to create memes after memes. So what they do, they copy Bernie Sanders, and then they make a transformation. They take the chair out, and they combine it in a new environment. Let's see a spa or a beam. And then you find Bernie Sanders here. And Bernie Sanders, he didn't know, but he also participated in the Pentagon riots, like this. And how it's connected to chess, Bernie Sanders loves chess. So who he will play with? The Queen's Gambit. So it's going to chess, it's going inside chess, without chess. We see how it works, the creativity world, and how everybody can operate these patterns. You don't need a divine spark that leads you. We live in a visual world. TikTok, Instagram, the text is decreasing. So let's understand how we can attract people to our work by the shape, by the visual. This technique I call shape the shape. And shape the shape, the idea is replacing one object with another one based on their common shape. Okay? Let's see the work of John Steiner. She has a great book that's called Look Alike. And let's see this home. This home, nothing is what you see. Let's go to the window. I think that I see window, right? No. What we see is tea bags. Let's go to the entrance. Is it entrance? No, it's pretzels. Let's go to the fence. Is it fence? No, they are candles. So let's go to the wall. In the wall we can find Jewish matzah. And even in the side, there is a nice bishop stand there. So nothing like as we think in the immediate when we see it. This is a very common creative technique in advertising. Why? Because it attracts attention. Let's see an advertising by Ariston. They have a laundry machine, and they call this laundry machine Aqualtis, ocean. So now the creative man sees it and said, okay, this is ocean, so I can turn the clothes into sea creatures. Look this beautiful ad. Let's see this video. With the volume.
Qualtis, deeply different.
So people are attracted to this stuff. And how simple to do it, this guy in TikTok, he just learned us how to operate this technique in TikTok. In 10 seconds, you understand everything. What we see a guy that fly and drink champagne in an airplane, right? Let's see where is he. Let's see this video. How simple is it? Everybody can do it, only you think like this. If you think like this, you can operate it. And it's very easy to adapt it. My second playground is called subtraction. Subtraction is a challenge for our brain, for our organized brain, that like to catch the world, to perceive the world in an organized fashion. like the Gestalt. And what we can do to shake this organized brain is play with the components. And one of the great, I think, most beautiful technique is to take some component out. And when you have emptiness, the brain is going to this emptiness and try to understand what's going on. Because the human brain differs the world around us, as I said, in an organized fashion. So we are disassembling this world. And when we are disassembling, sometimes the message, the idea penetrates deeper into our subconscious. In this advertising, they want to convince us to fasten seatbelt in the car. So let's see what they subtracted. They made a very simple choice. They subtracted the car. And why they did it? Because we don't want to see crashing people and blood. We're afraid. So they decided to subtract the car. When we take something out, new possibilities, new perspective are opened up. Now imagine that we subtract one of our senses, the sense of sight. What we can do when we are blind. So Tommy Edison is a social network sensation. He's a blind man, but he's a blind film critic. He sees movies in his brain only by sound, and he gives us a critics, and he pointed out things that we never thinking about. It's imagine, just go to YouTube and follow this imagined guy, Tommy Edison. And it works exactly in chess. This, let's say, subtraction is a very strong motive in chess studies. Let's see this works of Kozlowski from 1931. White want to win this position, but if he will play G7 right now, the rook will go from F8 to C8, and there is a draw position. White is stuck. But White has an idea to subtract one of his pieces. So he gives a check in G7, on G7. The king takes the bishop. He goes to H7. The king returns. And now we have exactly the same position, but without the bishop. So we have new opportunities, new possibilities. We go with the pawn to G7. The rook must escape. And now the H8 is a free square, and we can win easily. So all you have to do is to think in such a way. The last playground is to remix the natural order. When something is done many times, it becomes a pattern. And when we have a pattern, we have opportunity. Always, when we have a pattern, when we have a fixation, there is opportunity for creative. Even for AI. Ask AlphaZero if you don't believe me. This is exactly, AlphaZero plays with no patterns, and he plays so creative. But Google has another, a kind of AlphaZero, but not in chess, in script. Let's talk about this. There is a series, a very famous series of movies that called Stargate. And the actors of Stargate will reunite in the 6th of November, next month, to a new episode, but the plot, the twist in the plot, is that this episode wasn't written by a script writer. It was written by, let's say, AlphaZero of the movies. And it's amazing, this thing. And the script will be written by Google AI that fitted with all the patterns of the aforementioned writers that wrote all this film. He identified their patterns, the AI, and he said, I can do it. So it will be very interesting to see his idea, 6th of November. And my last, I will jump on this, and I want to finish with chess, how you can remix the natural order with this beautiful example of Vishy Anand in this position. And in this position, he asked himself, what I can do with the bishop. I want to connect my rooks, where to locate this bishop. And this bishop looks very strong on the C1, H6 diagonal. But Vishy played the shocking bishop to A3. And he said, look how I behave like the AI, like AlphaZero. He said, I was looking for a good place for my bishop. I couldn't find one, so I park him, meanwhile, in A3. And this is amazing thinking. By the way, if you put this position now to Stockfish, he doesn't like the bishop A3. But I like the way Vishy Anand thought about it. This is the big issue. If you want to see Adams, Michael Adams, lost this game after only, I think, 12 moves, and you can see the main hero of the battle is the bishop that back to business after A3, C1, G5, F6. So he only parked temporarily on A3. Beautiful mechanism, human mechanism of computer, of engines by Vishy Anand. So to conclude my talk, creativity, contrary to common belief, doesn't happen outside the box. Surprisingly, it's inside the box, but it's a different box. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed.
Noam Manella, ladies and gentlemen, one more big applause. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you so much. And now back to the wonderful music. You've probably heard this tango before in films like Scent of a Woman by Al Pacino or True Lies by Arnold Schwarzenegger. Huga has adapted Por una cabeza to narrate a game between Judit Polgar and Gary Gasparov at Dos Hermanos, Spain, 1996. Big applause for the lovely artist.
Por una cabeza.
Por una cabeza de un noble potrillo que justo en la octava ganará el final. Qué partida cruel parece decir, olvidaste hermana cómo se debe empatar. Una siciliana, Nagdorf-Scheveningen, contra esa risueña y feroz mujer que al jugar sonriendo al ataque va diciendo, si es que aflojas Garry, hoy vas a perder. sacrifica. ¿Qué importa perder 1001 partidas? ¿Para qué jugar? ¿Cuántos desengaños por ese potrillo? Ya juro 1000 veces, no vuelvo a insistir. Pero si se da, volver a atacar. Su corcel de fuego otra vez quiere entregar. Arrancó la timba, morfa telequino. Un final reñido, tablazo perder. Pero si no acierta la maniobra defensiva, Garry se la juega, ¿qué le vamos a hacer? Por una cabeza, todas las locuras. Por una cabeza, única jugada, calma la amargura. Colgaban las piezas, si ella sacrifica. ¿Qué importa perder 1001 partidas? ¿Para qué jugar?
Muchas gracias. Laszlo Lakatos, el piano. From Argentina.
Thank you so very much, Hugo. Once again, a wonderful production, and we will be happy to welcome you back. Our next presenter is a software engineering manager, technology evangelist, and chess enthusiast. Ashwin is a software engineering manager in the high-tech industry, leading a large team of engineers to deliver mission-critical enterprise software. He is from Bangalore, India, and is an avid chess enthusiast. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge applause for Ashwin Subramanian.
Thank you. I'm very excited and honored to be here all the way from India for the Global Chess Festival to talk about one of my favorite topics, biofeedback in chess. In 1990, my father actually gave me a very special gift, one of the best that I ever received in my life, a personal computer. In the same year, the Kasparov-Karpov match actually drew me closer and deeper into the game of chess. And this personal computer quickly became my favorite sparring partner. And as you can see, this pretty much influenced the rest of my life and career. I'm a software engineering manager by profession. I've been in love with chess and technology for over 30 years now. And my best chess accomplishment is winning the 2018 ACO World Amateur Chess Championship. My objective with this talk is to share learnings and inspire action around biofeedback in chess. I'll start with talking about what biofeedback is and why. And then we'll move on to my experiments and learnings with eye tracking, tracking heart rate and calories, and then finally I'll close with heart rate variability. Let's begin by talking about what biofeedback is and why is it relevant in the context of chess. Before I define biofeedback, I'd like to remind you that you can only improve what you measure. And what biofeedback helps you do is essentially use sensors to measure bodily functions that you intend to improve. It could be something as simple as your heart rate, temperature, calories, and so on. So I wondered if biofeedback could actually be used to help make chess more interesting for its audience and also help players improve with the additional information that you can get out of biofeedback. So I spoke to a series of top players, and here is what they had to say. If you look at Vishy Anand, he said it's very interesting and you have to keep innovating to actually get your audience interested in the game or keep your audience interested in the game. Anish was particularly excited about eye tracking. Wesley So is one of the top players who's won a Fitbit watch on many occasions, including the Chess 960 World Chess Championship. And he thought it would be very interesting for the audience to see how the chess player's heart rate is affected during the game. Levon, on the other hand, he was not very keen about these measurements at all. But he was very open to the idea of everybody did it and people enjoyed it. But he did say one interesting thing. He said that he would love to use this type of information for improvement purposes. Hikaru had a very interesting perspective. He said chess is a game where, it's not just about the moves, and it's very important to get the audience to understand that it's about the stress you put on your opponent. And now with biofeedback, you can actually see that stress visibly. Magnus thought the audience would probably enjoy how the chess player's heart rate is increasing, maybe when they play against him, and whatever else can be measured. He was very open to measuring that. And finally, the way Ilya puts it is very interesting. Chess matches can be really dramatic, and biofeedback information can really help the audience get deeper into the game. And it's not enough to know what the best move is anymore, like what the engines can see. It's very important for you to understand what the grandmaster is thinking or maybe even feeling. So I decided that, my hypothesis is basically that biofeedback can help demystify chess, both for the audience as well as the player. And I decided to do a series of experiments using sensors for eye tracking, heart rate and calories using a watch, and then also measure my heart rate variability using an ear clip. Let's begin with eye tracking. Okay. So in 2011, there was a very interesting experiment that was actually done on Ronaldo. Both Ronaldo and a defender were made to wear eye trackers and play with each other for about 20 minutes. What they observed after that was absolutely fascinating. They saw that while the defender was looking at the ball for 99% of the time, Ronaldo was equally looking at the ball, the defender, as well as the area surrounding him. Professional players look and seek information in very different ways. Eye tracking has been tried at top-level chess before in the Pro Chess League in 2019, and the audience and the commentators absolutely loved calling upon the eye tracking information on demand for additional insight. So the Tobii eye tracker that they used is a very simple device which basically clips onto any monitor or laptop screen, and you have an eye tracker that's available to you. And it lets the audience see what you are seeing as the streamer or the player. This is extensively used by streamers both in YouTube and in Twitch to show their audience what they are seeing when they are gaming. And they can show it in various different forms, like the bubble, the solid blob, a heat map, or even a spotlight. So I decided to play a series of games with eye tracking myself. And this is a position where, my opponent's queen on c8 is actually looking at the pawn on h3, and I completely missed that. The red marker that you see over there is basically where my eyes are looking at. And when I play the video, and when I realized that I had missed queen takes h3, just look at my expression. So the first part of the video is a bit faster than it really is, in the interest of time. So carefully observe now what happens when I realize that the queen can take h3. This is another position where I was completely winning, with 2 pawns up, but my opponent makes a very sneaky move. He plays b4, essentially shutting out my king. I knew that there was always rook f1 check, but I didn't see bishop c1 resulting in checkmate. Again, if you see my eyes never moved past a certain place in the game. Let me play that again. Yeah. So I completely missed bishop c1 check over here. So as you can see, Ding will never know while where Hikaru is looking, but with eye tracking information, you will. So with eye tracking, the audience can see where the players are seeing during the game. And as a player, you can actually see what you did not see after the game. Let's move on to tracking heart rate and calories. If you do a simple Google search for chess, heart rate and calories, you'll find a ton of articles, which clearly talk about why chess is such an intense sport. So I was very curious, how would chess actually affect my heart rate and my calories? So I decided to use a simple Apple Watch app that could actually beam my heart rate and calories onto my PC, and I could also get a lot of raw data that I could use to analyze. So I decided that I won't try this only with chess, but I'll also try this with a lot of other activities that are part of my day-to-day life. And, the results were very interesting. But before I show you the results, I want to also mention that my baseline resting heart rate is about 65. So I started, with measuring one of my most regular activities at work, official working meetings. If you see, my heart rate peaked at about 95, and I was burning about 236 calories an hour. When I did moderate yoga, my heart rate went up further, my calorie burn was very similar. You know, my wife is a brilliant cook and my daughter has a very sharp taste, and I'm good at neither. So cooking is a cognitively demanding, high-pressure activity for me, and as you can see, I burnt even more calories than doing moderate yoga. When I present to a large audience, you know, my heart rate, it was very interesting to see my heart rate go up all the way to 120, and I burnt about 262 calories, and you know, my heart rate is about 115 right now. And when I did intense yoga, it actually pushed both my heart rate and calories even further. And finally, when I worked on something with intense focus and cognitive load, you know, you can see my calorie burn was higher than even intense yoga. And when I walked on a treadmill, my heart rate peaked at 147, and my calories peaked at about 462. When I played casual unrated chess, my heart rate was somewhere between 75 to 112. My calorie burn was between 250 to 350. But things went completely out of control when I played competitively. So this was one of the events where I actually finished second, but my heart rate peaked at 149, and I was burning more than 500 calories an hour, even more than when I was on a treadmill. Chess is indeed an intense sport. And you can see that even in between games, my heart rate never went down below 110, and my average heart rate was about 130. Fast forward 10 months, another tournament, and the story is no different. 500 calories an hour, a peak heart rate of 140. So if I put all this together, you can see that you can clearly burn a lot of calories just by thinking. And as Robert Sapolsky puts it, chess players can burn up to 6,000 calories per day, you know, just from the physiological effects of stress and thinking. And a Netflix documentary which is beautifully made called Chess Explained confirms not only this, it also says that this is more than what a top professional tennis player could burn. Why is this the case? It's basically because the brain, while it's just 2% of the body's weight, it actually consumes more than 20% of the body's energy. And that's why it's really critical for you to eat right, you know, to keep your energy levels highly stable. Magnus, for example, back in 2016 or 17, actually switched from drinking orange juice, you know, to chocolate and regular milk, so that he has sustained energy release during games. This is a very interesting graph of a game between Hikaru and Magnus, a chess 960 match, which actually plots the heart rate trend. As you can see over here, Hikaru's heart rate keeps going up as his position worsens, and he runs out of time. Magnus's heart rate, on the other hand, is very stable. I thought such information would be very interesting and instructive both for the players as well as for the audience. But you know, I was also very happy to see that it's not just my heart rate that gets pushed up to 140, but a top player's heart rate can also get pushed to that extent. So why does this happen? You know, competition induces significant amount of pressure, you know, stress and anxiety, and it really causes our heart rate to go up. And it's because of our evolutionary fight or flight response. So it's very, very important to learn how to build resistance to stress as well as recover from it. Mental boot camps, you know, where you practice putting yourself through stressful situations, just like, you know, pilots go through it or people who are in trauma care and hospitals go through it, is very important for you to build resistance to stress. And both physical as well as mental training really helps you, you know, optimize your cognitive functions even more. Breathing, for example, really helps you relax, lower stress and anxiety, and accelerate recovery. And this, I think, is a good transition for my next section, which is around heart rate variability. And heart rate variability, I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but it's one of the most important biomarkers that are emerging, and it can actually predict both your mental and physical health. It's a very simple concept. It's essentially the time difference between successive heartbeats. And as you can see, this time difference is actually variable, and hence the term heart rate variability. Now, it actually reflects our ability to respond and recover from stress. Higher your heart rate variability, the better your ability to recover and respond from stress. The good news is this is actually trainable just like any other muscles, and a lot of top professionals are actually starting to use it in order to improve, you know, both their training as well as, you know, actual performance. And before I talk about how to go about training your heart rate variability, I think it's important to understand that the heart-brain connection is bidirectional. You know, heart signals, which are almost 90%, you know, we have always been taught that it's the brain that controls the heart. It's actually the other way around. Heart signals are 90% higher than, you know, signals from the brain to the heart. And these signals have a significant impact on, you know, functions like focus, problem solving, and decision making. absolutely critical skills for chess. And one of the other important things to remember is that when you actually have positive emotions, these heart signals are very coherent between the heart and the brain, which enable higher cognitive functions. So HRV training is a very simple concept. It's a combination of resonance breathing, where you exhale a bit longer than you inhale, and visualize positive emotions so that you can optimize your cognitive function. So I decided I'm going to try some HRV training myself, and I practice this every single day for about 10 minutes per day, throughout the month of August. And as you can see, both my HRV training as well as my waking HRV went up. And multiple areas in my chess actually showed improvement during the same time frame. And these are areas where my nervous system had to be balanced, whether I was in a winning position or I was in a difficult situation where my resourcefulness were important. So my big question is, 10 years as world number 1, is Magnus Carlsen, is the big differentiator for Magnus Carlsen higher heart rate variability? So I'd like to leave you with a few noteworthy technologies. If you have an iPhone, you can convert it into an eye tracker using a simple app. Philips has very interesting technology which can actually measure your heart rate and breathing rate using any webcam. HRV used to require an ECG. Now you can simply use a smart ring, a smartphone, or any device like a specialized device to measure your heart rate, like the inner balance that you see here. And if you wear a watch like the Fitbit watch when you're sleeping, you can actually get very detailed sleep metrics which you can now connect to your chess performance if you would like. And one of the most important recent trends that's emerging is called emotion AI, and it helps you gain emotion insights very, very accurately from your biofeedback, and you cannot manipulate this. So consumer biofeedback is in its infancy, but it's actually growing rapidly. It's very important that we invest in this early. Just look at the last 5 years, how far smart watches have come as an example. Just imagine 5 to 10 years from now where these watches would go. So eye, heart rate, and calorie tracking could actually open big new doors for the game of chess, and HRV, I think, is a big differentiator. So I'd like to leave you with 3 ideas. One is integrate eye tracking and heart rate tracking on online platforms for audience as well as players, both for entertainment and improvement purposes. Eye tracking and heart rate tracking can also be leveraged for improving anti-cheating algorithms further. And you can actually combine both your biofeedback analytics with your chess analytics to make your entire analytics for the game much more comprehensive. So I would leave you with this question: is biofeedback a supplement or even the breakthrough that chess requires in the next decade? And I would finally like to thank every one of these people who patiently looked at my presentation, gave me a lot of valuable feedback, asked me a lot of difficult questions to refine my slides. And I would like to particularly thank Judith for this wonderful opportunity to talk with all of you about my favorite topic, biofeedback in chess. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashwin, for this lovely presentation. Thank you very, very much. And now, once again, back to our beautiful artist. Huga fell in love with tango after living a few years in Buenos Aires. This version of Malevaje, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, narrates the game where Judit Polgar beat Vichy Anand Osso at Dos Hermanas, Spain, 1999. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge applause for Huga.
Malevaje.
Decí por Dios que me has dado, que estoy tan clavado, no sé qué mover. Mi rey tiembla arrinconado, me mira sin comprender. Tenía pieza de más, tu ataque es brutal, no hay nada que hacer. Sacrificaste caballos como si esto fuera gambito de rey. En rock qué mal, mi rey en el centro pintaba más seguro que acá. En un compás se abrió la columna G y clavaste la gran diagonal. Las vi atacar torres demoníacas junto a ese alfil malevo y feroz. Ya no me falta para completar, quedar en Sutzban e hincarme a rezar. Después de ver tu B3 me desesperé, me puse a correr. Mi posición es perdida, cualquier jugada es mortal. Si yo que nunca aflojé, de noche angustiado quiero abandonar. Decí por Dios que me has dado, que estoy tan clavado, no sé qué mover. La dama igual llegó con su ataque, con un compás tan hondo y sensual, que no fue más que verla y perder la fe, el coraje, el ansia jugar. Las vi atacar torres demoníacas junto a ese alfil malevo y feroz. Ya no me falta para completar, quedar en Sutzban e hincarme a rezar.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Köszönöm szépen.
Thank you so very much to both of you. Lovely performance. Our next presenter is the Managing Director of Morgan Stanley Hungary. He is, as I said, the head of the Morgan Stanley Budapest, and he is an avid chess player. Norbert is a candidate master and serves on the board of the Hungarian Chess Federation. The title of his presentation is Innovation, How Technology Has Transformed Finance Over the Past 15 Years. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge applause for the Managing Director of Morgan Stanley Hungary, Norbert Fogarasi.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody to my presentation. I'll talk a little bit about innovation and how it has transformed the world of finance over the last 15 years. Well, let me begin with a distant memory that I have. When I started my career about 20 years ago, in the corner of the office there was this big machine. It looked very mysterious, it was very large, it was very noisy. At first I didn't know what it was for. And then they told me you can use this machine to send a picture or to send some texts to anywhere in the world. It seemed amazing to me. It seemed so modern that a machine could do something like that. But here we are today, and I can see in your faces most of you have not worked with a fax machine, because everything that a fax machine could do back then, a simple mobile telephone can do today. We have just gone through the most seismic, the biggest technological advancement in the history of mankind over these 20 years that I have been in my career. We call this digitization. Everything has moved digital, and that has really changed the way that we think about innovation. I remember as a child, when I thought about innovation, I thought about people in the laboratories, in white lab coats, trying to come up with new creative substances. Today, we can do innovation because of digitization, all of us, very, very simply, even on a mobile telephone. This is the great equalizer. You no longer need huge machinery. You no longer need big laboratories to be able to innovate. All you need to do is pull out your mobile phone and, like Ashwin did, start some applications which can then transfer, which can then measure your heart rate, which can measure your biofeedback and give you valuable information and make you improve the way that you're playing chess. But this is not only in chess that you can use innovation, but also in the world of finance, where I come from. As it was mentioned, I am a chess player, and I'm an amateur chess player. I actually sit on the board of the Hungarian Chess Federation, but actually I am the head of the Morgan Stanley office here in Hungary. The office was started 15 years ago, and Morgan Stanley is one of the largest financial service companies in the world. Our global headquarters are in New York, and that started over 86 years ago now, so it's been in business for a very long time. In Budapest, 15 years ago, we started with just 25 mathematicians, trying to model how the markets move, trying to come up with formulas to put prices on transactions, and trying to model up how risk works. By today, in 15 years, we've grown to over 2,500 colleagues working in Budapest across 10 different business units, including technology, risk management, and finance. And what's common between the 2,500 colleagues, we all use computers. We all use the digital technology to try and come up with new ways of doing things and trying to come up with ways to innovate. Let me give you an example. We have over 200 of my colleagues who have mathematical work. We call them quants. They're quantitative analysts that work here in the Budapest office. And they actually have different backgrounds. Some of them have studied biology, some of them have studied chemistry, some even meteorology to try and predict how weather patterns will work. They actually can end up using that knowledge in the world of finance. What they try to do is come up with mathematical models to predict trends and patterns in the financial world. They use digitization, which has really changed the world of finance. I remember when I started 20 years ago, I was sitting alongside the traders, and the traders were people who were on telephones, speaking with a client, yelling orders to each other. Today, none of the traders work like that. They all use their computers, and a lot of the market making is actually electronic. It's actually robots that do a lot of the pricing and quoting of transactions. And in order to stay ahead of the market, in order to stay in the game, we need these algorithms which put out quotes and prices in the market, because Morgan Stanley is a constant market maker in the global markets, and we actually need to change these algorithms from time to time in order to stay in the business. So in effect, innovation is a necessity. And at Morgan Stanley, we actually have a very long history of innovation. Morgan Stanley was the first financial company to partner with IBM and use computers for financial analysis. That was back in 1962 that we started using computers for financial analysis. In 1980, Morgan Stanley was the company who took Apple public. We introduced them to the stock market. And in the IPO, we actually used some creative technologies to put out the prices for Apple. And since then, as you all know, Apple has the highest market capitalization in the world, and they're one of the key innovators in today's world. In 2004, Morgan Stanley was the company that took Google public. It was the largest IPO ever, and Morgan Stanley came up with a creative auction platform in order to introduce these shares to the stock market. But we also work in Budapest on some very creative, innovative technologies. First of all, artificial intelligence. We actually have a product called Next Best Action. This is a product that's used by financial analysts in North America, over 15,000 of them. And this tool tells them what is the next best thing for them to do when the stock markets move around, when one of their clients actually sells something, or there's a life event with one of their clients, they get married, or they have children. This tool uses artificial intelligence to tell them what financial action they might want to take. And we work on this product from our Budapest office to help these financial advisors in North America. or automation. That's what the picture is trying to show. In fact, we can use robots or we can use automatic algorithms to automate a lot of the simple tasks that some of our users do or some of our clients do. Or a third area in which we innovate and we've introduced new technologies is remote access. So this is how people can actually work from anywhere. This is something that's a necessity, sadly, now in the post-COVID world. Finally, I want to connect this a little bit to chess, given that we're at the chess festival. And we have actually found that the logic that you use in chess actually is connected through STEM with the world of finance. Well, what do I mean by STEM? STEM is a mosaic word: science, technology, engineering, and math. As you can see, the logic that we use in chess is actually very deeply connected to these sciences. And a lot of our colleagues in Budapest have actually studied these sciences to then improve the world of finance. Chess problems, actually, when you solve chess problems, you exercise some of the same skills in your brain that you use when you're researching science or you're coming up with a new creative way of doing something with your technology. This is why some of my colleagues online today are actually presenting some chess problems and trying to solve it together with the audience. This is the third time that Morgan Stanley is sponsoring this conference, the Global Chess Festival, and we're a long-term partner with Judit to try and advance chess as a tool, as a game, to help youngsters get into the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math. It's also a very good testing ground for innovative new ideas. Just think about AlphaZero. AlphaZero, the way it works, is a tabula rasa algorithm. What does that mean? It means it's a clean table, a white piece of paper. All we have to do with AlphaZero is to show the rules to the computer, teach the computer how to play chess, and the computer starts to play against itself or against another robot. And as it goes through the game, it sees what strategies are working, what's not working. And then it applies machine learning. Basically, from this tabula rasa, we didn't give any further information to the computer about how much each piece is worth or what would be best strategies. It learns by playing against itself. And the algorithms that it develops is not only surpassing the human ability to play chess, but also the conventional computing methods that chess had used in the past. The motto of this festival today is "Chess connects us." And that is very true in the world of Morgan Stanley. On the pictures here, you can see some of my colleagues who play chess. Last year, Morgan Stanley celebrated its 85th anniversary, and we had an international chess competition with 85 participants from all over the world. This year, we actually managed to surpass that. We had our 10th inter-office chess championships, which we just concluded yesterday. And believe it or not, we had over 400 colleagues from all over the world join into that competition. Altogether, at Morgan Stanley, we have 6 international masters who work for us. And actually, you can meet some of them here. Just across from me, if you walk up the stairs, some of those international master colleagues can be challenged in a challenge the master type game. So if you feel up for it, some of my colleagues are waiting to have a fun game against you. So Chess Connects Us is the motto of the Chess Festival, but it's very much the motto that we also have at Morgan Stanley to connect our staff and colleagues across the globe. And we are very proud to have been sponsoring the festival for the 3rd time, and we've just decided with Judit to extend our sponsorship for the next 2 years. So we're very proud to be behind this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too for the great presentation from Morgan Stanley as a very big contributor of our event. And now, once again, I'm very happy to announce who got back on stage. The Last Tango tells the story of the Polgar-Spassky match in Budapest 1993. The lyrics were created in collaboration with GM Ruben Felgard from Argentina. A big applause for Huga.
Esta noche de luna.
Köszönjük szépen.
De 4 el peón, negras, caballo F6. Qué provocadora la India del rey. Es hipermoderna, invita al rival a ocupar el centro para luego atacar. Judith mueve el alfil a la gran diagonal. Fianchete el obispo, presión lateral. A Spassky también le gusta atacar. Campeón agresivo, qué partida singular. En la vida y el tablero hay que girar y girar. Dos parejas de caballos danzarán hasta el final. Uno busca coronar, pero nuestra reina quiere dar jaque mate. Polgar embruja la estrategia futura, enlazando caballos contra juego letal. Uno busca coronar. Ya nadie puede negar que logró las tablas con 2 peones de menos, y en los abismos de este jaque perpetuo, sonriendo al compás, el gran Boris y Judith firmaron la
Muchas gracias. Köszönöm. Long live divas, the women in chess.
Exactly. Thank you so very much to both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, Huga and László Lakatos, the great pianist. Thank you very much for these really great songs. There are a few Hungarian names that people, wherever you go in the world, probably know. Maybe Puskás is one of these names, our football brilliant expert. And I'm pretty sure if I had to ask you, what other 2 names could you say? Maybe, or most probably, you would say these 2 names. It is Judit Polgar and Ernő Rubik. I think even the firstborn or the very, very small children know what the Rubik's Cube is, and the inventor of this and other wonderful parts of his career. He is the person who Judit Polgar had the opportunity to speak to. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the video where Judit Polgar interviewed Ernő Rubik.
I'd like to welcome Ernő Rubik, who's the creator of this wonderful magic, right? And I would like to ask a few things, and can you share your thoughts on creativity, innovation? What does that mean to you? And how was it part of the discovery and the creation of the cube?
Creativity is a magic word nowadays. You know, there is a creative industry, for example, and you can speak about creative people as a type of work. But I believe creativity is a capability for everyone on the street. So all of the human being. Creativity made us human being. Because to find out in the jungle the food, to find out the animals, and to know which one is you can eat and which one is poisonous, and so on and so forth. So you need creativity to survive, and you need creativity to progress. And to be creative is a good, how can I say, behavior, creative people. You need to pay attention about possibilities, and you need a need to do something, to change, and to analyze the result, and if it's good, you can share with other people. And you can enjoy the progress by itself, and nature the result as well.
Well, this is exactly what, it gives me a lot of happiness actually. When I have something that I can create, whether it's my chess game or something else, to discover something, it means a lot. And for me, I think I can say that it's a way of a lifestyle, to look for something new, to make new combinations, to do things together which previously existed in this or that form. This is how in a chess game, when I create a novelty, a new idea, of course all these things, small things happened before, but exactly in that form it never happened before. So do you think creativity is something that you can learn?
You can learn how to be active. So it's the most important thing, your need inside, your wishes and your interests. You need to find it exciting, and you need to find it entertaining, and so on. That kind of activity is creativity, to be creative. How can I say? And I think the key word is changes. So, you know, it's the same thing. It's to imagine a world where all the time is light, or all the time is dark, or all the time is the temperature is the same. It sounds terrible. So we need warm and cold, and we need changes in climate, we need changes in environment, and so on and so on. We need changes in general. We, as a person, are changing in our life, starting from very small kids and after that aging. But in every parts of our life has some different character. We are doing different things, but creativity is some kind of red line that goes through on all of this. So, and you can get some kind of energy from it. So it makes life entertaining. So without that, life is boring for me.
Yes, I can completely agree with that. But of course, being innovative and creative and to discover things, it also means that you are visiting a dead-end street time to time. So you're frustrated, you don't understand why the solution is not coming, right? How did you deal with this feeling when you were during the progress of making and creating the cube itself?
If you have the knowledge, it is natural, it's nothing happened at once. There is a route that you need to go through, and this route, you need energy, you need time, you need some kind of force to do it, so power and so on. Nothing happened at once, so that there is a progress all the time, and sometimes it can be some kind of lifetime. Sometimes it's a period of life, sometimes one day.
Where did you got this perseverance and belief in the things that what you're doing? Does it come from your family, or when did you discover that you have this this perseverance in yourself, that you never give up?
And, you know, it's nature. Your environment is very important. The environment must, the environment allowed you to work something, but practically it seems impossible, for example. In a bad environment, they asking, "What? That's blood. It's stupid. It's not. you never do."
So were you
succeed."
inspired by
Yeah.
your parents and the people around you?
I think they never stopped me so to do something. So mostly I made my toys by myself. I was learning kitting. I was learning many things. They said there was a time I wanted to become a chef and cooking and that kind of thing. In general, for the younger age, it's very good if you learn everything what is possible to see what your mother or your father are doing and participate. Right now, the kids are very, for them it's very difficult to use tools, to use a hammer to push the nail into a piece of wood, because they have never have it in their hands. So it's very important to some level to it, and in a good school they are doing these kind of things. So that's not working only with pencil and paper or with computer nowadays.
Yeah, computers are really taking over on our life, right? How much do you think artificial intelligence and computers destroying our capability of creating things from our mind? And I'm asking this because in chess, for example, it became practically a completely different sport after the chess engines showed up in the late 90s. And they really give a completely different perspective in chess and in everything. And for me, for example, I had real serious difficulty to accept that I have to work with the computer because I felt that it kills my creativity. And for some time, I had to think and adjust myself in order to still use the computer, but still keep myself being creative and find different fields, different parts in chess. How does it affect your profession being an architect? Or generally, what do you think, how much creativity is formed nowadays?
You know, for me, computers are nothing else, just the other tools. They are very special tools, and there is a tremendous capabilities they have, the computerized world, and especially the artificial intelligence. But they are not human, so they don't feel, they don't have feelings, and that kind of thing. I know that kind of, how can I say, experimental activities when they say the computer are capable to generate art, for example. And I don't believe that, because the computer don't have the feelings. The computer know what knows and don't know what don't know. It depends on the data. Naturally, the computer can handle a tremendous amount of data, much more what we as humans are able to do. But it's not a problem. To use this thing, it's fine. But if it's going on that way, but it's partly we are moving, and in my view, it's very dangerous. We are more and more ready-made items surround us.
Going back to your feelings about the cube, when you discovered during the process what gave you the perseverance to go all the way and challenged yourself, right?
Yeah, I had the feeling is the potential of the ultimate simplicity of the form and the interesting task to create the engineering part, the construction, which makes it capable, but it's seemingly impossible, to have a free movement in every direction in space without falling apart. Usually, these kind of movements are much more ordinary. the wheel is turning on one axis, that's all. So that, or the hinges, or the windows or the door turn on the hinges. Turning by itself, it's a very interesting way of moving and changing. And the most interesting thing, because of this freedom, the result of the number of combinations, but the very limited number of elements are capable to form. So that's altogether, I think the key of the success of the cube and the key of my interest was this contradiction of simplicity and complexity. So it's a very simple subject and a very complex task to succeed. It was a very complex task to create it as a from the material and construction, and it was very complicated. It is very complicated to everyone who try to understand the rule of the cube, the rules, because there are several ones, and to find out the solution. The solution, what is endless number of solutions, so it's not the solution what you have if you are buying a jigsaw puzzle and you have a picture and you put together the picture and it's finished and that's all. Right now it's never ending type of solution, because all the time you can simplify, you can do it, you are capable to do it a different way, and the result is visually enjoyable and tactile, because you are using your hands, and what you see, it's nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hidd el, hogy tudom, hogy ez nem rajtad. Vége a filmnek? They may not be here, but a big applause for these two lovely people. Well, actually, Judit is here, but not on the stage right now. I think that was a really informative and interesting talk, and they will come back a little bit later for another conversation. And now it is a big honor to welcome and present our next speaker. A video has been recorded with the president of FIDE, Arkady Dvorkovich. He is here to greet the people at the festival. Please welcome him.
Dear friends, on behalf of FIDE, I'm happy and honored to welcome all of you at the 2021 edition of Global Chess Festival. I would like to thank Judit Polgar for her continuous efforts to bring the chess community together, to promote chess, and to establish a really successful chess story in her mother country of Hungary. And while I'm not going to visit Budapest this time, I would like to contribute my ideas, the ideas of my team at FIDE, ideas of our entire FIDE chess community to the Global Chess Festival agenda. FIDE truly believes in the social role of chess and its usefulness in supporting people around the world, supporting talents, and improving skills of kids and people in general in different dimensions. And we are talking about a number of programs that we are trying to implement together with our national partners and international organizations that provide for such successful social development. The most important and the highest priority program is educational chess. And while we are learning from the truly successful experience of the Hungarian educational chess program run by Judit Polgar, we are learning also from other best practices, collecting experiences, and together with the European Chess Union, we found that already more than 25 million students are involved in educational chess programs in some form. Another trend that is important, we believe, is integration of chess with digital platforms that allows more kids to learn from the best teachers, from best instructors, and to acquire the skills they need in a faster way through the digital transformation of chess. But the role of teachers is still critically important, and that's why we are trying to bring best teachers as well as coaches to raise new talent in chess. And our Chessable Academy for Talented Children program is another example of successful collaboration between public and private sector, where FIDE, as a public organization, brought Chessable, part of Magnus Group, to work together on finding and improving skills of talented kids and to give them the way to the professional chess. Another program I would like to bring your attention to is Chess for Protection. We are developing programs to bring chess to refugees camps. The first example is in Kakumu camp in Kenya, where chess is now accessible to thousands of people, including kids, girls, and we truly believe that by running these programs in those countries where there are large refugee communities, we can improve their lives and bring them chess both as fun but also as intellectual exercise and improve their opportunities in the future life. Chess for Freedom, another program we are running in collaboration with Cook County Sheriff, and while starting the pilot project this year in May with just 4 countries participating, we are expecting 43 teams from 31 countries participating in the intercontinental camp that will start just in a few days with a kickoff event in Chicago. And our belief is that chess can bring to people who made mistakes, who are imprisoned right now, new skills, new abilities to analyze their mistakes, to respect their opponents, partners, to think strategically, and to be ready for their future life when they will become free. Chess for people with disabilities and with different kinds of abilities. We are going to run another online chess Olympiad for teams of people with disabilities this year, and also to prepare the first over-the-board Olympiad for teams of people with disabilities next year in Khantay-Mansiysk. And we were able to understand how those people are trying to access high-level chess. We agreed with the platforms, online platforms, that they will develop tools that will allow people with disabilities to play and enjoy chess more comfortably. And Tarnell is the first example of the platform that allows people with blindness to play chess normally. Also, we are starting another program for kids with autistic spectrum disorder, as we believe kids, people in general, have excellent abilities to be good chess players and to be an important part of chess community. Women empowerment. FIDE announced next year, 2022, as a year of women's chess, and we are planning large-scale activities all around, increased prize funds, and even higher involvement of women into the management of chess. So join us in this effort. And Judit is an excellent example of a lady, a great chess player, one of the best chess players in the world, who started her own projects in chess with chess communities and is helping us to manage chess at the international level. Finally, I would like to mention our program for veterans, Active Aging. We are trying to help people who devoted their careers to chess and are eager to continue enjoying chess and pass their knowledge and skills to younger generations. We'll continue doing so in the future. Good luck to the festival. Enjoy Budapest and enjoy your time with your chess friends. And let's work together to implement those interesting projects, very challenging projects, and achieve our ambitious goals.
Thank you so much to President Arkady Dvorkovich for the words. It was really great to have him here with us as well through video. We are going to soon start the Educational Chess Summit. Yay! I can imagine you are so much looking forward to that. Leoncio Garcia is arriving on the stage very, very soon. But before that, we will have an award ceremony in just a few minutes. So it's definitely worth being very close to the stage now so that you can applaud and welcome our new awardees. Don't forget, at 2:30, you still have the chance to meet Judit up on the 1.5 floor that is just up there on the stairs. You can meet her if you are here with us live. Plus, you still have a lot of other programs that you can look around. Even on the second floor, we are preparing still programs for you. You can even go to the left side, which is your right side, to try to do some really nice handcraft presents for yourself or even for the family. And don't forget, we still have the Morgan Stanley cafeteria where you can have some drinks, have some fresheners if you wish, but don't try to be back here in like 3 minutes or maybe 2 because we're having the award now. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the 4th occasion that the Judit Polgar Chess Foundation presents the Goodwill Ambassadors of Chess Awards, which are handed out to notable figures that have emboldened the values of chess in their fields. This year again, the Goodwill Ambassador Award will be given to exceptional performance. For this, I am again very happy and pleased to invite to the stage the ever best women chess player of the world and grandmaster of this lovely sport. Please welcome Judit Polgar on stage. And now, are you ready to give the awards to these great performances? Wonderful. So first, the Goodwill Ambassador of Art in Chess goes to Perlin London. Perlin London's goal is to celebrate art and playfulness through the design and craftsmanship of our luxury games. They have collaborated with over 30 contemporary artists and been featured in prestigious magazines, including Forbes, FT. The World Chess Hall of Fame Art Museum in St. Louis, USA exhibited over 20 of their hand-painted art chess sets. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage Perlin London. Big applause. Picture and one more big applause for Perlin London. Congratulations, great performance. The Goodwill Ambassador of Science and Chess goes to Kenneth Rogoff, a chess grandmaster and professor of economics. His special gift was noted by none other than Bobby Fischer, who watched him play in the US Junior Championship. In a talk with Judit, Ken Rogoff shares some of his most memorable victories on the chessboard and find out how he believes chess can help scientists. Unfortunately, we cannot give this award personally, but this is the award that Kenneth is going to receive. So a big applause for him too. He definitely deserves it. Congratulations. Who would be a more deserved recipient of the Goodwill Ambassador of Chess Award for Sport than a 5-time world champion, Vishy Anand? Over the years, Judit Polgar and Vishy Anand played countless games. In their talk, Anand speaks about his journey in the chess world, the turning points in his career, and the great support of his wife, Aruna. The most miserable moments, the ups and downs, his new chess academy, and the future of chess. An inciting conversation between two inspiring chess personalities. Unfortunately, again, we cannot give the award. but we made an interview that you can check on YouTube with our great awardees, of course together with Rogoff. So that's an opportunity for you if you would like to see that. And now, last but definitely not least, and thank you for the colleagues of mine in the back, the Goodwill Ambassador of Chess in Education is given to Jerry Nash. As National Chess Education Consultant for the Alabama Chess in Schools initiative, Jerry Nash believes in the power of chess to enable student success both in and out of the classroom. Mr. Nash has emerged as a leader in the growing international chess in education movement, and in 2021, he joined the FIDE Edu strategic group with outlining FIDE's goals and strategies for chess in education over the next 4 years. Ladies and gentlemen, a big applause for Jerry Nash. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you, Judith, very much. One more big applause for Judit Polgar as well. Thank you for helping me give out the awards. And ladies and gentlemen, this was now the end of the creativity and innovation talks. And now we are heading on slowly but surely to the Educational Chess Summit that I will be handing over the moderation to my lovely colleague. But before that, let me quickly remind you of the opportunities that you still have left. At 2:30, Judith is going to, you will have the opportunity actually to meet Judit Polgar up straight at the end of the stairs. You just walk up there to the Morgan Stanley Cafe, and there you have the chance to meet her and get some signatures or maybe photographs. While you are still here with us, you still have the chance to look around the National Art Gallery as our main venue today. We have exhibitions for you as well, 30 minutes, all of them. There are still 2 to join. And now we still have the craft work opportunity for you, and of course for the kids. If you wish to use that, it's still open straight until 5 o'clock at least. And now, we will be welcoming Leoncio Garcia as the moderator of the next event. Let me tell you a few words about him, because he has a really successful and very colorful career. Leoncio Garcia works as a chess journalist and lecturer since 1983. Since 1983, he has been giving knowledge to all the people around him. Counselor of FIDE on educational chess, he has trained or given lectures to more than 30,000 teachers in 30 countries. He has been awarded with the Medal of Merit by the Spanish government and included in FIDE's Golden Book in appreciation of his excellent contributions to development of chess in the world. In FIDE, besides being a counselor, he is a member of the Strategy Group for Chess in Education. After surveying all 195 member countries, they have designed the strategy for the next 5 years. And don't forget, during this educational summit, we will have another conversation, another video played in, where the 2 very, very famous, and I think we can honestly be proud of, the 2 great people from Hungary, Judit Polgar and Ernő Rubik, had some other topics to discuss. So during this summit, you will have the chance to speak, to hear them speak about some new topics as well. And straight before I pass the word on to my colleague Leoncio, I would still like to remind you that until 2:30, which means that you still have some time to check the Chess PE, which is the Czech physical education that we have talked about in the previous parts of our festival. You have the chance to try some craft working, plus until, well, at 3 o'clock we will have the Morgan Stanley Play and Code program, and that is a 90-minute program for you. We will have a simultan with Judit Polgar from 3 till 4:30. I think that is, well, looking to be a very, very interesting and great part of the day as well. And now, 26 minutes, less than 30 minutes, you still have the chance to meet Judit straight by the Morgan Stanley Cafe. And now we will very soon continue with the educational summit. Please don't go anywhere, because in like just a few minutes we will continue our program. Thank you. You're here? Ladies and gentlemen, Leoncho Garcia works as a chess journalist, lecturer since 1983. He's a counselor of FIDE on educational chess, and he has done a survey in 195 member countries, and they have designed the strategy for the next 5 years. But I think it's much more interesting if he's the one to tell you all this. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chess in education expert and the host of the Educational Chess Summit, Leoncho Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Edith. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for coming to this Educational Chess Summit organized by the Judit Polgar Foundation. And of course, a very warm welcome, greetings to the big audience following us from all over the world. We are at the beautiful National Gallery in Budapest. Let me tell you something really important to start with. Just playing chess can be very educational because you develop a lot of skills, abilities, and capabilities. But it is much better if you use chess as an educational tool, especially if this is done by professional school teachers. And that's why we are here, and that's what we are going to talk about in the next 3.5 hours. To start with, we have the European Parliament. 415 of its members recommended chess as an educational tool to all country members. That happened in 2012, and since then, both the Parliament and the European Commission has supported chess strongly several times. That's why we have a very exciting video from Maria Gabriel, member of the European Commission.
Dear Judith, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot be there with you to enjoy the Global Chess Festival, but I did not want to miss this chance to send a word of encouragement to all of you. As Judith put it at the last European Education Summit, chess has it all: education, culture, youth, sport, and a great deal of innovation. Games are a fundamental part of what makes us human. We learn the rules, we play together, we develop playing cultures and metagames. And we break those metagames, innovating on how we play the game. To see this in action is to understand how so much of our culture ends up thriving through play. In school, in the pitch, in youth organizations, or in the artist's atelier. This should come as no surprise. The Latin ludos, after all, means not just play, but also sport, school, and practice. To fit chess into education is, in my opinion, to fit a glove in our hand. It just makes sense. Our very own school education gateway includes resources on game-based learning. I believe that playing can be hugely influential in young people's learning, especially when it has an impact on pedagogy. And during COVID-19, we saw how useful these pedagogies were, especially helping us adapt to distance learning. If you are going to look at a screen for 8 hours, and if you cannot play outside with your friends, maybe a game is just what you need to stay focused and learn, all while developing critical thinking, an entrepreneurial spirit, and the creativity you need to win. My friends, I can only encourage you to engage with the opportunities of the European education area and the Erasmus Plus program. I certainly hope that our Erasmus Plus teacher academies will engage with your Chess Palace approach. These academies will help teachers develop and engage with new pedagogies, and game-based learning has a big part to play there. I wish I could be there with you to participate in all the exciting discussions you will have. You have my full support, and have a wonderful festival.
That was very inspiring indeed. And talking about inspiration, that decision from the European Parliament in 2012 inspired several countries to follow the recommendation. Among them, Hungary, we will talk about it later, and my country in Spain. This is what I call the miracle at the Spanish Parliament on February 11, 2015. Can you believe it? All political parties, with no exception, agreed on something. And that something was supporting chess as an educational tool. I can tell you that that afternoon I was very tempted to call the Vatican, just in case, to tell them that, you know, a miracle is happening at the Spanish Parliament. Well, anyway, now, let me tell you now, I have to introduce a very relevant person in the chess world and also in educational chess. The first time I met Dana Reizniece-Ossola was Baku 2016 Chess Olympiad, because she won her game against the female world champion, Hu Yifan from China. I was very impressed, but not only by the quality of the game, but also the very interesting things she told me, and especially because at that moment she was finance minister at her country, Latvia. Well, as you can imagine, being a minister and at the same time beating the world champion is not something that it happens every year or even every decade. And by the way, she was also a member of the European Parliament as well. Now, I can say that she is my boss, because she is managing director in FIDE, among other jobs. And I can tell you, because I have been working closely to her, that she is doing a fantastic job. She is supporting educational chess from day one. Welcome, Dana Reizniece-Ossola.
Magnificent Judith, all the ladies and gentlemen who are following this educational conference online and offline, I am truly honored to be part of this event, because I believe in chess, and even more so, I believe in chess in education and in its power. So, you know that Albert Einstein has said that true education is the thing that still remains in your head after you have forgotten everything that you have been learning in the school. So it's a great challenge actually to consider what are the elements needed to make the education relevant, intellectually stimulating, emotionally appealing, and also sustainable. And today I would like to raise only 3 elements that I think, when we consider the current or modern education, have to be kept into the mind. The global trends that have the impact on its quality and on its form, and we have to consider also when we think of how chess can benefit and can be used in it. So first, it is the inequality and poverty. You know that especially due to the pandemic, 70% of the global world does face the increasing inequality. It's 230 million people, even more so, the kids who go to the school but never acquire the basic reading and counting skills. It is 63 countries where female young ladies, because of their low-level income, they never get their full access to the education, which means that all those people, all those kids, all these youths, they never get the basic skills so that to be able, or basic tools, so that to be able to climb the social ladder in their life. So in this situation, this context, such organizations, international organizations like FIDE, that has a brilliant instrument in their hands, have to find the ways how to reach out to these less fortunate ones, how to empower them, how to give the chance to educate. And chess is an excellent tool for that. And that is why I'm so happy that FIDE as well, we're trying to put our little slice in this story with such projects like Chess for Refugees, educating the young ladies in Kakuma camp, giving them not only the chess skills but also life building skills, giving the very important sense of belonging to the vast chess community. We are the human beings who like to have this feeling of belonging to somebody. It gives you the clear stance, it gives you the bravery to achieve the goals others are only thinking of. The second one, it is the migration trends and the necessity to integrate people coming from, and kids especially coming from different cultural backgrounds, from different social backgrounds. And it is a great task of the educational systems actually to deal with that. There are amazing experiences in such countries like Sweden. I'm sure that Jesper will tell you more of his experience. Many other countries. I recently visited Spain, the Blames school next to Barcelona. When I entered the school, and whatever door I was opening, they really used chess for teaching language, mathematics, sports, and they didn't know that my visit is planned prior to that. So the principal of the school told me that by using chess, they've got not only a very entertaining tool to educate the kids with, but chess as a game gives very important social skills to the kids, like interacting with another human being, like acceptance and respect to the opponent, like patience. You really have to wait for your opponent to make a move before you make yours. Like fair play, something that we should actually keep stronger in our sportive element of and sportive chess, the sportive world of chess as well. So this is only one example of many that we can see that using chess and the game element of it can create a strong case for integration and better societies. The third element, it is the technological development. We live in the fourth industrial revolution time. It does have a great power to increase the productivity, to ensure the growth, but it also has the notable side effect, potentially the effect. A lot of people will be kicked out of their jobs. There are estimates that 50% of those professions that we are now paid for, they can be automated. More than 300 million jobs have been put out of place due to COVID, and it's expected that approximately 40% would never come back. So the question to the educational institutions is, what professions, and to the parents, I've got 4 kids and I've been considering this, what professions should I give to my kids? The answer is, I guess, not to give the profession, it is to give the skills. To give the skills, allowing them to have this flexibility of learning what they will need over their professional career. So the life learning, that is the future, of course, of all the education systems, the modular system. People will jump from profession to the profession, and chess is just perfect tool to give the future skills necessary, like the complex problem solving, like the creativity, like the focus, like many other things. And besides, also a very important one, it is the value of the time. Chess teaches you to understand the value of the time. You have to make the decisions. Every move is a decision making. You calculate, you analyze, you try to remember. Sometimes you rely on your intuition, but then you have to make the decision within a limited period of time. And this is something that has helped me in my life as well. Means the value of the time. You have to remember that you have to use your mandate and time to deliver. And this is something that I wish to all of us, to you, the opinion leaders, to me, myself, in my position, use this time for promotion of chess in education, so that the society becomes better. One of the smart moves that FIDE on our side has done, I think it is that we recently have endorsed a very special program that is, I would say, a trendsetter in educational chess, that is Judit Polgar's method. So already recognized in hundreds of the schools here in Hungary, in China, we will be willing to spread it out to the world in strong cooperation with the European Chess Union, with the local authorities and all the organizations that see the value of it. So that is my short introduction to the session that I'm looking forward to hear the stories to be told here so that we all become a bit more smarter, a bit more experienced in how to use educational chess for the benefit of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, FIDE's Managing Director. Actually, as she said, FIDE is in a statement published in a couple of days ago. FIDE is endorsing the Judit Polgar method. We will talk about it in more detail a bit later. And FIDE is doing this in cooperation with the European Chess Union and the Ministry of Human Capacities. Therefore, it is a real pleasure for me to give the floor to the Deputy State Secretary of that ministry, Laszlo Kishvaludi.
Is it working? Okay. Dear Madam Managing Director, dear Mr. President, dear Judith, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. First, please allow me to greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Human Capacities of Hungary. I am László Kishvaludi, Deputy Secretary of State for Public Education. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Judith and to the organizers for this amazing event. We are here together to show our commitment towards using the chess and the Judit Polgar method in the public education. As you know, as you have heard, these methods can help to improve children's mathematical skills, creativity, logical, analytical thinking and skills in the kindergartens and in the schools. I think that in Hungary, this method it's a part of the national core curriculum, and schools have the opportunity to implement this method in their local curriculum as a non-compulsory subject. I am sure that our joint statement will help to spread this innovative approach in the world's educational systems, and as a result of this amazing initiative, the children's learning outcomes, the children's competencies will improve, and this fantastic sport, the chess, will have even more fans, supporters and players in the future. Finally, I would like to wish you exciting programs, uplifting moments at today's conference, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary of State. Let me tell you that Hungary has been selected by FIDE as one of the models of good practice for the rest of the world about the educational chess system here. I think this is relevant. And I also think that this statement needs a good photo, but before the photo, I would like to give the floor to the President of the European Chess Union, Zurab Azmaipalashvili.
Thank you. It's okay. Dear Judith, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like just to go to the history. When first time I visited ordinary school in Budapest, when Judith took me to show the Palace program. I think it was something like 6-7 years ago. And when we visited the school and the lesson, chess lesson, I was really impressed. How it's possible? Then I thought about myself. There was a program by Judit Polgar's program. And I saw the kids on the floor with teacher together. And it's impressed my memory. All my life I will remember this small time which I spent there. Because I feel the teacher is not only teacher is a mother also, and sister, and friend. And using the chess tool, chess as an instrument, to have a communication with little kids. It's really impressed me, and I said to myself, yes, Judith, it's the greatest name in the chess history, female name. Of course, she wrote not only golden page of the chess history, but she did something which for me right now is unbelievable to repeat, but will be the time, will be repeated, and will be even more, because this is a main target. But when Judith was #1 in the world, she decided to quit chess and to transfer herself, actually sacrifice herself for chess, not as a game, but as an instrument for education, for better future, for kids. And this is something which we have to appreciate a lot. And not only this, if let's say, thinking like this, that if all world champions and #1, they will follow Judith, I think we will be much more successful. I'm calling all of them great names just to follow what Judith is doing, and then we will become more successful. I appreciate very much what you have done. I appreciate FIDE, which is now helping and actually working together. And from my side, as a friend and as an issue president, I'm really happy to be part of your program, really happy. Thank you very much, and you touch me. Thank you.
Mr. President, hold on, don't go away. Please, Deputy Secretary of State, if you can come back to the stage. Managing Director Dana Reizniece, and of course, the biggest motor of this event, Judit Polgar. Now I leave the photographers, my colleagues, to take the control. Judith, don't go away. Well, introducing Judit Polgar in Budapest is like introducing Magnus Carlsen in Oslo or Messi in Argentina, because I know this is scientifically proved. More than 90% of the Hungarian citizens know who is Judit Polgar. Therefore, instead of a formal introduction, and especially thinking in our broader audience from all over the world, let me tell you a few memories. I think they are significant. The first time I met her was in Thessaloniki, Greece, 1988, when Hungary won the gold medal over the superpower Soviet Union. That was fantastic news, and the team was with Judith, her sisters, Sophie and Susan, and Ildiko Madel, if I remember well, right? Well, that was unbelievable. Judith was 12 at that time, and by then she was already terrifying her male opponents. But then about 8 years later, when she became the only woman in history among the top 10, then the other members of the elite accepted that she was just one of them. But I have to add that she was also a role model of how a professional chess player should behave inside and outside the playing hall. And then, when she retired in 2014, she decided to invest a lot of energy and time and intelligence in educational chess. So she is the biggest, the greatest queen in the history of chess so far.
Thank you.
Then, accordingly, my first question for you, Judith, should be a big why. Why are you investing so much energy, time, and etc. on precisely in educational chess?
Well, I think it's because I started to have a family. I had 2 kids. They reached the kindergarten age, and the international kindergarten they were going, I was convincing them to make a program of chess. Actually, we did it with my sister, a booklet, and that's how I wanted them to know about chess also. And of course, that's how it comes when you see something works well. And then we started to develop with the team of mine, with my foundation, how to go into the classrooms, how we can implement a program that can really have effect on kids, that they can transform through chess the knowledge they get into everyday skills. And the more we were working together with the teacher and we developed all kind of the extra tools and extra positions, extra development, the more we understood that this can be magical. And little by little we were just developing more, and then we developed the first program for elementary school.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that chess fits particularly well into the 21st century?
Absolutely. I think, first of all, if it lived 1,500 years, I still believe that it has another few hundred. But definitely in our time, because it is so rich and it can be so difficult that this is the reason that you can split it up, you slice it, you take it apart, every element of it. And this is why it's so rich for the modern education, because game and gamification is an elementary tool for education right now. You have to keep the kids busy. How you can keep the kids busy? By playing. But just by playing, you can't develop every kind of different skills. So you have to add different things, and in the chessboard and the pieces and different other elements, teachers can make magic.
As I said, Hungary has been selected by FIDE as one of the models of good practice for the rest of the world. How is the feedback you are getting from parents, school teachers, authorities, and so on about your work in the last years?
Well, I have to tell you that in the very beginning, I started from minus. Because whenever I showed up in a conference explaining what we're doing to teachers, they saw me, Judit Polgar, the chess champion. And I told them, no, I don't want you to teach chess. I want you to use chess and implement the rules of chess into the classroom. So this was something important. And then little by little, it was convincing. They tried it out. It was going from mouse to mouse. And they experienced it, that simply the kids loved it. So finally, they really had a magical tool in their hand that they were keeping the kids busy. And this is one of the biggest problems. Also, the other problem in a classroom, that between the best potential, the best capacity kids and the worst potentials a kid has, the gap was shrinking, because our program, for example, and I believe many other programs also, it's motivating the kids. And this is the most important. How can you keep the kids' mind curious? And if you can keep them curious, that's the best tool to make them improve and learn and basically fly, because they just want to get so many information. And the curiosity makes magic.
And finally, because I know you are today extremely busy, before you leave, I think it will be very convenient, as we are going to watch a video on your method and your work. Can you summarize the most important ideas and points behind it?
Well, the video you're going to be seeing, actually the method, Judit Polgar method has 3 legs. One is the chess playground, which is for preschoolers. Then Chess Palace for elementary school students. And now we have a new one, the Chess PE for physical education. Now the video what you're going to be seeing is done in a classroom of the Chess Palace. So you can see how playful the kids are and how much do we connect chess integrating into different subjects. And whatever subject they are picking, there is a connection, so they don't have to restart with all the subject. But also I'm very proud of that the teachers are becoming more creative and the kids are becoming, they like to go to school better. So, and even the parents are happy for that. So what do you want to ask more?
We will talk again a little bit at the end of this event. Now let's watch the video. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
In the classroom or at recess, the answer is Chess Palace. Creative thinking with pawns, knights and queens, a learning experience not dependent on screens. The magic for play is given here with no fuss. Playful, effective learning. Come stay with us. Help each other, think together and build a team. Integrated into other subjects, the children beam. The giant chessboard gives a word finder thrill. Can be used in English or math class, if you will. Learning is fun for the child with tons of playing. The teacher enjoys the new way of educating. The workbook tasks stimulate the brain. The children keep playing again and again. Letters and numbers are collected with ambition. Skill development tasks motivate the solution. Activity cards are used to form numbers or a sentence, discussing and solving puzzles, creating a chess dance. In the Chess Palace, eyes are wide open looking for directions. Creative drawing, navigating and memory games with locations. Chess money, shopping, planning and management, increasing everyday life knowledge by engagement. The laminated Chess Palace is easy to clean, reuse in many subjects in the classroom scene. Find solutions with simple rhymes and drawing, complex skills development by joyful exploring. By observing details, the visual perceptual skills expands, tactile skills increase by drawing on the back by hands. Chess is one of the oldest games in history. The Chess Palace is home for brain teasers and mystery.
I am always touched when I watch these kind of videos because they show how powerful educational chess can be in order to improve the education in general. And, you know, one of the persons you must talk to about it if you want to learn is our next guest. And, well, he has been awarded just 1 hour ago by the Judit Polgar Foundation as a chess ambassador. But besides that, he's the National Chess Federation consultant for chess in schools in the USA and also a member of FIDE's strategy group where I had the big pleasure of working with him together for the last couple of years. So welcome again to the stage, Jerry Nash.
Thank you, Leoncio, and thank you, Judith, for allowing me to be a part of this event. It's incredibly impressive, my first visit to Budapest and to Hungary, and it's wonderful to see all the activities and to realize all the logistics that go on as a part of this. Today I'm going to be talking about how an ancient game is changing the modern classroom. Before I do that, though, I'd like to share just a little bit of background. I am the National Chess Education Consultant for Chess in Schools. So I've been in the field of chess and education for over 20 years. So currently, I serve with Chess in Schools, which is a nonprofit organization, and we focus on training teachers to use chess as an educational tool, whether in the classroom or an after-school setting. So we provide training, we help them to identify the right resources for their program, and then we provide ongoing support after the training. One of the consistent topics of conversation among educators, and this has been true for many years, are the two classroom challenges faced by almost every classroom, and that is student engagement and critical thinking. That is, how do we engage students so that they're interested, so that they're prepared to learn? And then how do we help those students develop the critical thinking skills that will help them to be successful in the classroom and beyond? It just happens that we believe that chess addresses both of those issues. And of course, there are many other skills that will be addressed in the course of this conference, but I want to focus on two benefits of chess: critical thinking and 21st century skills. The list that you see is just a microcosm of the critical thinking skills that are inherent in the game of chess. Higher order thinking, pattern recognition, decision making, all of these things are there. But many teachers are not familiar with this. In fact, I was doing a training in Baton Rouge, Louisiana a number of years ago, and on the first day I asked the question, when I say the word chess, what comes to mind? And one brave teacher in the back stood up and said, boring. What could you possibly be thinking about? Two people sitting, staring at a chess set for hours. What could you possibly be thinking about? So that was on the first day of training. On the third day of training, we actually had them playing a short game of chess with chess clocks. You know, they had like 15 minutes on each side just to give them a flavor for what that was about. At the end of the activity, I always ask them, so what's your reaction? This same teacher said, that's not enough time. There's too much to think about. So it went from boring, to there's too much to think about. But when teachers experience chess, and again, you have to understand, many teachers in the United States are not familiar with the game. If it's baseball or American football, yes, but not chess. But when they experience it, they see what's happening with, or what could potentially happen with their students. But there's another aspect of this, and that's the 21st century skills. Focus, time management, impulse control. Now, my wife is a classroom teacher. She's taught everything kindergarten through 8th grade. And one year she was teaching kindergarten, and Albert was one of her favorite students. Favorite, maybe a challenging word, but Albert had to stay after school a lot because he didn't get his work done during the class day, because on a really good day, Albert had about 2 minutes worth of focus. Now, I'm sure you don't have any students like that in this country, but, my wife has encountered a number of those. So Albert's after school, he's working, and it just so happened that day I was teaching chess to students in her classroom, working with the chess club. And he keeps looking back, and finally my wife says, Albert, do you want to play chess? Oh, yes. So, well, you have to get your work done. Oh, the work got done. It was the best work he'd done in a long time. So now he's in front of a chess set. 5 minutes. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. My wife goes down the hallway and calls other teachers to come to the door and look in the window, because all the teachers on that floor knew when Albert's 2 minutes of focus were up. And so they're coming to the door, and you can see the look of absolute shock on their face. That's Albert? No, that's not possible. So now Albert walks down the hall, and teachers say, Albert, I hear you play chess. You must be smart. Now, you have to understand, Albert didn't get accused of that, ever, of being smart. But now you tell a child something, and eventually they believe it. Well, maybe I am smart. But chess And the focus that it brought to that student changed his own self-perception and the perception of teachers around. So chess impacts those 21st century skills that are critical both in the classroom and beyond. Why are students engaged? Well, first of all, it's a game, and they enjoy playing games. But while they're playing those games, whether it's a full game of chess or mini games, however they're doing it, they're gaining skills. And those skills enable them then to develop a self-confidence. If I can do this, I can do the math assignment. Where before you put an assignment in front of them and they said, oh, I can't do that. Now, oh, I can do that because I'm a chess player. So they've developed a self-confidence, and that self-confidence and that engagement, that interest, then translate to a transformed behavior. Teachers often ask, when will I have time to do this? I'm expected to teach the standards. I don't have time to add chess and replace it with something. And the truth is, they don't have to replace it. What we demonstrate to them is that when you're using chess, you're actually, that investment of time is saving you time. I was in schools in Buffalo, New York, in the inner city a number of years ago. Some fourth grade math teachers had invited me to come in and explain what on earth chess had to do with math. So I go in and we do a simple exercise. We name the squares, A1, A8, H1, A8, all of these. And most of the students had not played chess before. So we do this activity, and I turn to the teacher. I said, so about how long does it take you to teach basic graphing skills? And in every one of those classrooms, it was, at least 2 weeks. I said, do you realize that we've done that in less than 10 minutes? So that investment of time up front actually saves them time. So rather than spending 2 weeks introducing that skill, now you can build on that skill and continue to build. And the skills that they're gaining have applications to every subject area. What do educators say? Well, I had a math teacher, a middle school math teacher, who had attended training, went back to his classroom and was using chess. And he came back and told us, said, here's what happened. The students come in with, we don't play chess. He said, no, you're doing chess math today. So he had them doing problem solving area and perimeter, various things, just with an empty chessboard. The principal walks in, the school administrator walks in and says, what is going on here? Your students have never been this engaged, this focused. What's going on? The teacher said, it's math, it's chess. And in fact, the students at the end of the hour said, can we do this tomorrow? He said, tomorrow's Saturday. We're not even in school. That's how interested and enthused they were about it. And he came back and said, this was the best day of teaching I've ever had. What do educators say? Well, Brad Osborne, a second grade teacher, said that he's seen tremendous changes in metacognitive and critical thinking skills for all of his students. Mindy, a gifted specialist, talked about how chess reaches every learning level, from special education to gifted students. And she also hit upon something that many teachers talk about, and the fact that students are excited about playing chess. And that's part of that engagement. So the teacher will walk in the school at the start of the day, and the students are meeting them in the hallway. Are we doing chess today? Are we doing chess today? They're excited about being there. When students are excited about being in the classroom, about being in school, they're prepared to learn. And when they have those skills that they've developed from the game, they have the confidence that they can solve whatever problem is put in front of them. Do you wish your students were this focused? They could be. Do you think it would change your classroom? Well, teachers all around the world are talking about the fact that chess is not only changing their classroom, it's changing the culture of the school. The truth is, every student needs the skills that chess brings. This is how an ancient game is changing the modern classroom. If you haven't tried it yet, I would encourage you to discover the power of chess to transform your classroom. Thank you again, Judith, for the opportunity to be here. I think we may have some time for questions if Leoncho has any, or he may be backstage, I'm not sure, but he is coming this way. So again, thank you for your attention. Leoncho?
Thank you very much, Jerry. As usual, I have learned a lot from you, and I'm sure the audience as well. Now, I have a concept which I call breaking the ice. I mean, most of the school teachers all over the world have two wrong ideas about chess, previous ideas. Chess is very difficult, and chess is very boring. So breaking the ice is convincing them that this is not true.
That's right.
How do they respond to your program?
It's incredible. A lot of the trainings that I do, on the first day, I'll ask them on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being you're pretty sure you've seen a chess set, 5 being I'm a really good chess player, where would you rate yourself? This is the first day of training. I'll get 0, -1, -2. They are very intimidated by the game of chess. But once they experience the activities, once they actually encounter and they realize, oh my goodness, if I'm being challenged like this, my students will experience this. They are excited about it. In fact, I just recently did a training last week in the state of New Hampshire. We have a project with the State Department of Education to put chess in as many schools as possible. And one of the teachers attended 2 days of the training. She came out and said, this has been the best 2 days. And for teachers, and maybe it's different in this country, but a lot of teachers in the United States, the words professional development cause them to cringe. They dread it. But they really respond well to chess. They love what they're experiencing.
Mm-hmm. Now, flexible thinking. In the last 25 years period, the world has changed more or even as much as in any other 25 years period in the history of humankind. And what the experts say is that in the next 25 years, the world is going to change even more. Chess develops flexible thinking a lot. Are you also working on that field through your program?
Absolutely. One of the things that we talk about with teachers is the adaptive thinking that takes place when they're playing chess. I'll have students say, okay, Mr. Nash, here's what I'm going to do this, and if they don't notice that, then I'm going to do this, and if they don't notice that, then I'm going to do this. And so when I share with teachers, they recognize that tunnel thinking, and they discover, and we talk a lot about chess being a dialogue, not a monologue. That means if you're playing chess, you have to understand what the other person is thinking. What are their goals? What are their motivations? These are the kinds of skills in terms of building that kind of perspective of how do I approach this problem, but how are others approaching it? And is this issue really a problem? That's the kind of skill that students desperately need, and the workforce needs as well. They need those kind of problem solvers who can approach a problem from a different perspective, and chess ingrains that in students.
Jerry, what you are doing in such a very influential country as the USA and in FIDE is really very important, so please keep going, and thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Now, we are going to talk about a very important field in innovative education. I mean, emotional intelligence. And for that, we have one of the biggest experts in the world, because she has more than 25 years experience in the classroom as a psychologist and pedagogist, and she is the co-author of a very important scientific study about chess and emotional intelligence, and she's also leading the Canary Island program on educational chess, which has been selected as the Hungarian one by FIDE as a model of good practice. Please welcome Lorena Garcia.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is my honor to be at the Chess Festival. I would like to thank Judith for the invitation.
Thank you. Let me explain how we are going to do this. This was going to be the first Lorena's lecture in English, but she doesn't feel confident enough to do it in English. So what we are going to do is I will read her text in English, okay?
Thank you, Leoncio.
We can start. I would like to share with you the educational experience that we have had in the Canary Islands with chess for the last 6 years. Through the images, I hope you can see the enthusiasm which we work, and above all, the enthusiasm and enjoyment that our students show. We believe that chess and emotional intelligence are closely linked. That is why our entire project is based on this fundamental union. The best way to learn and grow is by playing. Chess gives us the game. It gives us learning through play with oneself and with others. Sometimes we do this learning in a free, spontaneous way, where boys and girls play as they wish, and other times this learning takes the approach of a more guided way, where the teacher provides students with a set of tools so that little by little they build their own learning. That means chess is an excellent educational tool, and we use chess in schools to work in different academic areas and cognitive and social emotional skills. In 2012, I had the great fortune of working with a research team from the La Laguna University in Tenerife with Ramona Ciego and Moisés Betancourt. We found that chess not only improves cognitive abilities, but also social emotional abilities. We have seen improvements in the following areas: personal adjustment, satisfaction in school, school adaptation to a greater degree regarding study, and presented better strategies for problem solving. This type of study supports why educational chess must be in schools. I like to tell my colleagues that you can look at chess in a new way from an emotional intelligence view. Our project in the Canary Islands is called Educating Youngsters, Little People, Not Champions. The main courses of work in this project are the following. First, we take chess to schools. We take advantage of every corner, as you can see here. We make chess visible to the entire educational community. Then, we work from early childhood education to secondary education. In educational chess, movement is very important. We work a lot on body expression. We value very much the freedom to express oneself. That is why we adapt different spaces to the type of students we have and to the activity that we are carrying out. In this project, our way of teaching chess is based on emotional intelligence. We work mainly empathy, learning to win and lose, self-esteem, perseverance, flexible thinking, teamwork, individual work, self-improvement, among other things. In this kind of project, the fundamental key to our success is the role of the teacher. The teacher has to believe in him or herself and enjoy teaching. Another fundamental pillar is innovation, with the resources we use in the classroom and the designing of different activities. Technological tools are very important, but also traditional and simple material. We combine robotics and chess, thus motivating the students a lot. We work at educating youngsters. We work in different areas. Teamwork and individual work play a very important role. And we teach chess through movement and music. I'll show you an example of how fun it is to learn with music and chess lyrics. These songs are by the band Tocada Movida. The singer is Alejandro Oliva. The group of students are 5 years old, and it is one of the first chess sessions. Is not a video here? No? Okay. Chess is creativity in learning for the student and for the teacher. They both create together. And as it is with chess, each one of us is different, but just as important. As a team, we function better. Chess is for everyone, no matter your ability. We can all learn and grow by playing. Now, this is my opinion. This is a very important part of the lecture. Chess teaches us to observe, think, and decide, but also to feel, reflect, and act. Then cognitive meets the emotional. We learn from surprise, from what excites us. Chess teaches us to think, to feel, and helps us to smile. The teacher just has to understand that it is educational chess and play. This video is a very nice example of it. Motivated teacher, happy students. Please play the video on.
¿Se llama el juego? Pues venga, en marcha el tren de los peones. ¡Vamos! Muy bien, chicos. Somos un equipo, es un juego, nada más. Muy bien. Muy bien. Trabajamos en equipo.
Finally, I would like to invite everyone to get excited about educational chess. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Lorena, thank you very much. If I understand well, here the key element is the school teacher.
Sí. In Spanish, creo que los maestros son el secreto, son la llave, porque ellos son los que pueden motivar al alumnado y trabajar todo lo que son habilidades cognitivas y sociopersonales.
Yeah, I'm convinced that the school teachers are the key element because they can motivate the students in both the cognitive skills and the social, emotional abilities as well. And what about families, how important it is to involve them.
It is very important porque forman parte de la educación de los niños y por eso los invitamos a las escuelas. Es decir, no podemos trabajar en la escuela sin pensar en la familia.
They are really very important because we cannot think about education without involving the families as well. So then I guess that you are inviting the families to come to the school for different activities, right?
Yes. Yes.
Sometimes they are inviting mothers and fathers to come to the school and do something with the children related to educational chess. And this is important because, and also you have some songs, chess songs, and then the children are bringing the songs to the family, right? Very good. So thanks a lot, Lorena, and keep going because your work is really very important.
I'm sorry, my English not very well.
Thank you. Now, let's go to another very important field in innovative education and also in educational chess. Because, you know, when, I am thinking on mathematics, and I have a lot of experience in this. When a math school teacher sees that chess can be a very good professional tool because he or she can explain a big part of geometry, algebra, arithmetics, etc. through chess, then they are convinced they are in our side. There is no more necessity of breaking the ice as I was talking to Jerry and so on. So, in that case, we also have one of the best experts in the world to talk about it because she holds a degree in mathematics and physics as well as a diploma of education from Bad Bosch Loran University in Budapest and a master in computing science from Imperial College in London. She has spent 10 years as a teacher and she is a Woman International Masters of Chess. She is the co-author and course leader of the Teaching Mathematics Through Chess course designed for school teachers and accredited by the European Chess Union. Please welcome Rita Atkins.
Thank you. Thank you, Leoncio. So I'm here to talk about chess and mathematics, how we do problem solving in chess and mathematics. There are many reasons why actually a game of chess can enhance children's mathematical skills. To begin with, board coordinates is an introduction to coordinate systems. There are many mathematical concepts inherently present in chess, such as piece value, 1 for the pawn, 3 for the knight and bishop, 5 for the rook, 9 for the queen. Queening square, the top right diagram. If the black king is inside the queening square, then the king will always catch up with the pawn. Key squares, bottom right diagram. If a white king occupies one of the green fields, one of the key squares, then he can safely guard the pawn to promotion. The binary of nature of the knight is also a mathematical concept in chess. From a dark square, it always takes an even number of moves for a knight to move to another dark square. You are not allowed to waste time with the knight, you cannot lose tempo, and you cannot gain tempo either. There is also mathematical thinking in chess. Logical reasoning is prevalent there. Lots of if and then type of statements. If I don't castle early, then my king might get into trouble, and so on. Metacognition, thinking about thinking. The all too familiar, what have I done? Why did I make this move? We're doing a lot of thinking about our own thinking in chess. So if in your school children play chess, they already do an awful lot of great mathematics. But we can do even more with chess. We can even do some chess and maths. But what is it that I mean by chess and maths? It's a collection of mathematical problems and games that use the chessboard and the chess pieces as their medium. So let me show you some examples. The Knight's Tour. The exercise is to cover every single square with the knight, but not visiting a square more than once. The diagram on the left represents one of the oldest Knight's Tour. This is from 840 in Persia and completed by an avid chess player called Al-Adli al-Rumi. The one on the right is the so-called diamond method. That's a more recent Knight's Tour. I use it with primary age children. You scatter 4 different colored diamonds on the board and then you pick them off color by color to complete the Knight's Tour. By the way, there are more Knight's Tours on the chessboard than the estimated number of galaxies in the universe. So you can take your pick. The concept of independence, the famous 8-queen problem, how to place 8 queens on the board so that no 2 queens attack one another. You can do the same with bishops. At most, you can have 14 bishops on the board so that no 2 bishops attack each other. All these arrangements are around the edge of the board. The worst placed army. Chess players know how not to place their pieces. This is the worst possible arrangement. You are attacking altogether 8 squares. And suddenly, this famous position, or infamous position, can be turned into a chess match exercise for the children. The smileys represent the squares which are not under attack, and the task is to figure out which piece hides behind which flag. Of course, you can turn things around and look for the best placed army, and that is the best placed army in chess. You cannot do better than that. You only missing out on 7 squares, you're controlling all the rest with this arrangement of the 6 pieces. And here it is as a chess and maths exercise for the children. There are many strategy games you can play. That's one of my favorites, the sliding rooks. We practiced that today in the chess and maths games session. The rooks move horizontally towards each other. They are not allowed to move back. They can't capture each other, they cannot jump over each other, and the person who makes the last move wins the game. A somewhat easier game is the knight race. You're scattering candies or gemstones on the board. They all worth different number of points, or there are different number of candies inside. Players take turn to move their knights, and the task is to collect as many points as possible. Whoever collects the most number of points wins the game. Another favorite with younger children. Point value. The balance of truth is a great way to introduce point value or practice it. The task is to figure out which counter represents which pieces. Of course, the same counters represent the same pieces. And there is the solution on the right. You can also play Sudoku on the chessboard, 6 by 6 Sudoku, because there are 6 distinct chess pieces. So in each row and each column, you need to have the 6 distinct chess pieces, and in each 3 by 2 rectangle, they need to be different as well. Maze is another favorite type of chess maths question. The rook needs to get to h8, and on his way, must collect as many points as possible. If you don't allow the rook to return to the same square twice, then I think in that particular question, the maximum number of points is 10. Okay, this is all too well. There are many more questions I could show you. But let's talk a little bit about why it's actually useful. Why do we like chess and maths in the classroom? Well, first of all, children who already play chess are familiar with the chessboard and they do not feel threatened. They welcome working in chess teams. Game-based learning is, of course, another well-known reason. It provides intrinsic motivation and engagement. Little chess knowledge is required, and that's useful for the teachers, so teachers don't feel threatened. You only really need to know the moves of the pieces and the idea of controlling a square. The aha moment, a sudden insight into a problem, is often present. And these aha moments can change the beliefs and the attitudes of children who cannot do maths or whose parents told them that they couldn't do maths either. That's why their children can't do maths. So it's a great attitude changer, or it can be. And last, but not at all least, problem solving instead of procedural learning. What is procedural learning? It is a set method to accomplish a task. And what's wrong with teaching mathematics with procedural learning? Well, a slight variation in the problem and the children panic. They throw their hands up. Miss, you never told us how to do this question. We don't know how to do this question because you never told us. So immediately put the blame on the teacher. In problem solving, which is what we use in chess and maths, you do not do that. You do not blame the teacher. You take charge of your own thinking. You do not ask someone else to think for you. If I am thirsty, I don't ask someone else to drink for me. So I shouldn't ask someone else to think for me either. Yeah, that's what we need to teach, really. So think problems, not solutions. Do not give recipes to students. Do not try and fix their thinking. And of course, they need a lot of guidance in how to do problem solving. But luckily, we have some problem-solving strategies in mathematics to help us with that. These are the main problem-solving strategies. First of all, understand the problem. Don't start it until you understood it. Have you solved a similar problem before? Find an easier problem to solve first. Work backwards from the solution. Use trial and error and then backtrack to the last step where you went wrong. Sometimes it's enough just to follow the rule. It helps to put information into a table in certain questions. Or work with the opposite. Assume the opposite is true, and then if you come to some contradiction, then you have proved your problem. So I would like to show you just one example for these problem-solving strategies in action. And this is a little story about the inquisitive rook. Of course, storytelling isn't really a problem-solving method, but it's a great way to engage students. So let's go. On one lazy Sunday, with no chess game in sight, the inquisitive rook became very restless and decided to go on a leisurely walk around the chessboard, starting from his home square. His goal, being very curious by nature, was to visit every square of the chessboard and thus reach its furthest corner, the remote h8 square. He did not, however, wish to see any square more than once. These are his first two attempts. The first walk, he left out 7 squares from g2 to g8. His second walk was an improvement, but he still left out a single square on g8. Somehow he couldn't go there. He wasn't called the inquisitive rook for no reason. He decided to investigate this problem on smaller boards. He was shocked to fail on a simple 2x2 square already. He couldn't do it, but gathered back up some confidence by easily completing the 3x3 board. Then again, he had no luck with the 4x4 board. He could not go to a single square there. Somehow that was left out. But the 5x5 board was a success again. It looks like boards with even sides are impossible to traverse. I think I need some help to figure out why, said the inquisitive rook thoughtfully. And here comes the help, and the help is Baby Rook. Let's see how she can help. Baby Rook takes one small step in every move to a neighboring square. Left, right, up, or down. So just one small step. Every odd move, the first, the third, or the fifth, seventh, is to a light square. You can see it's in red, marked by a red arrow. It always leads to a white light square. Every even move of Baby Rook, the second, fourth, sixth, and so on, is always to a dark square marked by a blue arrow. So if the baby rook wants to get to h8, then she has to take altogether 63 steps. 63 is an odd number, so it will have to go to a light square. Unfortunately, h8 is a dark square, so it won't be possible. Hence, baby rook cannot complete the tour, and if she can't do it, then neither can the inquisitive rook. So what type of problem-solving methods did we use here? Well, we looked at a simpler problem first. We looked at smaller boards. We even used a simpler piece. We used the baby rook instead of the inquisitive rook. We used lots of trial and error. Tried the tour many times, tried to improve. And baby rook also used assuming the opposite. She was very optimistic. She thought she could do the tour. And then only after realizing that the 63rd step would take her to a light square, then she realized it's not possible. And therefore the opposite statement was true, the tour is not possible. Okay, so that's it from me. Think problems, not solutions. Thank you for listening.
Thanks a lot, Rita.
Thank you, Leon.
I found it extremely interesting and very important as well. Now, coming to questions, I guess that the main one that most of our listeners can be asking for is what age group chess and maths exercises are good for?
That's a very easy one to answer. It's 6 to 99 would be my approximation. On a more serious note, any age group of school-age children. Of course, not always the same exercises. There are some more suitable for older ones, more older children for more complex investigations. But there are many of these chess and maths exercises can be tailored for a younger audience by using so-called simplification techniques. You can part solve it. You can do it on a smaller board. There are many ways to make it accessible for younger children. And that is the rich variety of chess that lets us do that.
Mm-hmm. And now for your last couple of minutes, I have a proposal for you.
Okay.
I am asking you to talk to the school math teachers and to summarize why chess can be a very good professional tool for them.
Well, you are a mathematics teacher, so your primary aim is to teach mathematics, and you can do an awful lot of mathematics teaching with chess, and children will be engaged, they will love it, they want to play, so you do not have to motivate them, they will motivate themselves. So that's a big job already done for you by the game of chess. And also they will learn a lot of problem solving, and that will enhance their mathematical skills.
Mm-hmm. You don't need 2 minutes. They are fantastic. Oh. You could work very well in the radio as well.
Oh, thank you. I'll try.
Thanks a lot, Rita.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you. Now I'm going to quote Dutch Grandmaster Hans Rey. He likes to say something like that. Chess is so rich and beautiful that just one life is not enough to enjoy it completely. Well, of course, Hans is right, but don't think that he's only talking about chess as a game. He will be also right if he will be talking only about that, because now I'm going to tell you something really strong. The number of different games you can play in the chessboard is bigger than the number of atoms in the whole universe. The number of atoms is 1 followed by 80 zeros, and the number of different games, chess games, is 1 followed by 123 zeros. But so far, we are talking only about chess as a game, but chess has 1,500 years of documented history and fantastic connections with many branches of science. Artificial intelligence, mathematics, of course, pedagogy, of course, psychology, neurology, etc. And well, we have, of course, as you are guessing already, a very prominent person to talk about it. Her name is Eva Giarmati. She is a senior researcher at the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience and Psychology. Her research interest focuses on the challenges of the 21st century, and this is her video.
Hello, I am glad we can think about chess together and about research and its impact here. It's wonderful that we have an ancient game like chess, which can be one of the best educational tools we can use in the 21st century. Chess is a tool. However, learning to be a good chess player or being champion became a goal, and that way chess became something extraordinary. Now chess can return to its old role as an important tool in developing cognitive abilities. Chess develops cognitive abilities, and chess is a great tool to support even basic neurodevelopmental processes. Plenty of scientific evidence proves the positive mental effects of chess. I think no need to prove it again. Chess strengthens the brain functions needed for civilized thinking and behavior, including language and literacy skills, which are the basis of the success in the school, and important abilities in the adult life as well. I think these possibilities would be important to use in our education, in our everydays. Chess even prevents dementia, which I think it's a great thing we can use in many areas that game. And chess is great for children who are born into an unsteady infocommunication culture and who lack many basic abilities due to the changed environment. The environment affects the development of the brain. If a child has a genetic predisposition to a trait, a multitude of environmental triggers give it a high chance of appearing. The stimulus-rich environment has increased diversity and to which professionals have so far responded only with diagnosis. However, chess affects precisely those neural networks and those behaviors that are strongly affected. These are mainly the so-called executive functions that have come to the attention of professionals in the last decades. Executive functions are the most recently gained cognitive functions during the evolution of Homo sapiens. These functions belong to the prefrontal cortex, the dark green area on the picture, and developed only about 10,000 years ago. Learning, attention, hyperactivity, and autism spectrum disorders often co-occur because the same neural networks are involved. Delayed maturation and malfunction of executive functions play a particularly important role in the development of these problems. However, a typical nervous system development can also be the basis for talent development, and everything depends on the environment. Proper environment which supports development and the development of the brain functions can turn a typical nervous system problem into a gifted, talented development area. We can call these specialties spectrums or spectra because they appear on different levels and forms. The atypical development spectra are in connection with the brain functions that has been changed during the hunter-breeder culture transition some 10,000 years ago. These brain areas, being the latest in evolution, have not stabilized yet properly, and making them that way the most sensitive and vulnerable to environmental influences. We have published a study on this issue. Why the development of executive functions is hampered by many factors. Executive functions are extremely important for learning and civilized coexistence, also in the 21st century, perhaps more important than ever. And chess is developing the brain in these very areas. Mankind has been cultivating its brain, and especially the executive functions, since ancient times through movements, arts, and strategy games like chess, like Go, and other types of games. So nothing is new here. Just we should reintroduce chess as an educational tool. Comparative studies should be conducted on the use of chess in different educational situations and forms. Here you can see a picture. I try to draw on that topic, and this figure is on the 4 possible basic factors of the studies that could be visualized on a many-dimensional figure. These factors are also that can be used to characterize a chess program, for example. That way, each program could be placed in a 3D profile to compare and evaluate them. Chess Plus, part of Judit Polgar's educational program, is a method based on teaching that uses teach as a tool for the development of cognitive abilities. The program uses the rules and tools of chess to learn how to count and read and write. Here, the world of chess is part of everyday learning. It turned out that children achieve extraordinary cognitive development by learning with the chess palace, and it appears already in the early years. It is now used in many schools, and it made possible to assess its impact. We examined the cognitive profile of the children in this study. We used 60 classes from 20 schools, and the test group consisted of the classes in which education follows the chess palace method, while the control group consisted of the classes not using the chess palace method in the same school. The school used in some classes the program. Unsurprisingly, classes using chess as a learning tool performed significantly better on most cognitive variables, including more ones that play a role in the atypical neurological development. Here the chart shows visually the overall advantage of the children who learn with chess, reading, writing, counting. Soon we shall publish the results in English too. Our main question, however, was how learning with chess affects children with special educational needs. We compared 4 classes to identify the impact on chess children with special educational needs. I can't present the whole study here, but this table shows, for example, that children with special educational needs who learn with chess achieve on the same level as children who do not learn with chess, but who do not have problems. However, one difference remained, that children with special educational needs spent more time on the tasks. The results show that special educational need can be treated by using the chess as an educational tool. That's clear. And it would be important to investigate whether children would achieve the same results if they learn chess in an extracurricular way, rather than using the chess built into the curriculum. Research should be carried out in at least these dimensions, and we have many questions in that comparison in different methods and forms using chess to help children in their development. Certainly we can draw a profile for Chess Palace and compare to other solutions. I see a very broad way ahead, and I hope we can work together to make chess a wonderful educational tool on different ways, maybe. I am happy I could present you, and I am happy to get your questions and opinions. Thank you for your attention.
Just 2 days ago, I asked Eva to summarize her lecture, and he sent me the following sentence, which I think is really very accurate. She says, so it is not a question of proving that chess is good, but how, when, and what it is good for. I think it's a very good summary. And now we are going to the USA to listen to a very special person, Fernando Moreno. He is a psychologist who was trained in Spain and has a master's degree in school counseling from the Trinity University of Washington, D.C. For more than 30 years, he has provided multicultural counseling skills to support students in their journey for academic success through the development of thinking and social emotional skills. He has lectured at international conferences, published books, and regularly writes newspaper columns and articles in professional journals. He worked for 15 years at Broad Acres School. By the way, I visited him there a few years ago, and I was amazed because that school is a very special one. I think it's the kind of a school that Mr. Trump should have visited when he was president of the USA, because more than 90% of the students there are from immigrant families with big social problems. And I saw, it's also amazing, how Fernando is helping them to solve these social and emotional problems through chess. If you have the opportunity to Google his name, Fernando Moreno, probably you will find one or two of these videos are really very, very good. So last school year, Fernando moved to Montgomery Knolls Elementary School, pre-kindergarten to second grade, where he is the school counselor. Now, good morning, Fernando.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Oh, the technique is working very well. That's fantastic.
Perfect.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you and Judith on this wonderful event, but thank you for inviting me.
Thanks to you. Now, I think that in order to establish the context, the first question for you should be, how is a typical day for you in your school when you are using chess, as I said?
Okay, I'm starting always welcoming the kids in the school, but then right away around 9 o'clock, I normally have a whole class um, presentation where I go to a homeroom, what we call here a homeroom, and then I introduce a concept. Like, for example, the other week we were introducing a concept about a skill in life and a skill in chess. We were talking about how I can identify my personal space and how that interact with the others around me. We use the teaching of the king as that tool to help us understand and how you react with others. Then after I do this whole presentation, I go to do a couple of individual counselings, and in that individual situation, I bring the student. The student is identifying me with maybe a specific problem, in this case separation. We use the chess as a way to help him develop that strategy of thinking in a positive way in every situation. Later, I go to the recess, and in recess I use something like we have heard about the playground, a type of a big chessboard. I saw it in Lorena too, in Canarias. So I bring the whole chessboard, the big chessboard, and then I interact with several groups. And at the end, I write a lot of journals. I do an interactive journal where in that journal I ask questions to the kids. They can draw me, and always I have at the end of the book a game who I play. I make a move, they make a move, and I'm keeping teaching. More or less is how my day goes.
Uh-huh. And how did you convince the school staff and the administration about using chess as a counseling tool?
Well, first, as you said it, I used to work in Borrakes, in Joan Lelek at Borrakes, and for 15 years. So for my new school, I want to introduce it in a very natural way. I was only talking about showing to the kids, and then obviously I present my work from the other previous school, but in this new school, nobody knew about chess. So I have to show a little bit the research and the field camp I did in my other school, and then naturally I present my chess. Remember, we were in a virtual setting last year. This year we are back in the school, so it was a little bit simple because I bring my chessboard, I create, and in 2 seconds the kids enjoy it, and then the kids and the teachers see two important things. Right now, in this is September, so fifth week, I have already 25 notes from kids. I want to keep playing chess. You introduce it quickly to the school during the homeroom classes and then in recess. So the teachers are so impressed that these little kids, my school is kindergarten, first and second, they want to know more about the game.
Mm-hmm. And how about the students? How was their reaction when you started to introduce chess?
I think that we have always talked about that in terms of when you really present it to the kids. And remember, many of these kids have different backgrounds. You explained it a little bit from my old school. In the place where I work, in my school, we have diverse people from many countries. I use also a tool that is, I brought different chess sets around the world, and I introduce that concept, like I bring a chess of El Salvador and then somebody from Kenya, and then the kids right away understand, oh, they have their own culture like they have in the family, and then we move away to talk, and then the kids get so excited with the big chess pieces. I saw how Lorena was explaining about the culture of the school. You have to bring that culture to the students because they will create the demand for the rest. But we, unfortunately, and that is the thing I'm more concerned is if you don't have the structure at the school level and above the school level, like you are trying to promote through feed and it's very difficult because you can change right away from one school to another, and then the whole program collapse.
As I can see, I think one of the most positive consequences of your fantastic work is that you are creating a chess culture in the school. I mean, chess is becoming part of the school's culture. Is that right?
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to develop is chess in education, but as a part of the student life, where every around the school, like it has been described here, and Judit Polgar and many other programs, where you can have in a PE class, you have a concept of chess. For me, another important aspect is the family. Many of the families I work with, they don't know about the game. So how to implement and connect with the families by training them.
I think we urgently need you to share a concrete example of a counseling interaction using chess with students.
Okay, obviously, if I had the tool behind me, it will be easier to explain it. But for example, I set up a position of simple rooks, and I put like 4 rooks, and then a queen in the other side trying to attack some of the rooks. And then the kids have to identify. In the beginning, they say, "Oh, I am alone, my queen. I don't have any safe space." And then I have to find, okay, concentrate. I know you have 5 rooks, and there's only like maybe 2 squares who are free, identified. At the same time, when we are working with that, I relate to them saying, "Oh, you feel so overwhelming about the situation. In this case, it was a separation. You don't see any way out. Your dad left the house. You spend time in your house with your dad, then your mom, and you miss both of them. In life, sometimes we have the reality that just chess position. Find positive things that you can find by the 2 situations. After they develop that, then they start thinking, oh, yes, by going to my dad, maybe it's closer to the pool, I can go to the pool with him." And you help them develop that sense of positive statements that they can do. And then we do it through, as everybody has described it, Jerry and many others, how these skills of flexible thinking. But you have to do it in a concrete way. The math teachers use manipulatives. We, in the counseling and psychological arena, we use the chess pieces and the ball.
And finally, remembering our conversations, you have a concept which I found it very interesting, the chess hero. What is the chess hero in this context?
Well, if you see the history of this concept about chess in education, is somebody who come in school, maybe it's a former player, maybe it's an educator who have find something, and then it can be in a refugee camp, like Chess in Fronteras, many other places, see something and try to implement it. And then they see the results, people around them, mainly the teachers and sometimes the parents. And then the whole program and the kids who are introduced to that activity, they become more happy, they engage more in the school. Unfortunately, sometimes that chess hero have to move, and then the whole program collapses. And I think through the effort that many of you, the FIDE, and many other people and many governments are doing, we need to, in some ways, institutionalize chess in education to not have only the chess hero. Still, they are wonderful because you can go to a refugee camp, you see somebody for maybe 6 months or 1 year they are there. The lives of those kids and that families are very enriched by this concept. And then they have a tool when they arrive to the country.
Well, Fernando, let me be very sincere. One of the best examples of chess hero I know is yourself. So thanks a lot, and please keep going. What you are doing is really very important, and we need more people like you. Thank you very much, Fernando. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. Bye.
Now, I need to call my colleague Lorena Garcia again to the stage because we have some questions from the public, and she is the right person to answer to some of them. The first question goes like this. When we talk about the development effects of chess, how much of the development depends on the children, the parents, the teachers, and how much on the tools that the teachers are using? ¿Cuánto depende en el éxito de un programa educativo de lo que hacen los padres, los maestros, las herramientas que usen los maestros, etcétera? I think the best element, of course, is the school teacher. But of course, the tools the teacher is using is you have to select them very well. And as we said before, involving the family is really important. The second question goes, research shows, and you are a researcher as well, by the way, that children's ability to concentrate weakens from generation to generation, is every time weaker than the previous generation. Do you think that chess can improve this ability of concentration? If so, why? Is there any research to support this, that chess is improving concentration? Si hay algún estudio científico que demuestre que el ajedrez mejora la concentración, y eso parte de la base de que está, al parecer, demostrado que la concentración es cada vez peor de generación en generación.
Bien, hay muchos estudios científicos que lo demuestran, que mirando una revisión bibliográfica lo podemos ver.
We have several scientific studies demonstrating that chess improves concentration.
Sobre todo concentración, percepción y memoria.
And also perception and memory.
Y nosotros en el estudio de la Universidad de La Laguna, cuando estábamos estudiando las variables socioemocionales, pues también se mejoró la concentración.
And in our scientific study at the La Laguna University in Tenerife, although our main goal was social emotional abilities, but the result of the study demonstrated that concentration was also improved.
Nosotros lo demostramos en escolares, en edad escolar.
The last one is, can these methods be integrated into higher education and more specifically into teachers training? Are there initiatives in this direction in Spain, Hungary or the United States? Si estos métodos pueden ser integrados en una educación superior y más específicamente en la formación de los maestros, si hay iniciativas en esa dirección.
Sí, en Canarias, por ejemplo, estamos trabajando en la educación primaria, pero también ya se está empezando en educación secundaria y los maestros se forman pues para llevar el proyecto.
There is a project coming from the Canary Island government already going on for 6 years, and this is going very well. And of course, we have a lot of school teachers in the Canary Islands who have been trained already with this method. Lorena, thank you so much again for your help.
Thank you.
You were the best person to do this, no doubt about it, among the audience. And now, I have to tell you that the next thing to happen at this stage is something really very, very special. But our technical team, which by the way is fantastic, needs 5 minutes to prepare the stage. I will tell you what for in just 5 minutes. Please don't go away. Thank you.
To our very big audience from all over the world. As I said, our technical team is really excellent, so now everything is ready. And as I also announced, the next thing we are going to see is really something very special, a dance that symbolizes the transformation that we see very often during a chess game. The music is also special, isolated poem from the very famous singer and chess artist Hugo Di Prima, who, by the way, is with us here at the first rank. Thank you very much for coming, Hugo. And the dancer is also very special, but I will tell you why later on. Now let's welcome Hannah Font.
I'm an isolated pawn. I survived some filthy battles. Now I'm far from all the rest. Ooh. I'm hiding all my fear and sorrow. Ooh. I'm hiding all my fear and sorrow. Feel like I'm already lost, and my weakness is a target. Dark night has blocked my way, and I can't go back. I give you my word, I promise I will go beyond. I will be reborn today. I won't close my eyes, I'll fight my way. I will get to run through the fire. Over me they have no power. I will get to run through the fire. Up till the 8th ring, 7th sky. Run through the fire, don't look back. Go back, look back. Over me they have no power. Go back.
Well, it is clear in this case that there is a lot of hard work behind this show, but not only that, it's also an inheritance of great talent, because the family name of Hannah is Font, because his father is Gustav Font, which means her mother is Judit Polgar. And as we have here the dancer and the song composer. I think a nice photo of both of you could be very accurate right now. Thank you to both of you. Now we are going to move to another very relevant person in educational chess. I know that very well because I have also been working with him for the last couple of years at FIDE's strategy group. And he has written 16 books on how to learn and teach chess, and from 2010 to 2020, he was the national trainer of the Swedish Chess Federation. This summer, he was appointed chief trainer of the Uppsala Chess Club, where he is responsible for Top Chess and their Chess in Schools project. As for 2014, Jesper Holl, this is his name, has been the chairman of the Education Commission of the European Chess Union. Currently, he is also in charge of chess talent development in Norway, a very important chess country. So please, a warm welcome to Jesper Holl.
Should I be here? So, hello everyone. My name is Jesper Bergmark Hall, and I am the chairman of ECU Education. And ECU Education is like the spider in the net for chess in schools in Europe. What I want to do with this presentation is to try to give you a new perspective on our game, a perspective on how chess can actually contribute to the development of our society. For me, this new perspective started 25 years ago. I was some kind of semi-professional chess player. I was the runner-up from the Swedish championship. And one day, a small kid came up to me and he asked me, what do I do to become good in chess? And I was just about to give him these common answers that you should practice, you should read books, you should have a trainer, you should play as much as you can, when I had a déjà vu, when I was a child. Because when I was 6 years old, I learned how to play, and I entered this magic world of this game. And since then, I have not left it. And I wanted to know, what does the Swedish Chess Federation do to support these kind of kids? What does the structure look like from the foundation, the chess culture, and all these steps that you take towards the elite? Because I did not really get any help when I was a child, and now I wanted to know if something had changed. I called the federation, and they said, well, we do not really have a strategy, but maybe you can make one. And from that moment, my life changed. And I got devoted to the challenge on how do you teach chess in the best way, on different levels, with different goals and in different contexts. And since then, that is what I've been working with. I started at the very top. I trained the junior national teams of Norway and Sweden. I trained the talents to become grandmasters, international masters, and so on. But after a couple of years, something was growing inside of me that, did I really contribute to our society? I had one problem with these talents that I was training, and that was that all of them had high grades in schools. And this is, of course, a paradox, because that is good. But did I really support them to get a better life? Because if they started to go to universities, made academic studies, they would have splendid jobs, and I can see a lot of them having that today. Then a thought came to mind. Was it because they played chess that they had that they were so clever, that they had so easy going in schools? Or was it because the other way around? And then this game changer came to me, this new perspective that I want to give to you. And that is, instead of looking for the talents, I wanted to look for those children struggling. Those children where logic, mathematics, and this kind of thinking is not so easy. Because if I can open up this door for this magical world that chess is, and I can give them the confidence that they are smart, they are clever, they can also think, then we have really contributed with something to our society. And since then, since 2008, this is something I've been trying to do, to give teachers a new tools so they can support these struggling kids, so we, with our game, can actually contribute to the development of our society. Now, I want to give you a little bit of an overview of what we do in ECU Education. First of all, it's very important to make a definition. The difference between chess training and chess in education. And chess training is about teaching the children the skills to become good in chess. Chess in education, we don't care if the children become good in chess. What we care about is the social and intellectual development of the kids. These skills they will need in life. ECU education has got two important steps. First of all, 2012, the European Parliament made a declaration where they said that chess should be a part of the educational systems of the countries of Europe. This has really opened up the doors for us, because that means that we are regarded as an educational tool and not only a game. In 2014, there was like a growing need for a new commission that could take care of these questions on how chess can be used for educational purposes and how can we develop methods and models to make chess developing social and intellectual skills. And I became the chairman 2014. The first thing I realized was that all over Europe they were growing this idea that chess can actually contribute, but there were no overview. So we really needed a survey on what it looks like in Europe. And this one we presented in 2016, and I will come back to that very soon. In 2021, I have been the project manager for a new project to find out a survey for the world. And some of the results from that one is that today 25 million kids has got chess in schools every week all over the world, about 5.5 million in Europe. There are 61% instructors. That means chess players, chess trainers, chess instructors coming from outside to the schools to give lessons, and about 39% regular teachers giving chess lessons inside their subjects. When it comes to what it looks like in Europe of chess in schools, you can see that there are high activities in almost all countries of Europe. And also you should know that continuously we need to update our material because it's so much happening. Of course, the pandemic has made a little bit of a pause, but we are almost already on the same level as we was before the pandemic started. So, in this European survey that we made 2016, what kind of conclusions could we draw from that one? First of all, chess in schools is a growing movement, a rapidly growing movement. But there is a huge diversity in how chess in schools is implemented, how they use chess in the schools, depending on, of course, the goals with the teaching, of course, the context of what it looks like when it comes to teaching style, when it comes to the culture of chess, and so on. So I call chess in schools in Europe today for a wild bunch of flowers. So many good initiatives, but growing a little bit in different directions. But there are some things that are in common for all of those working with chess in schools. First of all, we need to be regarded as a pedagogical tool, not only a game. If we can achieve that, then new doors will open and we will have a fantastic chance to let our game really influence and make our society better. There is also a need for new didactic skills with these new targets that we have, because we have hundreds of years of experiences in how we train children to become good in chess. But now we have different goals, and how do we do that in the best way? And this is what I want to find out. So, what we try to do in ECU education is to take the teaching to a new level. We want to take it to a new standard so that we can guarantee that all the countries going for chess in schools will have a high level of the education. What about the future? What do we try to do now? First of all, we need to be regarded as this educational tool. That's step number one. Beside that, we need new standards for how to teach, because also we want to have research on what we do to really prove how good the things that we do are, then we need good methods, because otherwise the results will not be in line with what we hope. Then we need to broaden our field. We are not working with chess training. We are working with brain training. So I want to see new connections with new organizations trying to support kids. Then we need to have different methods for after schools activities. We want to have schools that want to have chess as a profile in their didactics. Also, we want to take chess to academic level. We need to be established around the universities. We need researchers to support us in all different ways. Finally, something that Leoncio and I have been speaking about a lot. We need to tell the world how good we are. I meet so many teachers, I meet so many great projects around Europe and the world now, and I can see how they affect the children and our society, and we need to tell the world that. Also, we need to tell the chess world the same. We need to get this understanding of the difference between chess training, looking for talents, and chess in schools with a completely new perspective, trying to support those children struggling with thinking, and the goal we have, open up the magical world of thinking for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jasper. As usual, your lecture is very high quality.
Thank you.
Now, we all know, it's very well known, better say, that you are paying special attention with children and adults as well with special needs. We also know that this branch of educational chess is working well in the whole world. So it is not just a nice sentence to say that chess is a universal language and universal educational tool.
No, this is actually true. In all the surveys that we have done so far, we can see that from a teacher's point of view, the greatest thing with chess is that everyone can participate. The most fantastic thing with chess is that it crosses all borders. Doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl, your age, or if you have some problems with your working memory, because that's what you have when you have ADHD, autism, and this kind of mental problems. So chess can really open up the world for these kids. And also this type of kids, they normally have problem with social interaction. But we have seen that chess can actually be a perfect tool for them. Strict rules, perfect distance in a way, but still a good communication. So I really believe that one important branch for chess is to go in this direction.
Mm-hmm. And now the million-dollar question, communication.
Yes.
Which I'm afraid is the biggest challenge we have in educational chess.
Yes.
We have to admit that probably more than 90% of human beings have no idea about what educational chess is. What should we do? Because this includes the chess world as well.
Yes, and you should know, Leoncio and I, we have spoken about this every week for 1 year time now, and still you are asking me this question. And yes, first of all, I believe that all the internal part needs to understand what we're talking about. The chess players, the chess ambassadors, the chess interested. If they understand the difference, they can be our ambassadors and they can spread these words. I think that's step number one. Then, of course, we need to move out of our comfort zone. We need to go to the ministers, we need to go to the politicians, we need to go to the principals, teachers, and we need to convince them and show them what we have got. Mm-hmm. But it's not an easy work, it's a hard work, but I know that both you and I are ready to do it.
Jasper, listening to you is, as usual, very instructive and a big pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have not only one guest, but two of them together. So, by the way, the two of them are very relevant. So I call both of them to the stage, Bashar Quadli and David Ross.
please, s'il vous plaît.
Il nous faut le point.
Bachar Quadli was the first French chess player to become a grandmaster. He holds a master's degree in political science and energy economics and is former president of the French Chess Federation. He is now FIDE deputy president and the creator of the Vote Chess program for Orsay. And David Ross is precisely the mayor of Orsay, which is like the French Silicon Valley, let's say it like this. But not only that, he is also a doctor in physics and a professor of the University of Orsay. He has been the mayor of the city since 2008 and vice president of the urban area of Paris-Saclay, in charge of research and innovation. And the point here is that chess is an educational tool in all schools in Orsay. And both of them are going to explain how is this working, because this is, of course, a very important project. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Leoncio. Thank you very much. I'd like first to present a bit David. David is, of course, chess passionate, but he is still a professor in physics in the University of Orsay. And just to give a little insight, I was a chess player a long time ago. I organized the match Kasparov-Karpov part in Lyon. And since 10 years, I am really focused on education and chess, because I believe very much that this is a very important thing. So we will talk about the development, what we did in Orsay. I think David will explain what happened. And this is an experience of 9 years. It started in end of 2012, beginning of 2013. And so we will try to show practical experience over a long period of time, and with this vote chess that David will start to explain.
Thank you, Bashar, and thank you, Judith, for your invitation. So first, let me explain you the context. So, as said Bashar, I'm the mayor of Orsay since 2008. So Orsay is a city with 70,000 people, 20 kilometers in the south of Paris. And Orsay is very well internationally known for its university, and I'm a professor in this university. Orsay is also included in the Paris-Saclay urban area, that is the Silicon Valley à la française, and it includes 27 cities and roughly more than 3,100 people. So the question is how it began the chess in Orsay. So the first thing is that I was a former chess player, and as you know, for most of you, once you touch the chess, you never stop it. So I have the opportunity to meet Bachar Quadli. I know that it was the first grandmaster in France, so we discussed about the possibility to try to introduce chess in the school. And we have also the support. It's very important in France to have the support of the National Education Inspector to be able to introduce it in the school. So since the beginning, we had the chance to have this support. Then we began in 2013 with both in the classroom, the school teacher and a chess teacher. And it's very important to success to choose a quality for the chess teacher. And as Bachar know him, we asked Marc Kenéen, that is a very famous pedagogical chess teacher in France, to include the city and to be involved in the development of chess in school. And at the beginning, so almost 10 years ago, we begin with what we call the CM2, that is the people at the primary school already at 10 years old. So that was the beginning. And then we developed it during 9 years. So I now give you the main key performance indicator, and to explain you the specificity of what we did in the vote chess operation. So concerning the development of the chess, we have in Orsay 3 schools that approximately it's 1,000 pupils. They are aged from 5 to 10, and we developed the chess in school from 2013 to 2016. And as you can see on the graph, we reach to touch all the pupils, all the classes in 2016. So that means that every year 1,000 pupils are involved in this operation. And you can see here that we have a partenariat collaboration with the National Education for learning in all classroom each year. So we have to have a special document. It's right in French, but just to explain you that we have to demonstrate it, the teacher that will be involved, the number of the hours, the goal of the teaching, and the final objective that it's just on the right bottom of this transparency is to explain what is the vote chess and the game versus mayor. And we have also some results that we are quite proud. We are primary school French champion the last 4 years. So the most important things that we develop in Orsay, it's what we call the vote chess, and in French it's partie majoritaire. That means that, as you know, in the classroom we have roughly 30 kids, and the idea is to play a game between the class and the mayor. So they play one move per session, and I go in the class to finish the game against the class. So the vote of the children, it's based on the selected move. They propose between 5 and 10 moves, it depends on the session. Then they decide without discussion what move they want to play. And after, with the chess teacher, they analyze and they justification, they made a justification of the selected move with the of course the chess teacher, but after the vote. And for the elder children, we also use digital support to explain them statistics and use of the different numerical digital system. So after this, we would like to talk about the feedback of the different actors. And the previous speaker said, what do the pedagogue say? And he showed a very interesting sentence. Here we have decided to make some video about different people that were involved in this operation since the beginning. And we will begin by the first one. This is Mr. Guy Farid. He's the director of one of the 3 schools of Orsay. So please, let's go to the video number 1.
C'est valorisant parce qu'il y a quand même une image autour des échecs, c'est un peu intellectuel. Voilà. C'est pas n'importe qui joue aux échecs. Et là, justement, les échecs, ils s'ouvrent à tout le monde. Et ça paraît très facile de jouer aux échecs. Au préalable, on avait l'impression que c'était très compliqué, c'était réservé à une élite. Eh bien, pas du tout. En fin de compte, on s'en aperçoit. Et dans les écoles, dans les classes, tous les enfants jouent sans exception aux échecs. Et dès qu'il y a un enfant qui arrive d'une autre école, il est tout de suite pris en charge. Et tout de suite, dès la première journée, il réussit à jouer. C'est assez remarquable. En une journée, ça y est. On a compris les règles. Et ce qui est intéressant aussi aux échecs, c'est qu'on peut faire jouer tout le monde, selon leur niveau. Tu gagnes ton match, tu vas rejouer contre un autre qui a gagné. Hop. Et tout le monde, peu à peu, va rencontrer des gens qui sont de leur niveau. Et ça, c'est plaisant. Il n'y a pas de défaite cuisante. Non seulement on va très vite jouer avec des gens qui ont son niveau, on va pouvoir progresser très rapidement. Et pareil, si on est battu, voilà, on rebat les cartes aussitôt et on repart sur une autre partie. C'est très très intéressant et c'est relativement rare, me semble-t-il. On a un certain nombre d'élèves qui sont très compliqués à évaluer, c'est-à-dire qu'ils produisent très peu. Et on a souvent du mal à se faire, entre guillemets, une idée sur eux. Et on a du mal, des fois, à déceler là où ça ne va pas. Et justement, ces enfants, dans le cadre des échecs, on s'aperçoit qu'ils sont très performants souvent, qu'ils comprennent très bien les règles, qu'ils se mettent tout de suite en action. Et donc souvent, c'est rassurant pour l'enseignant. rassurant pour la famille et rassurant pour la relation entre l'enseignant et l'enfant. Le regard de l'enseignant sur l'enfant qui est en échec, il est quand même il est important. Et là, de voir l'enfant en réussite, ça donne un autre aspect à la relation enseignant-enfant. Et souvent, c'est un facteur très déclencheur pour la réussite de l'enfant et la réussite de la relation enseignant-enfant. Ça, c'est vraiment ce petit faisceau de lumière qu'on va mettre sur un certain nombre d'enfants grâce aux échecs et qu'on va avoir la possibilité de mettre en valeur et de mieux évaluer. On va les conduire vers la réussite souvent par ce parallélisme entre l'école traditionnelle et l'apport des échecs. Donc les échecs, évidemment, il y a un lien très proche avec les compétences qui sont travaillées, en particulier dès le plus jeune âge. C'est pour ça qu'on a élargi le projet au CP. Et moi, je suis partisan de l'élargir même aux grandes sections maternelles. Tout le travail sur la maîtrise de l'espace, autour de la géométrie, de la symétrie, du raisonnement, de la maîtrise du temps. Donc il y a beaucoup d'éléments qui sont en lien avec les compétences qu'on travaille, en mathématiques en particulier, et évidemment tout l'aspect savoir-être également. Personnellement, depuis l'ouverture du projet des échecs, j'ai jamais vu un enfant récalcitrant aux échecs. Un élève qui dit non, moi ça m'intéresse pas, je ne joue pas. Ça n'est jamais arrivé. Même un enfant qui venait d'une autre classe, d'une autre ville et qui n'avait jamais joué de sa vie, j'ai jamais vu un aspect répulsif sur les échecs, jamais. Le cérémonial, ça me rappelle un peu les sports de combat entre guillemets. Dans l'aspect respect de l'adversaire, respect de l'arbitre, respect des règles. On a touché sa pièce, le coup est joué. À la fois les qualités pédagogiques, par le jeu, par l'expérimentation, ça c'est capital, c'est-à-dire qu'on va prendre des décisions. Alors souvent on les prend seuls, parce qu'on joue des parties, mais ce qui était intéressant aussi dans les parties de classe contre monsieur le maire, c'est qu'on prend des décisions tous ensemble. Et ensuite on va tous voter. C'est celle de la majorité qu'on va prendre. Et c'est des aspects qui sont quand même assez rarement développés à l'école. Et donc ça donne quand même un éclairage nouveau et puissant, qui aide beaucoup les élèves et qui aide aussi la communauté éducative en son ensemble.
This director didn't know the rule of chess before the beginning of the experiment. So the second video will be by a teacher of the second school that was involved also since the beginning, and especially with the primary school French champion in 2018 and 19. So please to go to the second video.
Hello, I'm a primary school teacher and I've had chess lessons in my class for 9 years now. And I always found it very, very interesting. It's a very positive thing for the children, for the teacher. I've never found one child who wouldn't like chess. What is very interesting is that they start in my class when they're 6 and they carry on every year until they leave the school, which means that at the age of 10, 11, they have a rather good level and they enjoy it very much. They like the way the teacher sets the rules. You have to be quiet, you have to sit down properly, to respect your friend, who's not your friend but your opponent in a way, and you have to respect the time they take to play, to be quiet, to respect the way they concentrate. It's amazing when the teacher comes in, explains, and then when they start playing, you have these 28 children just quiet and concentrated and no noise in the class, which never happens again during the day. So that's a very good moment for as a teacher, and I just can observe them or play with some of them. Last year I started chess in December, the beginning of December. For Christmas, I think about half of the class asked a chessboard for Christmas. And I also had parents writing. We had to learn how to play because they wanted to play all the time at home. So it's really a way to make a link with parents, with grandparents, really positive for many, many reasons. That's a very good experience for teachers. When I say it's time for French or it's time for history, okay, some of them are happy, some of them are not. And when I say it's time for chess, or the schedule says chess, every child is, way, it's time for chess, and they love it. They get quiet when the teachers come in. It's magic for chess. That's really, they all love it. And even children who are in difficulty, they may find it difficult to play, but they like the relation, the way to play by pairs, to have to think, it's rational, and they feel that they improve from one lesson to the other, because as we are just starting in my class, the teacher does not give all the rules at first they start having with 2 or 3 different pieces to move, and then we add little by little. And when they finally get with the last piece and they have all the pieces on the board and they can play like adults, they are so happy. They ask when it's not time for chess, can we have 10 minutes, teacher, and we could play chess in the class, or just do a little bit of chess. And I have to put in the back of my class a chessboard, and they can write their names, and when they have time, when they finish their work, they can come and play quietly by pairs, just on their own. And well, they really love it. I couldn't say anything else.
So now we have to summarize about the experiment.
So just to say, I mean, what was said in a perfect way just before, again, for the concentration matter, for the calculation, the reasoning, for the algorithm, which is a hypothesis, justification, verification, for developing the space geometry capacities, and also, as was very well said, for the social skills. In fact, by doing this experiment, we have been able to see that it works very well, and we have started again in other cities, and it works very, very well. Everywhere it happens in France. When they start it, they continue, the kids are happy, and so in fact, we can see that chess and education work very well.
So for the point of view of the mayor, as I explained you, the children are happy. The teacher are happy. When the children and the teacher are happy, the family, the parents are happy. When the parents are happy, the voters are happy. So finally, the mayor is happy. More seriously, I mean that is very exceptional return on investment for mayor, because honestly, I never think that we have so many people will join chess and will like chess like in this experiment. So for me, it's very an exceptional chess pilot education experiment. Là, I'm talking in terms of professor of the university, and is also a kind of appealing product to enhance the school education and enrich teaching methods, as it was said before. And I will finish with the last video, that is Cédric Villani, that is the deputy of our area. It's the Fields Medal in mathematics, and he talk about the connection between mathematics and chess very shortly. So please, let's do the video number 3.
Les jeux d'échecs dans ce contexte, par rapport à l'enseignement mathématique, ça peut être un produit d'appel pour essayer, pour participer à la concentration, à l'attention, pour développer pour les jeunes des stratégies de réflexion logique et raisonnée. C'est aussi intéressant le jeu d'échecs parce que vous essayez naturellement, spontanément des choses, et puis on peut vous corriger.
So learn by mistake. So now we are going about main perspective. So next year it will be, we want to celebrate at Orsay the 10-year anniversary of the Vote-Chatting School.
And of course it happens now in several cities in France, because the fact of creating this vote chess is a fact of accepting the democracy, because they vote, they suggest a move, it might not be the best, but at the end, then the move that is chosen by the class is the one played with the mayor. And in fact, we created some kind of Zorro game, because the kids are playing with Zorro. The mayor who is there, who is in charge of the city, of the 17,000 inhabitants, they have the ability to play with him, to discuss with him. They are on the social networks with him. And this is something where they get very proud. And we have seen that it works. And just to say one last message, in fact, as said Jesper before, we have to involve politicians. He is doctor in physics, he's the mayor of Orsay, he's a politician, but he believes that this is a fantastic tool for education, and this is what we should try to strive for.
Thank you for your attention. So I can give some time for questions. So thank you.
I think, yeah, we made it.
Thank you very much indeed. I think it's a very inspiring example for the rest of the world. By the way, Bashar, is Orsay the only city, French city, where this program is working on?
No, it is not the only city. There are several other cities that this is taking place. And in fact, when the cities are starting, the mayor are starting, they see that the involvement of the kids, of the teachers, of the parents is just incredible in the whole city. And they tell me, all of them, we have never seen that. So in fact, putting this educational tool with the kids, with the national education, but in France, what we do, we have two teachers. We have the teacher in the class, and we have a pedagogical chess teacher. So
at the same time?
At the same time, they are together. So it's a strong effort, of course. It's not that easy, but when it starts, it doesn't stop.
Very good. And Major, suppose that somebody from our listeners all over the world are thinking about trying something similar in her or his city. What are the most important advices for them?
So exactly what said Bashar before is we have, and it said before also by other talker, it's very important to involve the teacher of the classroom and the chess teacher. So they have to be connected, to agree about the way to make the things in the classroom, and it's very important. The success is due to the quality of the different educators. So it's the most important things.
Major, Deputy President, this has been really very, very inspiring. So thanks a lot and congratulations for this very good project. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, at this point of the summit, we are close to the end. A very important question arises. How should we connect educational chess with extracurricular chess or competitive chess? And, well, we also have the right person to talk about it, a very big expert with a lot of experience, because actually he has many hats. He is president of the Kasparov Chess Foundation, and he is also vice president in FIDE. By the way, when I was talking about the European Parliament decision in 2012, besides the European Chess Union, the Kasparov Chess Foundation support was also very important. So let's welcome, coming from the USA, Michael Chodorkowski. Thank you very much, Michael. As I said, I know there is a problem. I mean, very often, according to my experience, I guess your experience in that particular point could be similar. Educational chess given mainly by school teachers and extracurricular chess given mainly by chess instructors and so on, competitive chess, are not very well connected as a normal situation. What can we do to improve that?
Well, I believe it is connected because the ideal format to implement chess in education is to introduce all elements. It's chess in curriculum, chess in after school or elective, and it could be preschool, meaning chess could be, as we call in the States, and that we implemented sunrise chess, and lunchtime program chess. So therefore, if schools that we were working with and schools that implemented this format in the States, they are more successful in competitive chess as well. So therefore, I believe that this is exactly the goal that chess in European Union and education should pursue. And as an example, I can tell you that schools that have chess in the curriculum, from even in second grade or second and third grade. It's good enough because these kids learn chess as they learn how to read or how to write. They learn comprehensive language, whether it would be English, Spanish, or any other languages. And they become actually feeders to your after-school program and elective program. Afterwards, you can introduce them to competitive elements of the game and to competitive chess. So therefore, this bridge already been built by us in the United States. So therefore, here in Europe, as I always say, there are many bridges already been built over the Danube River. So you just need good educational tools to navigate them. So you need GPS to move your teachers to get through.
Yes, especially because we have to try to manage this in all countries. And actually, currently, this is not the situation. But tell me, what is the best partner to work with in order to build that bridge? Local federations or private companies working on educational chess?
Whatever works in each particular country, because there is no one recipe universally for the world. In the United States, we have collaboration of private entities, of nonprofit organizations, and eventually with state and national chess federation. But when we're talking about bringing chess from non-competitive elements in education to competitive, so as I said, it's already been implemented, and implemented by, as I mentioned, nonprofit organizations like Kasparov Chess Foundation and some others, as well as small private enterprises. When we implemented this, we introduced competitive elements within the schools. So first, we introduced these tournaments, as we call it, training tournaments within the schools, then inter-schools, then open tournaments. Only after that, they go to play at the state level and then national level, which are under auspices of the state and respectively national federation. But without collaboration of all above-mentioned organizations and coaches and educators, it won't be possible to bring thousands of kids to participate in scholastic chess tournaments like we have. Let's say Kasparov Chess Foundation created a series of regional tournaments that we conduct during normal times, not during the COVID, in New York, Chicago, Baltimore, and in California, and we call it Greater New York Scholastic Championship, Greater Chicago, Greater Mid-Atlantic, and Greater California. It brings altogether probably around 2,500 scholastic players, and it's individual and team school event that all schools that have chess in the programs eager to send their teams in different sections. So therefore, we provide this ground for kids to learn and to compete as well.
Mm-hmm. Finally, in your first answer, you mentioned lunchtime chess. That reminds me a conversation with you in 2018 in New York, when you were telling me about the chess for early birds. I found that very interesting. Can you please explain that?
Well, early birds, or we call it sunrise chess. It's a program when kids can come to school before first period starts. So let's say school doors are open, let's say from 7:30 in the morning, but first class starts 8:15. So from 7:30, kids can come and play. And usually it's less instructional, but rather play games for them under supervision of the instructor. When we're talking about the lunchtime program, it's more like for middle and high school students. When middle school club or high school club formed, and especially in upper school, these clubs are formed by students themselves. So therefore, initiative comes from them. And they take their lunch, and at some dedicated classroom or corner, they gather. And again, it could be under our supervision or under supervision of the president of this chess club that been elected in high school by their own peers.
Mm-hmm. Just one small detail. One of them, coming back to the early birds chess, I guess that one of the very good points of that is that first time in the morning, children are very fresh. So it's more effective to teach chess that time, right?
They're some of them fresh, some of them still sleepy. But you definitely will wake them up. But they will be ready fully at the first period in the school for other subjects.
It's a very intelligent way of wake them up, I think, right?
Oh, trust me, when they have already chess pieces in their hands, they're waking up.
As I told Jerry Nash before, and Fernando Moreno as well, having in mind how influential is the USA for the rest of the world, please keep going. You are doing a very great job. Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you too, and my pleasure to be here. Thanks.
Thank you. And now, before the end, we have something very special again. All of you know for sure the Rubik's Cube. If we think about a list of very creative persons, probably Ernest Rubik will come in the list among them. Well, Judit Polgar interviewed him recently, and we have the video.
Thank you very much for taking your time and visit us at the Educational Chess Summit. And I know that you're very much involved also with your Rubik Cube, Erne. And it is in the educational system in America and elsewhere also. Can you tell us a little bit about your cube? Why is it in the education? Why kids love it? And what does it really do with the kids? What is inspiring them? What do they learn from them? What skills can they improve with them? I know it should be a long answer, but somehow trying to simplify it and say a few important ideas about it.
Yeah, there are so many ways. For example, I can give you a quote that I was brought from a mathematician who is working with kids and so on, and he said, after the cube, or after the meeting with the cube, the kids have a different imagination about the word of cube. So they know much more about the geometrical form, the content, what does it mean, and so on and so on. The mathematician teachers welcomed very warmly the cube because there was a good subject to speak about, and they can use it in a very different levels, from the first grade to the university level, to teach different subjects in combinatorical questions, geometrical questions, and many other things. And the cube was one that was already familiar for the kids because they have at home, they tried it, or in many of them they can do it. The You Can Do initiative that is started in the state, it's the company offering cube for the schools and methods how to use it, and partly combined with the artistic elements, the pictures using the elements of the cubes and put together some digital type of pictures with dots, you know, because they are, the cube is very good for that. Naturally, you need X amount of cubes to do that, and it's, the kids are loving. It's a teamwork. Many kids are doing. They are taking part, and there is a very strictly specified task what they need to do. That's one thing. Other thing, they learn how to do it, and what I said, it's possible to use in the classroom as well. So. The cube was an interesting effect when the whole thing is started, and the cube arrived into the families, and the kids was more capable to use it and learn it faster and better than the adults. So that was a very special event when not father who can do everything said how to do it. So they teach the parents.
What does it teach for the kids? Is it perseverance? Is it the curiosity which catches them? Is it something that they are getting engaged and focused and concentrated? Does it also improve their memory?
Yeah, the kids had a much better, because of their age, visual memory. So that's an advantage. That's one thing. Other thing is the kids can be, and especially the boys, can be very competitive, and they love to compete with each other. And if you can do it, I will do it, and I will learn it, and I will show you, I will do it better than you, and so on. That's probably the speed cubing is an interesting side effect with the cube. I was never thinking about that, but it's happened, and right now it became a very serious sport, which is an interesting one because it's very much combined intellectual and physical activities. You really need a very good hands and very good capabilities of imagination and memories to learn, and the results are really unbelievable. So that's, but the cube has so many different kind of side effects. So for example, to building small robots, that's a very interesting task because there is a mechanical part, there is a computerized part, and so on. And many kids are building many robots solving the cube, for example. And interestingly, not only the kids, but engineers were competing with each other who is capable to build the fastest cube solving robot. Or serious robots, when they are designing robots, you know, the universal robot, they say, it's a good example when they can show how it's working on the cube. And that's a good publicity event.
So what do you think how education will be developed in the future? Of course, kids need these kind of things to think like the cube. Also, chess, for example, is included in the curriculums in the States and everywhere in the world. I have my own program running in Hungary and in China. What this generation will need, what kind of skills that they will be able to survive the challenges of the future, and also that it can give them happiness and really take the challenges the way they should, and to have their mindset. What is needed for that in the educational system? In a dream situation, let's say, what would you advise to the educational systems, to teachers, for example? What is that they really have to pay attention?
I believe playfulness is a very important element. To find activities which are enjoyable, interesting, and in the same time you can learn from it. You can discover, you can get some kind of experiment, you can get some kind of memories in your mind, and they are partly, how can I say, illustrate potentials in the future when they will grow up, and what different kind of human activities, different kind of jobs or intellectual, physical, any different kind of activities. You know, it's thinking about the future, it's a very interesting activity because, you know, in the past I was very keen on science fictions. And it's a very interesting thinking about future. And right now, it's a very interesting question, for example. The tendency is the working days, working hours, is less and less. You know, in the past, it was whole day. After that, 7 days. After that, 6 days, 5 days, 6 hours, 8 hours, 6 hours. Now starting to speak about 5 hours in a day and so on. What will people do the rest of the time? That's a very interesting question, and so on and so forth. Play chess.
Last question. What is your connection to chess? Were you playing chess with your father or with friends time to time?
In school, I have some friends, and we play chess and in the lessons under the blind, you know, because nobody.
You could play blindfold chess.
But it was a long time ago.
Wow, so you're good.
It was a long time ago. It was not full, you know, with all the time without ending. You know, several steps, but without ending. So we not became no one became a professional chess player. But it was personally I preferred the chess problems. And I was, for a while, I was regularly solve the chess problems and sending to the newspaper. And I had seen my first time in a written form in a newspaper, in the chess newspaper.
Well, maybe it was first time you've seen your name with sending in a chess puzzle solution, but ever since millions of people heard of you, know you, and this will stay forever, the magical cube.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ernest.
Thank you. It was very nice to be here.
I recommend you to look for another interview between Judith and Ernest Rubik. You can Google this. There is another interview about creativity, which is as interesting as this one. Now, we have, before closing with Judith at the stage, we have another time for Q&A from our viewers. So, as there are several questions to my colleagues, I will ask again if they are so kind to come to the stage, to Jerry Nash, to Lorena Garcia. I don't know if Jesper is around. I don't think so. But we have also some questions for him. And maybe we can start with the mayor, David Ross, because there is a specific question for him as well, if you are so kind to come up again. Please. So, for the mayor, has the ORCE project motivated the surrounding municipalities or their mayors?
Sorry, I didn't know.
If your program has motivated to the vicinity municipalities or mayors to do something similar?
Well, as I say, I also vice president of the urban area, so we try to connect to other cities close to Orsay and to make to have an experiment with more people, more pupils, and to increase the quality of the experiment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Mayor. And thanks a lot. There are no more questions for you, so very kind of you. Thank you. Now, Jerry, there is a specific question for you. You mentioned that teachers are quite skeptical when it comes to chess. What about parents? Are they more open-minded?
Not necessarily. For many parents, Their question is, why is my child playing games at school? I sent them there to learn. And if they have no background in chess, then all they see is a game. But when it's explained to them, here's what your child is learning, and when they see the results. I remember we had a project at one school, and a few months later we went back and we interviewed parents and grandparents, and some of the parents and grandparents were actually crying, talking about the changes they had seen in their children. And they said, you know, some skills that I never thought my child would do. So when they actually see the results, they're on board.
Now, the question to Jesper is so interesting that I think that... Jesper is here, fantastic. But come please, and Lorena as well. And Jerry, don't go away, because, Lorena, please, come here as well, because the question is so interesting that I think we can organize a quick and a small debate.
Okay.
But of course, the first answering will be Jesper.
Yes.
If I understood correctly, within chess in schools, 61% are trainers and 39% are teachers. What do you think about this ratio? To give you an example, do you think that judo training in a school is the same if one of the sessions is given by a coach and the other by a teacher who is also a coach?
Well, of course, we have a lot of chess instructors coming from outside that are really good teachers as well. So I don't want to judge like that. But it's no doubt that the understanding of what you lack as a chess instructor, that you lack the didactic skills normally, you know chess, but you know the subject, but probably you do not have the same skills when it comes to teaching. If you understand that, and that you are ready to develop these skills, you can be a fantastic chess teacher as well, and very well suitable for schools. But what I would like to see is more a foundation, where we have the teachers giving the basics to the kids, and then for those that want to take the next step, then we need the chess instructors as well. So for me, it's more to make use of all of those possibilities, to have teachers at the lowest level when you need the skills on how to teach, mostly, and then you take the next step, instructors come in, that will be a perfect setup from my point of view.
Lorena, in the question there is something a bit strange for me. Because, well, judo is of course a very interesting sport and can be very educational, but I think the educational power of chess is much stronger than judo. Don't you think so?
Sí. Me preguntas por qué el ajedrez, aunque sea el judo una actividad de deporte, el ajedrez tiene más beneficios.
Claro, sí.
Yo pienso que es por la construcción que tiene el ajedrez, tanto porque trabaja variables cognitivas como variables emocionales. Y que cuando tú juegas ajedrez, juegas de forma individual y también puedes jugar de forma colectiva. Entonces creo que se produce un escenario educativo que es muy apropiado pues para trabajar todas las habilidades de los niños, que con el judo no se consigue.
Just a moment. As I said before, when you are working with chess, you are working in two branches, cognitive and social emotional, and at the same time you can work individually or collectively. So this is a very big difference already. And that's all? Okay. Jerry, what do you think about this?
There's an aspect of availability. For example, when I was called by the school system in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where I started, in an area of 100,000 people, there were 2 adults who knew how to play chess and could help the schools get started. There were no masters. We were the chess community, the 2 of us. So there are many areas where they don't have the outside ability. They don't have those that chess community as an infrastructure resource. So in that case, the teachers are critical for that. When we're doing teacher training, we try to always involve the existing chess community because teachers don't want to run tournaments. That's not what their job is. They want that chess community to provide that support and the additional coaching. So there's a role for both sides.
Mm-hmm. Finally, a question to any of you. Well, if we are talking about education, it sounds quite logical to give priority to the school professional teachers. But what the chess instructors are doing in extracurricular hours is also very important. They should do their job really very well. But according to my experience, very few of them in most of the countries have a pedagogical background, a pedagogical training. Is that a real problem we should face today? Is that a priority?
When I started chess in schools in Sweden in 2009, I think we had a very good setup. What we did was that every school teacher that was starting a chess club at their schools, they also get a mentor. And that mentor was a chess player from the club in the town or something like that. And what we tried to do is that each traditional chess club, they had like 10 different schools that they were supporting. And for me, that is a very good setup. Because the teachers, they are professional when it comes to teaching. The chess players are professional when it comes to how to train chess and how to arrange tournaments and so on. So this setup is something I would like to see, to have school teachers giving the basics, the foundation, and then they get the support from outside, from instructors, to the next level. Then of course we can have the instructors coming in, maybe in after school and so on. So then we make the best use of all the different instructors and teachers that we have.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Jerry, how is that in the USA?
I think there's an element where there can be great cooperation. There is a danger, though, because if you're a chess coach and you make a living by chess coaching, the results are trophies. That's demonstration that and so the competitive aspect can override the educational in some cases. You know, good chess instructors avoid that danger. But if a chess instructor, many of them, they did not have a background in how to teach chess. They just started. I'm a chess player, and I'll teach you how to play. And so that it becomes a challenge for them to overcome that competitive aspect and make sure that the students are learning these other skills. It can be done, but as Jesper said, it's better if they've got mentors to work with to help them in that process.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Lorena, what about Spain? Do the chess instructor get any instruction, any training on pedagogy? ¿Los monitores de ajedrez reciben algún tipo de formación en pedagogía?
Hasta ahora no, pero es verdad, hablando con lo que ellos decían, yo creo que las extraescolares y la educación en ajedrez en los colegios deben de ser complementarias y ir de la mano, porque es lo interesante, ¿no? Que cuando salgan los niños del colegio vayan a extraescolares.
So far, they are not yet trained in pedagogy, but as both of them said, it is very important to build that bridge between educational chess and extracurricular chess, so there is a plan to improve on that.
Y en España, en general, lo que yo conozco, los monitores ya de extraescolares están muy concienciados que también deben de trabajar en la parte más pedagógica y más emocional.
And the good news is that in Spain, most chess instructors are already very mentalized about how important is to know, to get some knowledge on pedagogy in order to go to the school to teach something, in this case, chess. Lorena, Jerry, Jesper, working with you is not a job, it's a pleasure. So thanks a lot to the three of you for coming here. Thank you very much.
Thank
again.
you, señor.
Thank you.
And now, what else can we do? What will be better than ending this summit with Judit Polgar? First of all, Judith, we have a question for you from the Q&A questions from the audience. They are asking if the Judith Polgar method will have a fourth and a fifth leg and so on.
I don't know if it works.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we just came out with the third part, and my team is very creative and very innovative, and each time we discuss things which can be during the day, but many times middle of the night, they always come up with new things, and I'm not short from new ideas myself. At the same time, I believe that whenever we come up with a new idea, a new project, there are so many different aspects how to develop it, how to realize it. And also I like to make still step by step, because it's important that what we have, that we stabilize, and we not only do it in the classroom, but we have time to promote it and let teachers and parents know about it, what we are doing. And sometimes, like in chess, you cannot make two moves at once. And this is what I believe, that now we are going to be focusing on the third leg of the method, but at the same time, we should never forget about the main things, what is happening in the classroom.
Now we have about 5 minutes to finish. So what about takeaways? What are you taking home from this summit?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank for all of you, Leoncio, also to take this part being a host, because you're a great expert and with a lot of experience. And also you're some of the best coaches, I think, who coaches teachers. And also you understand what the education is about, because you work with professionals. But of course, I'm at least so happy for the other presenters from France, from Spain, from America, from Sweden. So all the people who presented here, I mean, this was not an idea, a fraction of idea 2 months ago. We worked together in many different ways with all of you who were here presenting. And I think it was, for me, very important that in this roughly 3.5 hours, we are able to provide information to the huge public, and anybody will be able to look back this conference. And I do hope that whoever is going to take this, they are going to be thinking about it, either from Quatley and Ross' presentation, or from Jasper, or from Jerry, or from Rita, anybody. There is something going to be that, maybe it's true, let's look into it. Because I think it has to be, because many people, they say, no, I don't want to do it, right? So we don't have to push things so fast, but we do have to make opportunities for the people who are really good, who are really doing their job for years. They have good experiences, they can share those experiences, the feedbacks they experience with the kids, with the parents, with the teachers. And I feel that many of us who are so passionate about it, we tend to forget that we are just working. We are doing new things, like it was asked that when is the first one. And we forget that we cannot rush things. And while we are working creatively, we have to spend time to share this information to the public who wants to get it. And there are, I think, huge demand for that. How should we create good environment for our kids in the classroom? I mean, it is something essential, right? Especially with all these technological gadgets wherever, how a teacher can engage the kids. There is no way. So they are looking for opportunities, and I do believe that during this summit, people understand that there are a lot of great programs out there. There are a lot of great knowledge out there. So I think our job is to have platforms where we can share this, and it's our obligation also, when we are sure of ourselves that it's so good and it works so good in the teacher's hand, I think we have to take the opportunity to share this information to the wider public.
I'm sure that among our listeners right now, there are some school teachers who are hesitating. I can see them, I can even listen to them saying, wondering, shall I try to introduce chess in my school next week? Please give them the last push.
Well, when I was starting with my method and I went into conferences with teachers, I didn't want to push them. I just wanted to tell them, be open-minded. Listen, think. If you're interested, you're ready, try it tomorrow. If you're not, explore, look other experts, what they say, try to figure out what is going on around, and then you will get there. But we shouldn't push people, but I think if they get the sense of it, that this can be something really engaging and really useful for the kids' development on different skills, right? Then they are going to be starting it. We have many teachers like that the braver ones, the more creative ones, they go tomorrow. Others, they go to the principal in the school that I want to do it. It goes slowly, but by now in Hungary, for example, yearly there are about 40,000 kids in the schools who are picking up my program, the Chess Palace. So little by little, at one point, we can grow big, but we should be very happy with small steps as well. And I always appreciate whoever, if this conference will convince 5 teachers who starts tomorrow, we made a step.
I'm sure much more than 5 will be convinced. You know, in one of your 2 interviews with Erno Rubik, he says creativity makes humans more happy, right? Something like this?
It makes human being, I think, generally, he says.
No, it was, yeah, I remember. It was very important to make human beings, right? That. So chess has a lot of creativity and teaches you how to think. And educational chess makes you a better person. So, Judith, the last thing I have to say is keep this passion, this energy, this will you have, because we need you for many more years. Thank you very much to you and to all our viewers from all over the world.
I want to just finish with one thing, that my wish in the few years' time, that right now there are many teachers, as you said, and also many institutes, they are hesitating. Should I pick chess and include chess into the school system, into my class? They are having this hesitation. So my dream is, and later on, while having these kind of conferences and we share our views and practices, that in 5-10 years, the institute will ask, and the teachers, I have to have chess in my classroom. I just have to observe which one to pick.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leoncio.
Thank you. All the best. Thank you. Thank you.
Gentlemen, as closing of the event, I am so happy to thank everybody who was here, but obviously as our main host, who was actually helping me a lot in the afternoon, Leoncio Garcia, a huge applause for him as well.
Thank you.
He's done such an amazing job. Thank you so very much. And of course to our main sponsor, Morgan Stanley. Without them, this wouldn't have happened. And of course, Judit Polgar. It's always lovely being surrounded by these wonderful, very wise, very, very, well, thoughtful people. It was an honor for me to be here today, and we really hope that everybody who was here personally or online joined us had a really good time. That was the only aim that we had today, to educate and to have you have a good time. So thank you so much. Hope to see you next year. Goodbye.
Thank you, Edith. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.